Recording in progress.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry, because I think I was not following this very interesting development. Otherwise, I would have already played this game. I think it's an excellent idea because everywhere we do anything in financial literacy and in education in general, we see that the best way to learn is really combine fun with learning, and I think this is an excellent idea. And the question I have here, there are two questions that I have. First one, how much are the questions really about the knowledge of the sort of theoretical knowledge? And how much it is a question like, for example, you showed us, which is basically being on top of the things, knowing the data. Because, for example, what's really difficult in this type of things is in the example you showed that was fairly clear. But in many cases, you could actually have lots of judgment and disagreement, right? So what is the, what is the cause? For example, if this asset price boom is excessive, or it is not excessive, but it's something which is fundamentally driven by productivity. So do you have these kind of questions in the in the game, or it's basically in all the cases it's fairly clear? So how much of it is basically judgment and research type of a question? How much of it is basically knowledge-based questions?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mr. Norbeck. At first, I want to mention that for each topic of the game, as you see, we have different topics. In this stage, in stage of beta version of this game, we have a targeted scopes. For each type of game, we target one working paper of FPAS Mark II. So our initial aim is to how prepare the audience for these working papers. So it means the question comes from the working paper. So if in our working paper we emphasize the idea or some assumption, it will be somehow reflect in game questions. But in the future, I don't know, is the right place to spoil. But I will say that in the next future, or maybe in our next conference, we plan to represent you not just game, but it should be the one of part of dynamic learning platform. It can be even the platform, and we design. We are planning to design the game as a tool for making even the policy making decisions using some kind of technical it's a first step. And the main part of this game is before starting to analyze or before starting to reading the paper, we want to just say, let's play it, measure your scores, read the paper, play again, and measure for yourself the development. What is the difference? How your scores become more and more higher, and each player can measure and understand how the reading the paper have his influence on score system. Let's say on score, and of course in this stage. I want to repeat, in this stage, our target is FPAS Mark II working papers and ideas behind these papers. But after, in the future, we have some fancy and really interesting topics. Thank you.
Excellent, because my suggestion was actually going to be to add some kind of a GUI type of interface, maybe to generate scenarios that somebody can actually look this kind of stuff. I think it's an excellent idea. Everybody will have fun. And another suggestion I have is, organize a contest. And maybe you can organize a contest, like international people, for the seminars, and maybe we could bring, the winner to our next macro modeling workshop, DILIJAN. But I think it's an excellent effort. So I look forward to playing it. I haven't played it, but I'm really afraid of basically scoring very low because I could see it's not that easy. Thank you very much.
There's a company called Code Signal in California, San Francisco. It's established by two Armenian guys. And what they do contests on their platform. It's a $500 million company now. So they invite IT guys to compete on their platform. And the one who solves the problem, Google's or of this world, hire those guys and they pay the first salary to Code Signal. So there are different business models regarding the contest. I think that's a great idea to identify the real talent. And then we could.
Thank you.
So I would like to thank Lev in particular for suggesting this. And I think if you were to describe the project now, it would be don't let perfection be the enemy of the good. So that's the current state of the game. And it's focused, as Lev said, specifically on those working papers and so on. But the plans are, and I just want to launch this today. It was in the slide, but it's what are the top 25 papers, foundational papers in economics. And the way that economics is taught at places like Harvard and Yale, there's an enormous amount of emphasis on the history, like going through all the greatest macro papers. And unfortunately, that has been lost in even a lot of graduate work in your average grad school and so on. So what we're doing, because we have access on our external advisors, which I emphasize are all pro bono retired IMF guys, not just your average IMF guy, the best of the best, Robert Ford, Hamid Faruqi, Yanis Halikias. Yanis Halikias is the only guy on the planet right now that studied under James Tobin and Franco Modigliani. So these people are the best of the best in the macroeconomics profession. And so we're starting a weekly series on Thursday at 6 p.m. where each week we will go through one of these great foundational papers, starting with Milton Friedman's 1968 presidential address. And so week by week by week, and of course we'll put these on video. And this will allow, I believe, collaboration. Shelva's here, he's from the National Bank of Georgia. We are all trying to communicate better with academia. There's going to be a session on that this afternoon. And so the idea is that we would create these videos every week that would go through paper by paper by paper. Where do we get the top 25 list? We ask everybody for their top 10, like everybody that
You got 25.
and they all agree on 3 or 4. And then of course there's these papers that are special to them, and of course they end up going on the list as well. So that's the plan. We're hoping to collaborate with American University of Armenia, possibly Shelva's in Georgia, so we can interact with ISET. We have contacts in Prague, and so we can interact with students there. And that's to promote what we do in central bank, so that students have a much better idea of the things that we value, particularly under FPAS Mark II, because under FPAS Mark II, it's more about economics, much more about economics than it is about the types of things that people are learning in grad school today. So maybe we can transition then into something that is, sorry, are there any questions? Okay, So maybe we can transition into the next session. I am very happy to have Armin and Shelva, two people that I've worked with very intensively. Armin used to work with me at the IMF. I was managing surveillance, the real side of the global economy, and Armin started off as Armin started off as a young economist. I won't ask tell you what I said to him after his very first presentation to me, but before he left, he was presenting to the chief economist, the first deputy managing director of the IMF and the highest levels of our surveillance meetings. Shelva, I met, and basically we've been working on and off together. Both of these people are at the top of the profession in building and integrating FPAS frameworks in central banks, not only in their own central banks, but also helping other central banks to do that. So I'm going to start off. Shelva, can you maybe share your screen, and you can kick it off. At the National Bank of Georgia, we have what is referred to as FPAS Mark I. So they're both going to talk about the journey to FPAS Mark I and how FPAS Mark I is used in FPAS Mark I central banks. So Shelva, please.
Thanks, Doug, for the nice introduction. I do have some slides from our colleagues from the CBA, and let me share them. Just a frame of reference against which we discuss. And first, let me thank Yeva, who provided these slides, who created these slides from the communications team of Central Bank of Armenia. And what this slide essentially covers is the background, is what we will be talking about today. This is like differences between central banks that don't have any forecasting and policy analysis system, this FPAS system, as we call it. Those central banks that do have FPAS, like Central Bank of Armenia, as well as the Central Bank of Georgia, like Armenians have already transitioned to Mark II, but before that, we had quite similar FPAS systems. We will be talking about this, and also then we will move on to FPAS Mark II that, like I said, CBA has transitioned to already, and discuss what the benefits or challenges of this approach could be against this experience of other central banks like Georgia that still uses the FPAS Mark I approach. So these are some nice figures that, again, our colleagues from CBA have provided, emphasizing how these two can be different to somehow provide better understanding of different parts of the world, of states of the world, and understanding risk scenarios. So the key is around which we will be organizing our discussion of what the FPAS really is meant for to do. And this is what we call these three ingredients of FPAS. That's the starting point of using FPAS, the main idea. The main idea is essentially to answer these three questions, which is where is the economy now? What are the underlying forces that's driving the economy that put us here in this place? And a third, and I think this is the most important to me, what do policy instruments we need and how we should be changing our policy instruments to achieve our objectives, which in our case is price stability. So the reason why I mentioned that the third question is, to me, the most important is because that's how we achieve our objectives. The first two questions are still necessary, though, because they are tightly interlinked with the third question. In order to have an idea of how to use our instruments, we need an understanding of where the economy is now, so in which direction we should be changing our instruments, in which direction we should be pushing the economy. So therefore, we necessarily need to answer the first question as well. But we also need to understand the underlying forces, to understand in which direction the wind is blowing, in what kind of forces we will be fighting on this road towards our objective. So these three questions are interlinked. We need to have an answer to all these. But the final idea, the aim is to have this good understanding of how we should be using our policy instruments. That's the key to using FPAS. As we are discussing, and we'll be discussing this myself and Armen, what's the experience of using FPAS, how central banks did policy decisions before FPAS, which was meant to answer this kind of questions of where we are, what kind of forces are we fighting, and how, most importantly, how we should be using these policy instruments to achieve our objectives. And by answering these three questions, I also mean explaining to the public how we are using our policy instruments to achieve our objectives. Without this FPAS, how central banks operated, what's the drawback? So maybe, Armen, if you would be kind enough to start off this discussion, what has been experienced before FPAS, and then I can continue.
Thanks very much. It's always very good to share the, so to speak, the stage with Shalva and Doug. Shalva is a very good friend. Notably, he is very, very modest. And I want to congratulate the National Bank of Georgia as well for their success and their work. And I think with Doug's question yesterday that, many advanced central banks actually have to, lots of things to learn from banks like National Bank of Georgia. Indeed, I want to basically step back, because the way I want to situate my talk is not to be in a style of a sort of a lecture, from a point of view of a central bank, which, let's say, wants now to implement an FPAS. Okay, so what would be, sort of the pitfalls you want to avoid? What are the key things that you want to know before you do it? So that we can basically be helpful with our experience. And that's why I think first thing I want to mention is that in case of the Central Bank of Armenia, we had two waves of FPAS Mark I. And the first wave was immediately after 2006, when we adopted inflation targeting. And the second one was basically an upgrade or update in basically starting from 2011. I was fully involved in the second wave. In the first wave, I learned from my colleagues who have more experience and told me, so I'll basically be mixing and matching these two stories. But to build on what Shalva mentioned in terms of the three ingredients of FPAS, the fundamental reason that we want to do an FPAS, and I'm saying this taking into account yesterday's Yuri's comment yesterday, that he said for a casual observer who is outside of the central bank community, for them, FPAS or non-FPAS is, it's they don't really know what does it mean. Okay, so for we talked about the example of ECB yesterday, right? And so for a casual observer, it's very hard to differentiate, right? But I think it's very important to differentiate for the central bankers very clearly what is it, and basically what are these three questions doing? We are trying to put a structure on decision making and monetary policy making. Okay, and this is exactly correct because of two reasons. One was what Athanasios yesterday was saying, because you want to avoid discretion, you want to have a good processes, an analytical framework inside of the central bank, which will give you opportunity to make a decision. And second one, which is extremely important, to have this structure, because you want to communicate to the markets what is your thinking about the monetary policy, right? And as in everything we do, it turns out that the technical things are important, but they are not the most important things, right? And the importance of the structure of the process within the central banks are really important, because in most of the cases and most of the central banks which are trying to implement FPAS, the key problem that I have seen in Armenia and elsewhere is basically the establishment of trust between the board and the staff. And this is not about, this is basically trust in the process, right? Because what you want to do, you want to make sure that there is a sound process, analytical framework within the central banks, okay, which allows the staff to do their best analysis, which gives the board the opportunity to make a decision. This is the culmination of FPAS. This is why we need FPAS, because in most of the cases, most of the problems come when you have basically problem with this balance. Either staff is pushing too strong or the board is pushing too strong. In most of the cases, the reason is trust. And this is the foundational principle why you need an FPAS, why do you need the structure, because you want to make sure that everybody has their role. And I think jumping ahead a bit, in FPAS Mark II, this is really important because we basically really now emphasize the individual responsibility and the staff's role in a very clear in a very clear way. So this is first. The second most important thing that we learned from our FPAS experience, going to FPAS experience, is that you don't need to wait. Again, from my colleagues who were telling me how we did this, when you want to do an FPAS, go to structured monetary policy, inflation targeting in general, everybody tells you cannot do it because you don't have developed financial markets, you don't have inflation expectations, you don't have good forward curves, you don't have derivative markets, so you cannot do it. This was the real discussion in 2006, and everybody was saying, no, you cannot do it. Wait until your financial markets will develop, and then you'll do it. And now it's almost 20 years, and I think we have been quite successful in terms of inflation, in terms of building the structure. And the lesson here is that, in fact, I think the whole story is vice versa. Your market will never develop unless you have a structured process where you anchor expectations and give a nominal anchor to the economy. So I think this is another pitfall, and you want to avoid. This is, I think, just an excuse because this is something that you need to be brave and go ahead and do it. And I think many central banks have done it, and there is no doubt in this. Another important aspect, which I think was really important, is the balance between the judgment and the model, technical knowledge, and organizational structure. Because, again, I think what is the main struggle, especially in our part of the world, for the Central Bank of Armenia and Armenian culture, for sure, I know this is the case. I suspect for many other countries in this part of the region, it's also the case, is that there is a sort of a perception that for doing a very good policy, you basically need to have the best models in the world. They are going to spit out the best numbers in the world, and that's going to make your policy very, very good. Okay? And in our case, the biggest struggle that we had was basically to switch from this model says environment where we had tons of models and spitting numbers to more narrative-based discussion within the board. This was by far, I think, the most difficult thing for us to do, because at the end of because of this lack of distrust and because we were not very experienced, at the end of the day, when the economist was saying something, board member would ask, okay, what does the model say? Give us the number of the model, because there was more trust in the numbers that the model spit out than on the judgment and analysis of the economists. And I think this is key, that you want to get right in the beginning if you want to do this, because the models are really, really important. And this paper that Doug was saying, they all have these small toy models, and in all the central banks you have these models which are important. But at the end of the day, economists make decisions and they make judgments. So I think this is the other thing which was for us the most difficult thing, thing to do. I think the culmination of all of this was really building the trust. Again, and I want to emphasize this word trust, because this is the most important thing. If you have the trust within the board and the staff, I have no doubt that you will have a good way of going forward. and I think this balance is really, really important. And I want to end my initial discussions with the quote from our board member, David Naapetyan, because at that time, I was the head of the macro department. I think it was 2 years ago. We were just trying out the FPAS Mark II. And again, as I mentioned, initial things that we were investing when going to FPAS Mark II was not the models, was basically the framework, economics. Why do we need to do this, tying to the real life? And so the board was very, very engaged. And I think the game that we saw is also a very good example. I haven't seen many central banks where board members created a game for onboarding. I think it's very impressive. I'm very impressed. And I remember what David said during one of the board meetings 2 years ago. He said, this is the first board meeting, monetary policy meeting, the board basically talked for 1.5 hours about monetary policy meeting without staff intervening. And it was, it maybe sounds too romantic or cheesy, I don't know. But in fact, when I remember, this is correct, because this balance was always tilted. And again, I think this was really important, because I think this was a dual success of the staff and the board, because staff provided all the good analysis that board felt comfortable talking about the monetary policy meeting. And I think this was very, very important. And I will elaborate a bit more if the time allows in terms of why FPAS Mark II is really very, very good in this sense. So these are the key messages that I wanted to talk about. And I think the one last thing I wanted to say, we are now, in terms of the FPAS Mark I, I think DAC has a paper with Philippe Karam, and I don't remember who was the third co-author. Andy Berg, 2006 paper, as far as I remember, where you basically have the, it's the FPAS book, sort of the FPAS book. How do you organize the central bank analytical framework if you want to do FPAS inflation targeting, which we are now doing for FPAS Mark II as well. And I think this is really, really important. One thing I would really advise any central bank, and we are, here to help. If anybody in the central bank in the audience wants to do it, we are happy to engage, to share with our experience. I think this is really important. If you basically take your time and write your own FPAS book for your central bank, because it will help you to crystallize what are the processes, what is your analytical framework, and basically organize a discussion with your board and have a consensus of how you make decisions on monetary policy. I think this is an extremely worthy exercise, which I encourage you all to do. And I'll stop here then.
Okay, so I just want to add a caveat. Please don't go back to that paper and assume that it hasn't changed, okay? Because the world has changed entirely since that 2006 paper. Okay, so I think we can do it much, much better than as it.
Of course, but I think the point is, I agree with 100%, but I think the point is, every central bank has to create their own version of this, because it depends on many things, on their analytical framework, on their organizational structure. But I think this is really, really important to do.
I just came from Prague, where I have two grandchildren, and I wrote a paper there once in a restaurant. I called it the Czech restaurant paper because we wrote it in a Czech restaurant, and it was L. Scott and I. And at that point, it was in the very early days of developing FPAS Mark I framework. So I did it at the Bank of Canada, then moved to the IMF, and then the first people that asked me was the Reserve Bank of New Zealand. So I went there for a week, explained it to them, and then they created the plan for the FPAS, which they launched in 1998. But then, obviously, I was going all over the world to these central banks. And when I got to the Czech National Bank, L. Scott, who had been hired by the Bank of England, came over for the weekend, and we ended up writing this paper. At that point, our mindset was this. It just seems so complicated for most central banks to think about all these different choices that could be made. And in many cases, they might not have good data, or like there would just seem to be an endless number of problems, organizational problems and analytical problems like it. And so what we did in that paper deliberately is to say, do exactly this. And we knew when we said that our colleagues, which of course we were going to send out for them to comment on, we knew they were going to say, you can't be serious, do precisely this. But we said we have to say do precisely this, because nobody seems to be able to do anything because there's too many choices. So when you go back to that paper, I want you to understand that we were trying to get people to move forward, very much like the previous economy. Don't let perfection be the enemy of the good. And I think, with all the mistakes that we made, okay, including the documentation in Burke, Graham, and Lax in 2006. So now I'm talking about going back, to much earlier than that. It still was progress, but now I think you're absolutely right, Armin. We should take stock of where we are now. We tried to do that in the book that I wrote with Maury Upsfeld and Tobias Adrian, called "Advancing the Frontiers" in 2018, just before I left the fund. So go back to that book, but then realize that we had COVID, and now of course we need FPAS Mark II. So if I was going to read anything, I'd read the book that you guys have now successfully launched and so on. So you can go back, but look at the mistakes. Don't make the mistakes. Times have changed. It's 2024. It's not 1994 or 2004. So yes. Okay. So my next question. Yes. Yeah.
May I have a comment before we pass it over to Shalva, probably? Just to give you a sense how, not even difficult, but how transformative this whole process is. I remember Stanley Fischer once said about Bob Solow and the econometric model, I would rather have Bob Solow than econometric model, but I would love to have Bob Solow with econometric model. I think transformation that the board of the central bank has experienced during this couple of years is fundamental, because people come from different backgrounds. Some of them are not macroeconomists, some of them are macroeconomists, some of them are more technical, the others are not so technical. But this essence and understanding that we need to talk economics, and then we are one body which is responsible for monetary policy making in this country, from my perspective, gives an opportunity for everyone to grow. And the growth is exponential from what I see. I think it's not only the outcome, but the process itself is very important, because there is a whole series of transformation among the board members, among the relationships between staff and the board. And then if you take two extremes, one would be depending solely on what model says, the second one will be discretion. I think there should be a right balance, and coming to the right balance, board and the staff together does make the whole difference in this whole process. So just wanted to mention how transformative is for us from my perspective.
So Shelva, did you have anything else to add on Mark I? Because I think then we can transition into the next question. What precisely is wrong in those papers, which other people are still copying at this point. And the big thing obviously is linearity and not dealing adequately with uncertainty. So Shelva, do you want to,
yes, maybe, yes, thank you for great comments. I want to just add this clarification that the Armin raised. This is indeed very good point, that sometimes it's not very clear what's the distinction between non-FPAS and FPAS. because FPAS central banks use models and non-FPAS central banks also use models, and the distinction may not seem very clear. But the distinction is for which purpose we are using models. So the models are useful because this is a technical tool that helps us to draw lines about things that's important for us to communicate, so that like unobserved variables like output gap, this kind of variables, we need some tool to help us in trying to communicate like a numerical estimates of these. This is like a calculator we use for drawing lines. There is also this benefit of using models that they structure discussions. So that's another reason why we use models, and also it's somehow constraining the area of policy choices, so that they anchor the discussion what should be done, just like simple rules of yesterday that Athanasius often discussed. So the models help us in this kind of structure and discussions, but the key distinction is what kind of question we are trying to answer. And for example, if Bank of England is using their models to forecast what inflation will be, under the assumption that the central bank, doesn't do anything, that's different usage of models than what FPAS central banks would use models for. For FPAS central banks, the key starting point of using models is to answer those three questions that we have listed. And above them all, for me, is answering the question of what us, the policymakers or central banks, should do to achieve our objectives. So that the reason why we use models, to what end we're trying to achieve using these means, that's the difference between non-FPAS and FPAS. The Central Bank of Georgia has gone through this, we had a similar experience, similar to our Armenian colleagues. Before we switched to inflation targeting, which was a bit later in 2009, we did have some econometric models, and some inflation forecast was done, and so on. But the policy decision was in no way linked, not in a systematic way linked to these forecasts, and not much discussion has been about how policy instruments should be used in the medium term to achieve our objectives. So that's by definition means less transparency and less accountability about your decisions in the future. So that's by definition why we think that that's not the way to do monetary policy. And instead, we switched to this FPAS Mark I, implementing of which was done with very big help from Doug and IMF team. For now, we still stick with this FPAS Mark I, which we think helped us in improving efficiency and transparency and accountability, because exactly of the way we use those models. The way we use it to answer this key question of how we should be doing policy, how, in which direction, and by how much we should be changing our policy instruments to achieve our objectives. So, for example, communicating a policy rate path, that has been a key part of answering these questions, having these three ingredients of FPAS, that also helps in terms of accountability and transparency. What one may argue where this FPAS Mark I can lack is this scenario analysis, and most importantly, this least regrets policies. So, Doug, maybe you can take over from this, and let's discuss this distinction between Mark I and Mark II.
Yes. So, maybe starting with the first working paper, the folly in baselines and local approximations, or
okay. Okay, maybe so I'll let Shalva go on the differences between FPAS Mark I and Mark II. But I think the basically, if I sort of switch gears and try to emphasize what are the sort of key things that we missed in FPAS Mark I in terms of the analytical frameworks. I think obviously the very first thing is, of course, the assumption of linearities, this was the key thing that we didn't pay so much attention to. And here again, I want to be very precise in what I'm saying, because so I'm not advocating going and creating very big, non-comprehensible, non-linear models. Okay, this is not what I'm saying. It is always good to think about non-linear models, to do it in a structured way. But again, I want to differentiate between what Doug was saying, basically DSG models and DSG economics. I think what is really important is really understanding that the world is non-linear, and the term dark corners, which Olivier Blanchard has talked about, is really about these non-linearities. This is the places where you don't want to get near to. Okay, and the whole beauty of this scenario analysis is basically giving you the opportunity to think about these places where you don't want to go, and then think about the policy in this sense. But I think in the FPAS Mark I world, I think there was not too much attention to this kind of things. Basically, there was, I think this is because of having this, the baseline forecast. It was always, even though we deliberately wanted not to say forecast, we always use scenarios worth projection, but it was always sort of pushing us to do some kind of a, prediction exercise. I think this was the key thing that in FPAS Mark I was a problem. Second, and in this manner, I think one of the key non-linearities is really the credibility component of our frameworks, because we have been thinking about the credibility for a long time. Again, I think that the first paper on credibility was 2003 paper. I remember we have been working on this in Armenia in 2011-12. I remember doing this for India. We did it together for India in 2014. So the credibility was always something which we were talking about, basically, again. And the reason we were doing it, because I think what was the important aspect for us, that we were always working with emerging markets, developing countries. So it was obvious that credibility is really, really important. And we wanted to talk about this, because in there, the real value added of having credibility was that it basically gives a very clear message. If you are late in your monthly policy response, you are going to pay the cost. Okay, this is the key message of credibility. Okay, so if you tie this together with the dark corner story, this is actually, these two non-linearities are going to kill you or hurt you very, very in a very, very big way. Now, what we have learned after COVID, we sort of knew this, but I think nobody was thinking about this for a long time, that this is actually very important, not only for the developing markets, but also for the advanced countries. Because we saw very, very clearly that, even the most advanced countries in the world, they can lose credibility. In fact, they lost credibility. And because they haven't been thinking about these non-linearities, I think they are now paying the cost of not thinking about the non-linearities. I think this is the second key thing that we basically we learned, and I think now it's much easier to make the case, because if before we always had to struggle because we were talking about developing countries, and usually most of the world thinks, you don't, it's just your problem, it's not important. Now it's important for everybody, and it's basically the mainstream dialogue right now. I'll stop here. There is one issue which is really important for countries which want to go to the inflation targeting and have the FPAS, which is of course the elephant in the room, which is the exchange rate. But I'll talk about it at the end.
Okay, so just to respond a little bit to try to put this all into context with regard to the analytical framework and so on. So first point, which I think Armin emphasized, but I want to emphasize further, we don't think about writing down some model and estimating it and it telling us what the answer is. Okay, that's a problem, because when people study that approach to doing modeling in academia, we obviously have to teach them that we have much higher standards than those kinds of standards. So that's really important. Second thing is in academia, tractability is what it's all about. And so when you run into things like non-linearities, that's not going to be something that you're going to be incentivized to do in academia, where you have to write tight little papers, get them published to get tenure. So you have to understand that in academia, they have completely different interests than what we do as policy modelers. So let me just tell you how ridiculous it is if you take that tractability to the limit, both in terms of policy and econometric methodology. So Jacob Frankel, one of the people that gave us advice early on in the process, described what we call the quadratic linear model. Okay, so this classifies most of academic work where the objective function of monetary policy is quadratic and the economy is linear. So QL, quadratic linear model. Quadratic means that you try to stay away from big variance, because when you square things, they get bigger. You want to stay away. That's policy. Okay, the objective function of policy in the QL model. The economy is linear. Okay, now Jacob Frankel described it better, I think. Well, not quite, because one of the summer interns last year made it even better. But the way Jacob Frankel described it is that if the world is linear, it's like you're driving down a road. It's perfectly straight. Okay, you could be looking out the rear view mirror and going as fast as you want. And of course, it doesn't really matter because there's no real cliffs, there's no real costs in terms of the economy. And so that when you think about that, how silly that is, but it does give rise to really nice first order conditions that you can then plug in and do all kinds of things that just aren't consistent with reality. The real world is like Archam, Hasmick's student last summer. She said, you want to think about it as this road, this winding road that's coming up to the DILIJAN Training and Research Center. If you were to assume that the road was linear, he said you might end up in the hospital or worse. So in the real world, we have to worry about cliffs. We have to worry about dealing with avoiding what Olivier Blanchard calls dark corners. So that's an example where any analytical work, that focuses on tractability, like the quadratic linear model does, policy is not interesting in that world. Okay, certainty equivalence holes. Bob Tetlow is going to be talking about this afternoon. It's you never take out an insurance if the world is linear. So the prudent risk management approach to monetary policy has to be not linear. Okay, it has to include real pain, like cliffs and things, bad things that could happen to you if you don't do the correct policy. So that's the obvious bias in academic work and in work to publish. Okay, and that academic stuff is infecting policymaking institutions, I would argue, because there's just when you look at research in policymaking institutions, it's too much QL, okay, and not enough emphasis on nonlinear models. So I want to emphasize that's the problem in terms of policy in academic work principally. The other problem, of course, is the econometric methodology. Once you linearize, it makes everything super simple. And of course, you have a toolbox where you can decompose everything, compute what unobservable variables are, like shocks or measures of potential output, or so that world of linearity makes things a lot simpler. And that's why we haven't thrown away those models. So we develop them. Why would we throw them away? So we continue to do that kind of empirical research that has linearity. But of course, we try to train the economists to look at those models, as any model, as a critical thinker, recognizing what the problems would be if you did assume linearity. And of course, then thinking, are there some simple tricks that we can use to try to capture the idea of nonlinear thinking, but still having the power of Kalman filtering and so on. So you're going to see that kind of stuff in our research and so on. So we have to deal with those kind of biases, you know, when people are taught in academia with those kinds of objectives. And that's, of course, why we have to provide training to people so that they can make the transition from academic work to policy modeling. Armin, Shelva, I want to ask this question. If you were starting from scratch and you were a non-FPAS central bank, and you said, okay, well, obviously we want to have FPAS Mark II, would you jump straight to Mark II, or would you try to transition through Mark I? So Shelva, we'll give you the first stab at that question, and then maybe Armin can take the second stab at it.
Okay, thanks, Doug. I think the answer is that like it's possible to jump straight to Mark II because even within FPAS Mark I, we've been emphasizing capacity of economists from the beginning. And that's the key part of either Mark I or Mark II, especially Mark II, where we, as you rightly mentioned, need to take account of nonlinearities. That's where the role of economist is strengthened even further. So as long as we are spending time on capacity building, and that definitely takes time, if we spend sufficient time on capacity development, that's the key obstacle in adopting not only Mark I, but especially Mark II. If we deal with this capacity building issue, then I think it is possible, both technically as well as in more like a governance sense, to adopt to incorporate this least regrets policy into our FPAS systems. And incorporating these least regrets policies, of course, again, is tightly linked to having understanding of nonlinearities, because it's usually nonlinearities that explain least regrets policies. It's emphasizing some particular nonlinearity, like either effective lower bound, or like increasing dollarization, or risk premiums jumping up, and so on. These kind of nonlinearities explain why we may be particularly afraid of one particular scenario that incorporates this nonlinearity. So technically, incorporating nonlinearities requires a capacity of economists, because they need to understand the implications of nonlinearities and how they play out in the big picture. And usually, no model is good enough to capture everything. So that's why the importance of economists is even strengthened in Mark II. So as long as we take care of this part, then this communicating within the central bank as well as outside of central bank, communicating these least regrets policies and with based on the understanding these nonlinearities becomes feasible. And that's why, as long as we take care of our capacity building challenge, then it's possible to jump to Mark II if that's the end aim of this transition process. So let me also contribute on the like advantages of Mark II, how I think so to take a step on this. I totally agree about nonlinearity part. That's a very important motivation to, in a sense, to have a fresh start, to re-emphasize nonlinearities. We do have some nonlinearities in our model, even within FPAS Mark I. but that's something that as of now seems more of a technical issue that like modelers understand. But having this kind of a kickstarting this whole process based on nonlinear, emphasizing nonlinearities is a good fresh start to emphasize these not only within our models but within policy discussions as well, so that they become part of policy deliberations, which I think is the important part where it's lacking so far. Another like a benefit of Mark II to me is somehow giving, and this is also what you have emphasized and Armen mentioned about credibility. And I also want to add this agility part, so that when central bank is agile enough to change direction of policy in line with new perceptions of risks or new risks arising, that's also important to be more agile. Of course, this kind of flexibility is something that central banks, even FPAS Mark I central banks already have. Like technically, we can change course at any time. But still, this is having this most likely scenario communicated 1 quarter before is, if not explicitly, at least implicitly, forcing central banks to move much slower to get away from previous baselines much more slower than with Mark II central bank, than how fast Mark II central bank would deviate from previous baseline. And the third point, I think, which has not been emphasized well enough, I think is one benefit of Mark II is when central banks communicate a couple of risk scenarios and not call either a baseline, that also can help in financial market to extract information from the economy and produce a better market expectation of policy rate. And let me give you like a one extreme example. Imagine a central bank that has committed to some specific policy rate path, and that commitment is credible. Then there is no reason for financial market analysts, for banks or other participants of financial market to extract, to do this costly extraction of information from the economy to understand how the policy rate will change, because it's given by the central bank. There's no way to somehow acquire information from the real economy, from their borrowers, from their depositors, from their clients. But when they have to think about how policy rate will be changed without a baseline scenario from the central bank, they are forced to do this information acquiring. And they may have some idea of how much demand is going to evolve, because they have some idea about demand for credit. They have some idea about the prices of their clients, companies, and so on. When they have this kind of idea, they aggregate this information into financial market variables like yields. That gives us market reference or a market expectation of policy rate path that aggregates this dispersed micro level information better. And that kind of a better aggregation of information can also be helpful, not only for financial markets to predict central bank decisions, but for central bank themselves to have an idea of this kind of information from the economy, so that that also can help in terms of being more agile and then giving early signals on to which direction we should be changing our policy rate. So this is like advantages, the way I see. Of course, there are some challenges. One challenge has been emphasized yesterday in terms of communication, how to communicate when central banks don't provide baseline. That can be a challenge, because there is a demand for baseline, whatever that means, from either journalists or politicians. That has been emphasized yesterday. But there are also some kind of technical demands for baselines, like, for instance, this like international financial reporting standard, IFRS 9, we need some kind of to have idea about the expected credit loss, which is sometimes usually based on baseline scenarios and so on. There is a demand for it, and how to satisfy this demand is a challenge. One way is to have this market reference that can help. Whether this will be sufficient or not, that's not clear to me. One hope that I have is that the market reference itself is also somehow endogenous, maybe not in a very rational way, but still, if market expectation of policy rate is correct in a sense that it incorporates policymakers' preferences and risk perceptions correctly, then we will all, simply be following market reference after HMPC, so that there's no much confusion there. If market does not incorporate policymakers' preferences or risk perceptions at this moment, then that's exactly the time we need to explicitly show how policymakers differ relative to market reference. So having these kind of different scenarios against market reference can help in telling the market that you have to adjust your expectations in this way, and that can actually strengthen policy rate transmission and make achieving our objectives easier. And the last point, last challenge that is to be dealt with, and maybe you can contribute on this. How do we deal with this kind of more political economy side challenges? For instance, when we don't have baseline and it's all about coming up with risk scenarios, it can incentivize coming up with the particular risk scenario that simply justifies one's own preference, one's own view, and even if that can be like a suboptimal from like a technical or technocratic point of view. Like in general, this kind of a governance or political economy issue can be a challenge. The one way to address it, in my view, is to have a staff that has this leading role in identifying key risks like a case A and case B. And as far as I understand, that's how you approach this as well. And also, this communication also is putting some constraints. It's not a full discretion either. So that when we have to explain, that also puts kind of constraint on these decisions.
So thank you very much. So we'll move on to the next question, which I asked Charles Goodhart yesterday as well, which is, can the central banks in the advanced economies learn from the experiences? So I just want to go back to 1990 when New Zealand adopted inflation targeting, did not have an FPAS, okay, and then worked years to develop one and finally published it in 1998. So 8 years after they were actually flying without an FPAS, and they didn't like that experience very much because they didn't feel like that they had an organized process for thinking about the economy with these three essential ingredients. So my next question, and maybe Shalva can take the first stab at it, is what can advanced economy central banks like the United States or the United Kingdom, what can they learn better from these frameworks? So maybe you can lead off, and then Armin can carry on.
Thanks. So it's like when we look at the distinction between non-FPAS and FPAS, we see that this distinction is, as we emphasized, is mainly on how we structure our thinking and what kind of question we want to ask and what kind of question we want to have answer to, not only internally but externally as well. And that question is how we should be using our instruments throughout the like a policy relevant horizon to achieve our target. And why this has been useful? This has been useful because it helps us in improving transmission to the real economy, because it's all about like communicating your policy intentions or policy path that's relevant for the real economy. And when like a situation changes, then this expected policy rate path should also change. And the best way for this to achieve is not like unconventional forward guidance, like committing to some interest rate based on a date or based on some specific threshold on either unemployment or any other variable. Having this like a conditional forward guidance is important, and that's one important part that I think that even advanced economies can incorporate. Something that has been incorporated in small open economies like Czech National Bank, for instance, and something that we also tried to follow in Georgia as well as in Armenia, I think. And this is something that we, like advanced economies, can use to explicitly switch to having this forward guidance that's conditional, and whether this will be within baseline versus alternative, that's FPAS Mark I, or whether it's case A or case B scenarios, which is in Mark. That's the key part where they what they can incorporate into their systems that can be useful.
Okay, so one of the questions that Larry Summers asked us back in July when he gave us feedback on this was, we were using the United States, and that was a brilliant decision, I might add, as a testing ground for testing, like for creating models and simulating the process about how Mark II would actually work. And so when we explained it to Larry, we explained it in that context about how we would be doing it in the US. And the question that he asked to us is, it makes perfectly sense now, made perfect sense in the summer of 2021. But what if you went back in history and considered some really interesting times? How would it have been helpful to have FPAS Mark II? And so we're going to be touching on that in the session with Larry Summers later in the day. But just to compare the U.S. versus the UK, the U.S. has been doing all this Mark II work on the board level. They've only been publishing it with a 5-year lag, and so it's fully documented that they are ready to go to move to Mark II. In fact, in the June minutes, the language that they use, they're starting to put more emphasis on the work of the staff at the board. They referred to 2 scenarios that looked exactly like our scenarios, and they described those 2 scenarios as being kind of equally likely. One maybe just a bit more likely than the other scenario. That was the view of the staff. Now, we don't do that. What we do is we provide the 2 scenarios, and we let the policymakers decide which one is more likely, or the other, and so on. So what the point I'm trying to say is that the Fed is ready to move to Mark II. Instead of having a 5-year lag in terms of publishing all their scenarios and so on, they'd have to publish them right away. It's as simple as that. The policy advice doesn't change any way whatsoever. Then when I first evaluated the Fed framework when it was at the IMF, saying they simply just have to do a lot of the things that have already been done in these central banks that have pretty well established forecasting and policy analysis systems. Bank of England's different, okay? They are a non-FPAS central bank. They haven't really made any effort to move in this dimension, to move in this area that's consistent with sort of FPAS Mark I principles. Now, when you look at the Bank of England and understand the history of the institution, it's very, very important to understand that when they first started doing inflation targeting, it was the Chancellor of the Exchequer that was running monetary policy. It wasn't the Bank of England. The word inflation report was simply the Bank of England writing a report on inflation. And so there was a lot of kind of terminology that we took from the Bank of England that was about a very specific implementation of inflation targeting that did not emphasize the principles that we would emphasize in FPAS Mark I. FPAS Mark I was built based on the experiences of the 1970s. So a very fundamental principle in our analytical framework is that you can't solve the model with a constant interest rate or even with the market interest rates. So for example, the practice that the Bank of England does by producing a forecast, say during COVID, their constant interest rate, was like 1%. Inflation was in the double digits, but then inflation returned back to the target. Our analytical framework would say that's illegal, that you shouldn't be allowed to do that, because the fundamental principle that we want in the analytical framework is that you have to adjust the instruments sufficiently aggressively to provide an anchor for inflation and inflation expectations. The other important thing about that is that sort of lessons from the 1970s, obviously measuring the NARU and figuring out a methodology for dealing with risks of long-term inflation expectations ratcheting up and so on. But another fundamental thing is that things like shocks to commodity prices, like food prices and energy prices, those are proximate causes of inflation. And Governor Galstian emphasized that in his speech, that ultimately it's the responsibility of monetary policy, and you have to have that built into your analytical framework. So it's very, very important. Now what happened in the United Kingdom? So they were actually quite successful. And now I'm not talking about the Bank of England, but the Chancellor of the Exchequer, because they were running monetary policy. They were quite successful in kind of keeping inflation in this range. But long-term inflation expectations were always above the upper band of that range. And so now I'm talking about 1997. So after practicing this for 6 or 7 years, when they looked at the experiences of New Zealand and the Bank of Canada, they were already making progress anchoring long-term inflation expectations. So the Chancellor of the Exchequer, looking at the evidence at that point, which I would say did not strongly point to central bank independence. Today, it points extremely strongly to central bank independence. But at that point, the Chancellor of the Exchequer decided to do 3 things. 1, to give the central bank, the Bank of England, a point target, not a range. 2, to give them instrument independence. And 3, to create the Monetary Policy Committee. On that day in May of 1997, financial markets, this is a Lucas critique, long-term inflation expectations fell in line with central bank independence being very, very important. But more importantly, within 6 to 9 months, this is all documented in our 2018 book that reviews the experiences of these frameworks. Within 6 to 9 months, long-term inflation expectations fell to the target. And subsequent work by Andy Levin and co-authors that took the yield curve and broke it into inflation expectations and real interest rates went on to show that information that increased short-term inflation expectations no longer affected long-term inflation expectations. So it became pretty anchored to the point target of 2%. But in addition to that, it never moved in response to information that moved short-term. And he found that in the United States, that wasn't the case. And that was part of the motivation. Now, of course, the major motivation was that they were in the global financial crisis, And they realized that if they were stimulating a lot, that they better tell people that if they overshoot, that they actually have a numerical target. So that was the motivation for the Fed finally coming up with a numerical target for inflation. So I say that because right now Ben Bernanke is reviewing the Bank of England framework, and it seems like it's pretty simple. Jump to FPAS Mark II. That would be the probably the easiest solution. It would take time to develop that framework, probably 2 years or so. But why do it? Just look at their monetary policy report. We were talking about non-traded sticky price inflation, that's an important part of our analytical framework. The best proxy in their monetary policy report is services inflation, which hasn't been coming down. It is very elevated, above 6%, and in fact has been moving up. And so this, is like a major problem, because if this is a better measure of the inflation premium that is built in wage and price setting agreements, that would be problematic. But there's an even bigger problem, because if we go to the next slide, we can see, go to the next one. Next one. So this is what I was referring to. Okay, so the chart on the right-hand side, you can see the range for the inflation target, and you can see long-term inflation expectations as the blue line. So you see there was a big gap. Long-term inflation expectations were, between 4% and 5%. They introduced the new framework that stresses central bank independence and the well-defined point target, as well as creating the Monetary Policy Committee. And you can see now that long-term inflation expectations are becoming anchored. So it's 2.5%. What's really worrisome is on the left-hand side. These are again long-term inflation expectations from financial markets, and they're back up to 4%. And so, this is a problem, and there's actually, I think, a simple solution to it. Mark II, number one, and of course, that is going to require a big investment. Most central banks that developed Mark I, it took them at least 2 to 3 years to not only develop the analytical framework, but also to develop the internal processes in the institution and so on. So all that would need to be worked out, and it would take time. So if Armin, any final?
Yeah, one final thing, being mindful of the time. In terms of the jumping to the FPAS Mark II recommendations, the challenges, I think obviously everybody in this room understands that the biggest challenge in terms of decision is, of course, the communication challenge. So Charles Coulthard is absolutely right that this is going to be the biggest challenge, and I don't think anybody is naive not to accept it. I think it's the important thing. But the point is that if you want to do the right thing, that's a struggle, and this is our job. And I think in that sense, there are two challenges which we have to tackle. Number one, in terms of communication, we have to convince that it is not basically giving less, but this is actually giving more to the markets, because we give them the full story. In both cases, we give them much better understanding of the decisions which are made. So it's not giving less, because I think we never want to give an impression that we're switching this because we want to avoid the responsibility of, being responsible for our decisions, right? Because, you could interpret that these guys cannot forecast. That's why they just want to avoid the responsibility. I think this is not the case. We'll make the point later on as well that this is actually giving more than less. And then the second, the most important challenge I think we have to tackle is exactly what Athanasius was talking about yesterday, and John Taylor was talking about this basically. We want to make sure this is not perceived as a discretion, because this is exactly opposite of discretion, because this is, again, we want to explain why are we doing this. I think these are the key challenges. And I think the reason I was saying that, the reason I was saying that this is the right thing to do is because, see, when you go to a doctor, and I'm not talking about the simple situations where everything is certain, you have a simple flu or something like that. But if you have a, something which is serious, doctors never tell you what's going to happen with you. They are good doctors, I think. They are candid with you, and they tell you what are the possibilities, and so you can take your decisions. I think this is the I think this is the analogy that I like to talk about, because I think it's our responsibility to give the public the important information set and analysis so they can make their decisions. Okay. And this is the really important. Again, the communication challenge is going to be the biggest one. And the last thing that I wanted to say, we had a bit of an exchange with Charles Guttard yesterday about the baseline. But the point I wanted to make, try and exercise. I was doing it yesterday the whole time after he asked the question. Go home and try to define what does a baseline forecast mean for you. Like, how would you actually define a baseline? After I thought about it, really, the answer that I came to is the only thing that makes the baseline is just that we call it a baseline. There is nothing more inherent. It's just because we publish and call it a baseline. That's why it's a baseline. It's not more probable. It's not more important than other lines. The only thing which makes it a baseline is because we publish it. If anybody else can come up with a better definition, I'm happy to hear it. But so given that, I think this is basically a bit of a piece that we all created together. And I think I like to think with the doctor analogy, we have to cure this in terms of, being candid in our policy. I'll stop here. Sorry for being too metaphysical at the end, but I thought it's important to mention.
Okay, so Shelva, Armin, thank you very much for the session. And so we'll close this and have a quick coffee and then come back for King Su's keynote.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's my great honor to introduce King Song Yoon, who's the advisor of Governor Ri at the Bank of Korea. I also had the pleasure of writing a paper with Governor Ri for Jackson Hole 2 years ago. And so King Soo is going to take us through the current debate inside the Bank of Korea, as well as his own views about scenarios-based forward guidance. So please, King Soo.
Yes. Thank you very much for your introduction. So, so let me get started. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, it is with great honor and privilege that I stand before you today at this prestigious international symposium. I am here to congratulate the launch of the Central Bank of Armenia's Frontier Prudential Risk Management Policy Framework, known as FPAS Mark II, and also to learn from the experienced participants in this area. I extend my deepest gratitude to Governor Galistian, board members, and the CBA staff and DOG for providing me with this invaluable opportunity to share the experiences and insights of the Bank of Korea within the context of this exploratory framework. I would like to note that Bank of Korea's journey with the forward guidance is still in its formative stages, having gained momentum since Governor Ri assumed office in April 2022. Therefore, my remarks today will be somewhat circumscribed, focusing on our ongoing discussions and the debates in this new era of a monetary policy framework. Furthermore, I wish to clarify that the perspectives I share today are my own and do not necessarily reflect the official stance or views of the Bank of Korea or its monetary policy board. So in this opening slide, I'll provide my own overview of the Central Bank of Armenia's innovative monetary policy framework before exploring the Bank of Korea's efforts to integrate forward guidance into our monetary policy framework. I resonate with the philosophy underpinning the risk management approach to monetary policy, as highlighted in the forthcoming book, Prudential Risk Management Approach to Monetary Policy, Theory and Practice of FPAS Mark II at the CBA. This concept is not entirely novel. Central banks globally aim to avoid so-called dark corners and fulfill their mandates effectively, functioning akin to risk managers for their economies. To the best of my knowledge, the CBA is the pioneer in fully incorporating all aspects of FPAS Mark II. A notable distinction of the CBA's approach for me is its adoption of 2 to 3 scenarios without a baseline. This approach addresses the public's tendency to interpret the baseline paths of future monetary policy as commitments rather than as conditional guidance. I concur with the perspective that we must acknowledge the inherent uncertainty in our economic forecast. Frankel, Rajan, and Weber in a recent Project Syndicate article advocate for a humble approach to central banking. They argue that central banks should be more realistic about their forecasting abilities, especially in the face of fluctuating inflation. I align with the notion that central banks must elucidate the uncertainty surrounding their forecast, enabling economic agents to prepare for various potential outcomes. The CBA's approach as a relatively new central bank in a transition economy offers a unique opportunity to establish cutting-edge framework. This mirrors Korea's rapid ascension to advanced economic status through quick catch-up efforts by entrepreneurs as well as well-planned government support. The CBA's journey, therefore, is not merely about catching up, it's about leading the way, providing an exemplary model for other emerging market economies and the transition economies. However, the multiple scenario-based approach also presents challenges. Economic agents, including businesses and government, require clear future paths of key economic variables for effective planning. The potential for several equally plausible paths could lead to criticism of the central bank's effectiveness or cause confusion. In terms of analytical framework, a comprehensive suite of models is essential for guidance, akin to a North Star in navigating the open sea. The BOK is steadfast in enhancing our modeling capabilities, minimizing forecast errors, and improving communication transparency. We plan to transition from semi-annual to quarterly data forecast, including key economic variables such as CPI inflation, core CPI inflation, unemployment rates, and also GDP growth rates. However, we currently do not publish the endogenous policy rate as considering the volatility and the speculative risks in a small open economy with a fully floating exchange rate system. Recent efforts to enhance the forecasting of key economic indicators have involved leveraging big data, AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. We are integrating explainable AI, so-called XAI, is intuitively interpret and visualize the impact of new data sets on real-time forecast updates. In 2022, we developed a GDP nowcasting model using machine learning techniques, especially long short-term memory, complementing our dynamic vector model. In 2023, we introduced a machine learning-based inflation forecasting model that processes both structured and unstructured data in real time. While many central banks are adopting these advanced techniques to tackle the non-linearity in economic variable relationships, these technologies have also limitations, such as the black box nature, which can be challenging to fully comprehend. On the human capital front, I endorse the dynamic learning environment proposed in CBA's upcoming monetary policy strategy book, since it's challenging for our central bank to recruit individuals fully trained in specific areas like modeling or the burgeoning field of AI. Step development through specialized programs, collaborative work, and open discussions is vital. At the Bank of Korea, Governor Lee has initiated a weekly forum to discuss current issues in domestic and international financial markets, along with early stage research projects. Initially led by the governor and now by the chief economist, this forum fosters productive discussions, mutual learning, and improved outcomes. We've also developed training programs and utilized international meetings like this event in the CBA as platforms for learning from global experts. I have personally gained valuable insights from Doug and his team on the subject of this event. Transparency and accountability are paramount in modern central banking. They are fundamental to building a central bank's credibility, which in turn significantly contributes to fulfilling mandates more effectively and at lower cost. While the Bank of Korea's transparency score, as assessed by Doug using the FPAS framework, is comparatively lower than the CBA's, even before the FPAS Mark II launch this year. Our ranking under Dean's Ike Green Gerard's Transparency Index is relatively high, standing 15th among 112 central banks worldwide. However, we are not complacent and continue to enhance transparency through clearer communication, including our ongoing process of adopting board guidance. On this slide, I focus on the Bank of Korea's gradual adoption of board guidance, aligning closely with the motivations behind the CBA's new monetary policy framework. Before we delve into the specifics, let's explore the concept of board guidance as practiced by other central banks. What exactly are board guidance? The definitions provided by Woodford and Bernanke are widely accepted in central bank community. Woodford describes board guidance as explicit statements by a central bank regarding the outlook of future policy. Bernanke echoes this, defining it as a communication strategy about how monetary policymakers anticipate economic and policy development. As categorized Blind, Oman, Fletcher, Hahn, and Jensen in their 2008 Journal of Economic Literature article, board guidance takes two primary forms, quantitative and qualitative. Quantitative board guidance involves a central bank publishing numerical tests for its future policy rates, closely tied to macroeconomic forecast. On the other hand, qualitative board guidance employs specific wording to indicate the direction of monetary policy in official statements. Notably, esteemed economists such as Mishkin and Goodhart, who was a guest yesterday, have expressed reservations about announcing policy rate paths, concerned that such communications might be misconstrued as commitments. Despite these concerns, several central banks, including the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, Central Bank of Norway, and the Riksbank, Bank of Israel, Czech National Bank, and the Federal Reserve, currently offer quantitative board guidance. This approach, adopted by 6 of these institutions, aims to enhance policy transparency and shape public expectations within an inflation targeting regime. The Federal Reserve, while not strictly on inflation targeting central banks due to its dual mandates, also utilizes board guidance for greater transparency and as an accommodation tool. In contrast, institutions like the Bank of England and the European Central Bank, as we talked a lot, provide qualitative board guidance, outlining future policy directions or stances conditional on economic indicators or specific dates. Over the next 4 slides, we will examine the quantitative board guidance practices of several central banks in a bit greater detail, it's important to note that CBA's new framework falls under the category of quantitative forward guidance. So on this slide, we examine the forward guidance approaches of the Reserve Bank of New Zealand and the Bank of England, highlighting their contrasting methodologies. On the left-hand side, we have the Reserve Bank of New Zealand, a pioneer in this arena. They offer projections of their quarterly average policy rates for the next 3 years. This information is updated 4 times per year, despite holding 7 decision meetings annually. To address uncertainties, they are prepared to present alternative paths. They have successfully implemented this strategy since June 1997, making them the first in the world to adopt such an approach. In contrast, the Bank of England adopts a different methodology. Instead of providing a policy rate path, they forecast key macroeconomic variables over a 3-year horizon, factoring in constant interest rates or aligning with market interest rate expectations. This approach reflects their focus on broader economic trends rather than specific policy rate trajectories. So moving to this slide, we focus on Riksbank, Sweden's central banks, and their approach to forward guidance. Riksbank provides forecasts of quarterly average interest rates over a 3-year period, aligning these updates with each of their monetary policy decision meetings, which occur 5 times a year. Additionally, they are equipped to offer alternative scenario paths when necessary to accommodate uncertainties. This practice of forward guidance was initiated by the Riksbank in February 2007, marking their commitment to transparency and forward-looking monetary policy. On this slide, we delve into the forward guidance model employed by Czech National Bank. They project the trajectory of quarterly short-term interest rates, especially the 3-month PRIBOR, which closely tracks their policy rates to week RP rates over a 2-year period, including the current year. These projections are updated and 4 times a year, aligned with their 8 policy decision meetings. The Czech National Bank began this practice in January 2008. To factor in uncertainty, they use trend charts and provide clear alternative scenarios, ensuring a comprehensive and transparent approach to monetary policy communication. Now we turn our attention to the Federal Reserve's distinctive approach to quantitative forward guidance, commonly known as dot plot system. The Federal Reserve diverges from the method employed by central banks previously discussed. Their forward guidance utilizes a unique visualization tool called dot plot, which extends over a 3 to 4 year period, including the current year. In these dot plots, each dot represents the appropriate policy rate at year end or for the long term, as projected by an individual member of the Federal Open Market Committee. This method allows for the depiction of a range of policy rate expectations within the committee. The Fed updates these dot plots 4 times a year, coinciding with half of their 8 scheduled meetings annually. A key aspect of this system is the incorporation of confidence interval around the median project value, providing a clear visual representation of the uncertainties and the risks associated with these policy rate projections. This innovative approach to forward guidance was introduced by the Fed in January 2012, it stands as a testament to the evolving nature of central bank communication strategies, offering a transparent and nuanced insights into the policy rate expectations of one of the world's most influential central banks. These slides illustrate the diversity in forward guidance approach across different central banks, each adapting the concept to suit their unique economic context and policy objectives. Here, we delve into the motivations and strategies underpinning the Bank of Korea's approach to forward guidance, comparing it with other central banks' practices. The primary motivation for the Bank of Korea's forward guidance strategy aligns closely with that of other forward guidance central banks, namely to enhance transparency and accountability in monetary policy. This approach is also educated in the Jackson Hole paper by Doug and Bank of Korea's Governor Lee, particularly emphasize its suitability for emerging markets. Conventional forward guidance involves comprehensive forecasts of macroeconomic variables accompanied by an endogenous interest rate path aligned with central bank's objectives. This approach is consistent with the new framework adopted by the CBA. In contrast, unconventional forward guidance is qualitative and often based on specific dates or thresholds for policy adjustments. Examples include the Federal Reserve's past phrases like lower for longer and at least as long as the unemployment rate remains above 6.5%, while effective in certain contexts, such as lowering long-term interest rates at the zero lower bound. Unconventional forward guidance has its drawbacks. This includes challenges in communicating the conditionality and the time horizon of the guidance. The risk of oversimplification, which may not accurately reflect rapidly changing economic environment. Furthermore, unconventional forward guidance can make it challenging for central banks to pivot in response to uncertainty, potentially leading to criticisms of lagging behind economic shifts as observed during the high inflation period of 2022. For emerging markets, the challenges are even more pronounced due to great inherent uncertainties and factors such as lower central bank credibility and the concerns about fiscal dominance. These economies are more vulnerable to speculative attacks on their currencies if unconventional policies do not align with economic fundamentals. Thus, unconventional forward guidance is less suited for emerging markets, particularly those with non-convertible currencies. The Bank of Korea, under Governor Lee's leadership since April 2022, has been gradually adopting conventional forward guidance. Historically, the Bank of Korea preferred a strategy of strategic ambiguity in its policy direction. Even in our official statements post-debate, we limited ourselves to qualitative remarks such as the board sees a continued rate hikes as warranted. More detailed guidance was reserved for press conferences, where we would specify expectations like gradual 25 basis points increases will be appropriate for some time, as long as inflation paths remain as currently presumed. This strategy was intended to provide the Bank of Korea with flexibility regarding future policy paths while offering the market a minimal level of forward guidance. In summary, the BOK's evolving approach to forward guidance reflects a balance between the need for transparency and the flexibility to respond to dynamic economic conditions, particularly relevant for a small, open, emerging market like Korea. So on this slide, I focus on the specific nature of the Bank of Korea's current forward guidance and challenges inherent in its communication strategy. The Bank of Korea's approach to forward guidance deviates from conventional models such as dot plots or endogenous policy rate paths. This divergence means that our approach may not align with traditional international understanding of forward guidance. This distinction is from our historically constrained communication strategy. Given Korea's status as a small open economy, subject to various uncontrollable external factors, both the pace and the extent of a transition to a more transparent communication strategy require careful consideration. This leads to providing a limited information on future policy paths. Despite its relatively unstructured form, the Bank of Korea's use of forward guidance is aimed at managing inflation expectations through increased transparency and enhanced communication, moving away from our previous strategy of strategic ambiguity. These shifts became particularly pertinent in 2022 when inflation rates ranging between 5% to 6% heightened concerns about entrenchment of high inflation. Starting in October 2022, the Bank of Korea has notably improved its communication regarding future policy directions. This enhancement involved presenting forecasts by monetary policy board members on policy rates over the ensuing 3 months. We believe that outlining preconditions and the corresponding policy directions is instrumental in stabilizing inflation expectations. This approach mitigates volatility in financial markets and enhances policy effectiveness even amidst significant domestic and external uncertainties. Market assessments indicated that this shift toward a more quantitative delivery of policy directions has been effective in managing expectations concerning policy rates and inflation. Considering these developments, the Bank of Korea recognized the necessity to continually strengthen communication about future policy direction in both the medium and the long term. As a small open economy with limited control over external factors, ongoing discussions focus on identifying the most appropriate instruments and methods to deliver more detailed information to the markets and economic agents than in the past within the bounds of our realistic constraints. This slide highlights on specific episodes that highlight this highlights the challenges faced by the Bank of Korea in transitioning from a strategic ambiguity to adopting the early stages of forward guidance in our communication with the public. In September 2022, the Korean won experienced a sharp depreciation, leading to intense criticism. Critics argued that the Bank of Korea's forward guidance announced in July has baby steps toward gradual rate hikes inadvertently exacerbated the currency's its depreciation by signaling a widening policy rate gap between the United States and Korea, given Fed's more hawkish stance. Throughout July and August, the BOK communicated its intention to reassess the forward guidance of 25 basis point hikes following the September FOMC meeting, stressing that this guidance was conditional. Governor Lee further emphasized that the conditional nature of this guidance, noting that while the Bank of Korea operates independently from the government, it does not function independently of the Federal Reserve. Despite these clarifications, some critics continue to perceive the forward guidance as a firm commitment rather than a conditional plan. The criticism reached its peak when, in response to the rapid depreciation of the Korean won between September and October 2022, the Bank of Korea intervened in the FX markets and implemented a big step, a rate hike of 50 basis points in October 2022. That was the second big step after July in history. During this period, several factors simultaneously exerted substantial downward pressures on the Korean won. The weakening of Chinese yuan and the Japanese yen, coupled with the hawkish stance, the Fed exposed the structural weakness in Korea's FX derivatives market, such as short maturities and the shallow market depths. This rapid depreciation, surpassing market expectations, possibly triggers margin calls on derivatives and hedging contracts, potentially initiating a vicious circle of escalating funding requirements and further currency depreciation. This is similar to what occurred in March 2020 as a result of the aftermath of COVID-19 shocks in stock markets around the world. Despite Korea's FX reserves exceeding 400 billion US dollars and the structural changes in the foreign exchange market since the global financial crisis, these pressures persisted. Specifically, the Korean FX market has evolved significantly, shifting from predominantly bank loans to portfolio investments, with residents increasingly becoming the primary capital flow participants. This shift to a net external creditor status has enhanced the domestic financial institutions' capacity to observe currency depreciation shocks. However, there is one good news. Fortunately, repeated explanations through media engagements and meetings with academia and the market participants have gradually led to broader understanding of the conditionality inherent in our forward guidance. This case study underscores the complexities and the nuances involved in central bank communication strategies, particularly in the context of a rapidly changing global financial landscape. As we conclude, this slide focuses on our ongoing debates and issues concerning the advancement of forward guidance at the Bank of Korea. Firstly, concerning the methodology for projecting policy rates, the Federal Reserve's dot plot approach presents advantages, notably in facilitating intuitive public communication. This method allows individual monetary policy boards members to express their perspectives, thereby avoiding group thinking. In the Bank of Korea's Monetary Policy Board, where 5 out of 7 members are appointed by the president, based on recommendations from various organizations, including Ministry of Treasury, the Bank of Korea, financial regulator, and Chamber of Commerce, and the Federation of Banks. Individual members can weigh variables differently in their own loss function and hold diverse views on future economic developments. However, there are limitations to this approach. A dot plot representing only 7 members might inadvertently reveal individual outlooks, a scenario the BOK prefers to avoid, as it may restrict members from freely expressing their opinions. For comparison, offering just one specific policy rate path could lead to misinterpretations as a commitment, potentially complicating the central bank's communication strategy. Now, another aspect requiring careful consideration is the time horizon for forward guidance. Less than or a 1-year horizon may be insufficient to influence the long-term expectations of economic agents due to the lag effects of the monetary policy. Additionally, it may not align with our medium-term mandates. However, extending forward guidance beyond 1 year challenges credibility and complicate communication. Despite these challenges, such issues may not necessarily hinder the Bank of Korea from adopting more detailed forward guidance. Some skepticism exists regarding the effectiveness of forward guidance, especially considering Korea's susceptibility to external economic shocks. Certain changes in forward guidance might impact the Bank of Korea's credibility. Moreover, each monetary policy board member requires adequate resources to provide detailed forward guidance, a challenge for smaller central banks, unlike resource-rich institutions like the Federal Reserve. In sum, while the path forward involves navigating complex challenges, the Bank of Korea remains committed to evolving its forward guidance approach. This commitment is driven by our dedication to enhance transparency, accountability, and the effectiveness of our monetary policy in an ever-changing global economic landscape. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to fruitful exchange of ideas and experience throughout this symposium.
Thank you, good. So, there's a very, very important distinction that you made when you talked about conventional forward guidance and unconventional forward guidance. Larry Summers is going to be speaking. First of all, the term forward guidance, I think, grew in popularity, might have even been created by the experiences of the advanced economies, central banks, where they didn't have FPAS Mark I framework. So this is really, really important. So for those people that are not familiar with the technical language, if you could just maybe bring up the plot of the Czech National Banks and so on, because how you think about policy is fundamentally different. So when the Czechs talk about monetary policy under Mark I, by that chart, they're not saying that the policy is in that black line, that one single line that Armin emphasized yesterday, that has a 0 probability of being achieved. What they are doing is communicating 4 times a year what monetary policy is, okay? And based on the assumptions in their projection, what monetary policy is, subject to that one particular scenario, which has a zero probability of actually being realized. What monetary policy is that we expect that there will be a tendency for the policy rate to decline over time. That is night and day about forward guidance that the advanced economies used, which said we're going to keep the interest rate low for a long time. In that case, the policy actually is in the path. In this case, the policy is about a commitment to change the interest rate in response to new information and so on. So it's very, very important that when we use those terms, conventional forward guidance is the complete opposite of unconventional forward guidance. In one case, monetary policy, like Orphanesi was talking about yesterday, and like all the FPAS Mark I central banks emphasize, policy is about the commitment to adjust the interest rate in response to new information. So I just wanted to emphasize that because in your slide with your tables, it seemed like maybe looking at the chart, explaining those really truly fundamental differences, because one doesn't think about providing forecasts for the policy rate. One thinks about providing consistent forecasts for the policy rate, consistent with what is in any particular scenario. Okay, so that's communicating about monetary policy under Mark I. Under Mark II, of course, on top of that, you have more of an attempt to deal with uncertainty, least regrets, doing things that would be more because you're concerned about risks and so on. So I just wanted to make that point that this difference in the word forward guidance, totally different worlds, the way that it is used in a Mark I world versus a central bank. Now, this is Larry Summers' question that he asked us in July, which is if we would have applied Mark II at the Fed, and this emphasizes the important distinction here, in 2009. Okay, so in the summer of 2009, they had double-digit unemployment in the U.S. Inflation was below, there was no target, there was no numerical target at that point. That's the first point. But it was below what most people would consider to be the numerical objectives of the Fed. So you had high unemployment, and you had inflation that was too low. And so the right policy in that world is to actually be very aggressive and be communicating that you're going to keep the policy rate low for a very long time. But the problem was that financial markets were pricing in an expected path for the policy rate that was rising way too early. Okay, in other words, long-term interest rates were too high. And so if they would have had even FPAS Mark I then, FPAS Mark I under a dual mandate where you care about unemployment and inflation, that even under FPAS Mark I, you would have been producing a forecast like the Fed did in the Teal book that had the expected path for the policy rate that was at the floor for a very long time. Now, we learned about that 5 years later because the Fed produces what they gave to the FOMC. Okay, but the key thing is that because they didn't have either FPAS Mark I or FPAS Mark II, they were incapable of communicating that way, like for example, using conventional forward guidance. So what did they do? They did unconventional forward guidance. They said, we're going to keep the interest rate low for long. And that in combination with a massive amount of large scale asset purchases reduced the term premium, okay, or the compensation for interest rate risk, because they're trying to convince people they're going to keep the actual interest rate low for long. Okay. And of course, if they do that, then if people believe that it's going to be low for long, then I don't need any compensation for interest rate risk. Now, the problem with that, as we wrote about, the problem with that strategy is what if it's successful? In other words, what if you stimulate the economy that way? Well, the problem is that you don't have a plan for exiting it. And in Mark I and Mark II, because we think of policy as being a systematic approach to things, there's a plan for exiting very aggressive policy, and it's a plan that's continuous versus discontinuous under. And so the problem with unconventional forward guidance, or what Larry Summers calls forward guidance, because the word was linked to advanced economy central banks. The problem with that is that you underprice interest rate risk, and when you reach that day when the economy is doing better, financial markets have no guidance about how things are going to change, and so you get taper tantrum like events where, in this case, in 2014, Ben Bernanke says something, and financial markets think that everything's completely changed. Whereas under FPAS Mark I and FPAS Mark II, they would understand before the fact that if the economy were to improve, that interest rates are going to rise, and so on. So I think that critical distinction, like conventional forward guidance, is the exact opposite of unconventional forward guidance. I mean, I wouldn't even use this. I wouldn't even use the same terms because the whole explanation of what monetary policy is not, trying to, control interest rates versus trying to nudge interest rates. So under FPAS Mark I, Mark II, we don't try to control the interest rate. What we try to do is maybe nudge it up or down. I mean, I'm referring to market rates and so on. So with that distinction in mind, how would you think about advice to any advanced economy central bank about what they can learn from the experiences of these more volatile small open economies and so on? So the question is, part of your argument, there's more uncertainty in open economies that are more vulnerable. Does that mean that forward guidance is even more important? It's obviously more challenging, but I mean, it strikes me that if there's more uncertainty and you start off with the basic premise that you don't want to amplify it, so that's my question to you: is there a stronger case for forward guidance the way that we've defined it in economies that are more uncertain and more vulnerable, or is there less motivation for doing forward guidance?
Yeah, it's really a tricky question. I think that we need to differentiate the internal discussions from the communication with outside people. For example, we have already internally discussed is very in line with the FPAS Mark I or II, and we have scenario analysis, and we also have produced the endogenous interest rate paths, and we discussed internally. The board members understand there's some debates, and they show their own views during the process. So we have those kind of things, but we don't publicize those things. We just produce and publicize just the economic variables, it's the macroeconomic variables, because outsiders wants them, because they try to plan the next year plan. And it's, in case of governments, they calculate their tax revenue based on the Bank of Korea's outlook. So they need actually baseline. So it's a similar issues raised in the Bank of Korea, like the Good Hearts yesterday's. If you don't have any baseline, I'm not sure, but you should have most likely your projection. Then if you hide the baseline, you just show that the case A and case B, but you don't have any baseline in your mind. How is that possible? So then if they hide their own baseline, central bank baseline, and we use the market baselines, then as Gudat said that, okay, then so do you believe that market expectations should be baseline? But then the market participants, the public criticize that the central bank does not have their own views in future past. Then there's as critical questions and the criticism. And if they don't have the baseline, then so many critics from the outsiders, then it's very inability the central banks about that. There's a really big issue and a tricky ones. As Armin said, it's actually the probability is zero. So just one line is technically it's zero. But anyway, the outsiders want some baseline to plan their future. So there's a big. So at the Bank of Korea, then we discuss those cases inside, but we don't publicize those things, and we just we show someone 3 months within 3 months horizons. We explain the intentions of the individual members if they predict or appropriate of their higher than the current level of the policy rates. Some people, so we need to open to upside and downside together. Some people, we need to keep the rates within 3 months. That one, when we try to open that one, there's really hard debates inside. So these are very uncertain environments. So how can you know that? So we need to wait for data. So we need to be data dependent like that. So yeah. So that in case of the open market, the small open economies that outsiders criticize, it will amplify volatility among market participants or publics. That's the. But to me, it's my own opinion. We need to be more transparent to give them this kind of a future path, and we need to give them some basics. But this is conditional one. But now is Korean journalists now understand it is conditional one. Initially, they don't understand it. We explain again, they just criticize. The headline of the newspaper is that just criticism. And they quote some headlines from a professor academia. They don't spend time to understand these things. They just say that, okay, it's really it's a crazy idea to publicize those things. We don't know the future back then.
And so, thank you very much. We're honored that you took the time to come and spend with us, and we applaud the efforts of Governor Rhee. The communication challenges obviously are very real, and we applaud the efforts that you and Governor Rhee are making in Korea. So the next session.
Now we're turning to the last session before our lunch. And during that session, we'll be talking mostly about our people's policy, our HR policies that we touched upon lightly yesterday. And then I'll ask Ike and Ani to share us forward. Thank you.
I will go forward. Thanks. Dear colleagues, students, and guests, as the head of human resources, I'm really excited to be here and talk about our journey of change, working together and connecting with the world. We are living in a time of global changes going far beyond the pandemic COVID-19. This made us think again about how we at the CBA handle our monetary policy to manage such tough times better. We took proactive steps. We turned our monetary policy department into a center of excellence, open to global engagement. This was a major shift in how we think and work, focusing on diverse views and creating energetic and welcoming environment. We made significant changes. Specifically, we moved from a system with many levels to a flat, flexible structure, encouraging teamwork and shared learning. Our macroeconomists now need deep economic knowledge as well as strong communication and presentation skills to work with diverse groups. We focus on continuous not only professional, also personal development. So my colleagues Haik and Vahe will present in more detail. As Vahe can highlight it yesterday, FPAS Mark II emphasized on developing top economists who can apply and communicate complex ideas simply. This involves collaboration across departments. For example, Eva Grigorian from our PR department works closely with Doug in developing communication materials for a prudent risk management approach to monetary policy. It's all about dedication, teamwork, and collaboration across departments at CBA. Talking about global examples, I'd like to share that we learned from the Reserve Bank of New Zealand and the Central Bank of Chile. Our international colleagues shared their expertise, international hiring and onboarding practices with us. Doug Laxton's review of the Central Bank of Chile also guided us. Thanks, Doug. Actually, inclusivity and work-life balance are crucial to our success. We have adapted to support all team members, especially those with family responsibilities, creating a diverse and skilled team. In the end, I would like to thank to everyone involved in this journey, especially our colleagues in Monetary Policy Department. Our and my special thanks to Haik Avedissian, our enthusiastic colleague, the head of the macro department in the DILIJAN Training and Research Center. His leadership has been key to our success. We couldn't have done this all without him. And my message to the young people, souls presenting here is following. Embrace change, seek different perspectives, and always strive for an excellence in a globally engaged environment. Thanks, everyone. Have a nice and productive day ahead. I would like to pass the floor to my colleague, Haik.
Okay, thanks, Anja. Actually, thank you very much for the kind words, also to our team and to me personally. Thanks a lot. And in the response, I like to also thank to our HR department actually for being us from the first day when we started this journey actually. And we realized how important is the human capital development and also the whole processes and the collaboration in the team, in the staff, among the staff and everything. And they were very helpful in every aspect of helping us to come up with the models and with the solutions to specific problems that we have highlighted. And that's a good also kind of demonstration of how the how collaborative this new framework basically should be inside the central banks, not only between the monetary policy department and HR, but also with the communication especially. And I also highlighted that part, and we are currently closely also working with our communication team and also with other departments, especially financial stability department, our financial markets department, and everyone. So, but now I want to go to the key points in this topic that in this session, which is about human capital development, and I want to highlight a few things that were our kind of motivation or our kind of the key principles that we wanted to highlight in our capacity development and human capital development initiative here under FPAS Mark II. And basically, this statement that is currently on on your screens, this became the type of kind of a motto for our human capital development journey here in the under Mark II. And during this symposium, many times people highlighted it. Shalva did, Doug, Governor did it. And I would like to first read and then stress a few things there. This is a statement that Stan Fisher actually in his talk referring to Paul Samuelson, who initially basically told about this and gave this statement about having Bob Solow at the central bank basically than an econometric model, but I would rather have Bob Solow with an econometric model than without one. Of course, during the symposium, the highlights of this statement was mostly concentrated on the econometric model or modeling part, basically showing that the model says narratives and model itself doesn't make sense without an economist. But I want to highlight here, like from another perspective, which is an economist, which is a Bob Solow. So we want to have Bob Solows in our team. And that seems to be very kind of easy task, but of course, yeah, initially, okay, easy task to have Nobel laureates in our team. but when you realize how it's difficult to create Bob Solows, and I want to highlight the key kind of characteristics that we under Mark II actually also highlight the key characteristics of, let's call in quote unquote Bob Solows that we want to have in our teams. That are basically the key challenges also for every central bank. Because given also the fact that we have this knowledge or interpretation gaps between the academia and the central banking and policy making institution, hopefully in a few minutes, Baci Gabrielian would also be talking about these challenges. But I want to highlight, given that this is a kind of fundamental problem for every central bank, but the Mark II framework itself highlights and stresses these key problems there. So what were the problems there? The people who usually work in the central banks, especially in the monetary policy field, under Mark I and other kind of frameworks, they usually have this field specialization stuff. That's why the econometric model and modeling part basically comes to the fore, because the field specialization mostly develops these economists or macroeconomists that we have as mostly model designers or whatever, rather than economists. Here again, referring back to the statement that I did yesterday, here we want to have people, economists, who can think about very complex economic issues, but at the same time communicate it in a very simple way. This is really the key challenge for us, the key challenge also for our human capital development. In that sense, we want to have an economist rather than field specialized kind of specialists or modelers or model designers and whatever. So that's the key challenge for us, and that's the key thing that we will want to concentrate more. And how we do that? Of course, in a few minutes we'll go in more details how basically our new agile model will allow us to foster this development. But this was the key thing that I wanted to highlight. At the same time, at the same time, a few other issues that usually are in many central banks, and we wanted to stress and solve this under the Mark II. This is the work-life balance issues that usually we have seen, and we were in this process as well. And we have, from our talks to our colleagues from other central banks, we can see that in many central banks, usually the people in the monetary policy departments are involved in the policy rounds and while involved in the policy rounds in all the development stuff. They don't pay or don't have time basically to pay enough attention to the personal development things. Very overburdened and sometimes, and given the resource constraint, the constraint with regard to resources, and any time when a person, field specialist, I would call, leaves the bank, then we are facing really big challenges, because we need to find another person with the same experience, with the same specialization, to allow the business continue or the process continuity not to suffer much. But that's a challenge, and which we, again, are going to solve, and we want to solve under our new framework. And again, all this goes back to the key message that I had. We want to have more economists who can think critically and more broadly about economic issues and monetary policy relevant risks. And that's the key parts in our Mark II framework, rather than concentrating on creating one scenario with all the components, sometimes consistent or inconsistent. In many senses, they could be inconsistent. We have seen in many central banks that could be inconsistent, but we want our people to start thinking about the economic processes in a more broader way, understanding the key risks, understanding the key gaps and the key connections, and to highlight and to have this, to identify the relevant and probable risks and scenarios for our discussion. And going also, one thing that I wanted to highlight, we discussed that Mark I, Armen basically in the morning talked about this Mark I and Mark II challenges, and one of the key things that he highlighted, this is the board and staff cooperation and collaboration. And here again, we have to rethink our human capital development also at the staff level with regard to that, because this requires more let's say higher level skills in collaboration with the policy makers. This is really challenging stuff inside the bank when you develop from technical thinker towards an intuitive thinker or intuitive communicator who can easily communicate with the policymakers. And that's another key important highlight under Mark II, because it is forced by this new collaborative challenge that we have under our Mark II framework. And with this, I would like again to thank to our HR department who was with us in this journey, and with our colleagues in designing all this, in helping to design all this framework. And I pass the floor to Vahe, who will go in more details what we are exactly doing under Mark II to basically solve all these challenges and to come up to a better human capital development model under Mark II. Thanks.
Thanks, Hackjohn. So I like this idea of thinking about wanting to have Bob solos on our team, and thinking about, certainly when we hire, and I think most institutions that hold themselves to high standards when they hire economists, I think they all would like to think that they're hiring potential Bob solos. And so the question is, are there things that we do as institutions in imperfect ways that prevent potential Bob solos from becoming actual Bob solos? And I think when we thought critically about this question, when we look at a lot of how the institutions and organizational kind of structures and hierarchies are set up, not just at the Central Bank of Armenia, but central banks around the world, and certainly any, I think, large public or even private sector institution, we find that there's a number of human capital challenges that kind of naturally exist. And a lot of this might be because of us simply not paying attention or having processes in place that are kind of not very productive. So some of these issues that we look at are, first and foremost, I think there's a kind of superficial approach to training. Not enough emphasis is paid on that, and that's not really included as an essential component of people's kind of daily workflow. We find that there's kind of poor mentoring habits where at best there's kind of formal procedures in place, but kind of a culture of mentorship doesn't actually exist. And I think most importantly, large institutions tend to fall victim to this idea of having kind of excessive and unnecessary rigidities and hierarchies within their teams. And within their overall organizational structures. So this is kind of the pitfall of bureaucracy, if you will, and a lot of that can oftentimes really stifle the development potential of these kind of future potential Bob solos. So we thought about what is a way, how can we actually rethink the human capital approach within the central bank to avoid some of these pitfalls. And so, of course, many of these elements are kind of aspirational. So we set goals for ourselves in terms of what we hope to achieve. And a lot of this is a journey in the sense that these are kind of cultural changes, these are broader, longer term changes. But there's ways to implement this in the very near term through some kind of tactical approaches. So we'll talk about some of the nuts and bolts approaches to actually getting this done. So the kind of trademark term, which is something I mentioned yesterday, this is kind of our approach to solving a lot of those kind of training and mentorship issues in the central bank, and it's this idea of a dynamic learning environment. And the dynamic learning environment, you can think of that as representing basically our culture for learning and training and development throughout someone's career at the central bank, and specifically within the monetary policy department. And so this idea of a dynamic learning environment is kind of a cultural cornerstone. It's built upon these 4 pillars. First and foremost, a commitment to excellence, which requires kind of one, having the type of people that explicitly make a commitment to wanting to become the very best, recognizing a vision for the broader institution of seeking to become the very best institution in the world, or certainly among one of the best. And then as an important kind of caveat to that, I think probably the most important thing is having a sense of mission-driven purpose and having a people and a team and an institution that recognize the importance of the work that we do, the long-term implications it has on the welfare of the people and of the country at large, and using that as kind of a guiding principle for their work. I think when you have people with that kind of social purpose in mind when they go about doing their work every day, I think everything else kind of naturally falls into place. The second idea that kind of drives this dynamic learning environment is this idea of having non-hierarchical approaches to learning. So rather than having information being funneled through a hierarchy with kind of department head to division head to senior expert to junior expert and so on, we try to have more organic approaches to learning where people wear kind of simultaneously the hats of both kind of teacher and student. And this kind of approach, I think, really creates helps us have a more flat organizational structure and practice every day, and then also encourages people to practice kind of teaching. And that really goes a long way in helping advance this idea of kind of having really good communication skills, as Heike mentioned, of being able to communicate very complex ideas in rather simple language. This other idea is also kind of a cultural thing, but creating a culture where feedback sharing is kind of just an everyday part of our DNA. It's not something we have to think about. It's not something we even need to have necessarily formal procedures in place for, but that we naturally and organically give each other feedback on every single assignment that we work on, from the smallest project to kind of bigger term things as well. And lastly, we're currently in the midst of, I think, this 4th pillar, this idea of global engagement. Of course, we're engaged with central banks regionally, but also with kind of economists and thinkers from around the world, constantly engaging with the very kind of frontiers of economic ideas and making sure that we also have people kind of smell testing a lot of our ideas and our research from around the world, and making sure that we don't exist kind of in just a vacuum. So, I mentioned early on that we tend to view unnecessary bureaucracy and hierarchy with a healthy dose of skepticism. And so we have kind of a tongue-in-cheek picture here on the screen. This is Marcel Duchamp, who is kind of one of the pioneering artists of the avant-garde in the early 20th century. And one of his most famous works is called The Fountain, which is, excuse my language, it's literally a toilet that has been flipped upside down and put on a pedestal. And in doing so, it's become one of the most iconic works of art. And so this for us is kind of a very humorous and perhaps unserious kind of way of how we think about maybe flipping this idea of kind of a hierarchy or an organizational structure on its head and turning something that's perhaps, a pain for most people into something that can actually help them in their kind of broader career development and advancement. So you'll notice on our organizational structure, we have the economists at the very top, as opposed to kind of the head of the department at the top. And this really reinforces the idea that we stress the importance of the individual team members. And so when you look at this chart, right, with the macroeconomists and the different teams, there might be a perception that this is, just a standard organizational structure. But in reality, we've tried to make this as flat and fluid as possible. So our team is comprised of 4 kind of sub-teams, and these teams shuffle on an annual basis so that each year you're not working with the same set of people, you're working with different people. And so teams are constantly shuffling. And there aren't kind of traditional division heads within the team. Rather, there's kind of a team lead who's just kind of responsible for kind of managing a lot of the organizational and operational practices for any part of the workflow, but isn't necessarily kind of a traditional kind of division head or something like that. And this is also important for the other reason that I think Heike mentioned, which is that we're trying to very hard to move away from this idea of having specialized economists. In other words, kind of having one person who's specialized in inflation, one person that's specialized in another area, another person that's kind of responsible for modeling and so on. Rather, we want to have universal economists that are, might have their kind of natural areas of specialization, but certainly are equally as capable of handling economic analysis or any of the project work in virtually any area. And so having this rotational based approach, having teams that rotate every year is certainly a part of that vision. So throughout the year, this is also an interesting idea in that it's not just kind of the team members that shuffle once a year. Within any given year, teams are, of course, working on different things. So each team is only responsible for leading one projection round during the year. This is an important part of the kind of work-life balance idea that we've been talking about. And so once per one quarter per year, the lead team is responsible for managing the projection round, and then the following quarter they would move into kind of a backup role where they're supporting kind of the next team that's stepping in to lead the projection round. And then the remaining 2 quarters of the year, they're involved in a number of things. First, kind of personal development. So figuring out and working with our colleagues through this kind of culture of feedback to understand what their areas of improvement are and what they need to be working on. So having kind of 6 months of the year to really focus on that. 2, working on important research projects that are part of the broader kind of institutional capacity development of the central bank and help us with kind of some of these longer term research projects. And then, of course, taking on kind of a more kind of collaborative and management and coaching type role as necessary to support the rest of our teammates kind of achieve their objectives. So in terms of what we do, and this is kind of our job description for kind of a standard economist, to give you a sense of what we mean when we say kind of universal economists. So there's really 4 buckets of work that our team members are involved in. First and foremost, of course, is current analysis. So conducting deep, comprehensive, and data-driven analysis of different sectors of the economy. And what's important here is making sure that every team member is kind of able to work equally as well within any sector of the economy rather than specializing. The second component, of course, is some of the more technical stuff related to scenario building and policy analysis. So being able to construct medium-term macro scenarios under the new Keynesian paradigm and performing coherent policy analysis. Where this is important and where we kind of take this a step further from how it's typically done is we expect our team members to be equally as adept at telling the stories and the narratives around these scenarios rather than simply knowing things like model calibration and so on. And this feeds naturally into the next point, which is communication, being able to prepare and contribute to the production of high quality policy and communication documents, including things like ad hoc policy notes to the governor and to the board, but also presentations, monetary policy reports, and our other communications documents. And then finally, as kind of a foundational principle, being very well versed in modern macroeconomics, as well as some microeconomic theory, and being able to carry out both theoretical and empirical research on specific topics of interest for monetary policy. And so to kind of summarize, this is also my pitch. As part of our team, I work closely with the HR department and work on some of our recruitment drives as well. And I think these seminars and shedding some light on the type of work that we do, hopefully, might pique some of your interest in terms of people in the audience who might be interested in joining our team. So what kind of people are we looking for? We think of this as a combination of both hard skills, soft skills, and kind of these innate personality traits. So from a hard skill point of view, in terms of, what type of person is that kind of potential Bob Solo, right? Having a working knowledge of economics and applied economics, kind of at the intermediate macro level, having a strong foundational knowledge of mathematics, and then being having a high degree of proficiency in English. Of course, we work in bilingual communications here at the CBA. From a soft skills point of view, this stuff I think is all rather obvious from, I think, the things I just walked through, but having open communication skills, good writing skills, critical thinking, and then very importantly, being intellectually curious, being able to wear many hats and being able to handle the pressure quite well. And then from a personality point of view, I think we want people that are internally motivated, that are first and foremost kind of motivated by that sense of mission-driven purpose that I mentioned, and then having a high sense of personal responsibility and accountability, being a team player, and of course, being willing to make mistakes and fail. This is an important part of our kind of culture where we actually encourage people to fail quite a bit as part of their personal development journey. So that's kind of the gist of our kind of nuts and bolts, what we're actually doing to improve our human capital and organizational structure under FPAS Mark II. I'll now turn it back to Heike. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arjan. Thank you very much for the presentation. And now I wanted to pass the floor to one of our best interns, Alex, who was here in summer working with our team, and Doug, and our GFS team, and on different projects. And now currently he's back, basically again joining to our work, and mostly cooperating with us with regard to learning and teaching materials. Now currently he's a student in Sciences Po in Paris, and I would like him to share his experience with our team, with the DILIJAN training center, and basically, and also to criticize us with regard, especially to criticize us and basically constructively what could be done better in terms of recruiting new talent into our team. And so now, Alex, please.
Thank you very much, Heike, for this fantastic introduction. Here I don't have any slides, no data. It's rather my personal viewpoint of my experience at the DILIJAN Training and Research Center, as well as the Global Forecasting School. But first, I'll quickly introduce myself. So my name is Alexander Hitzler. I come from Poland originally, but right now I'm studying economics at Sciences Po in Paris. However, I've been connected to Armenia before. I've been studying at the international school UWC DILIJAN in DILIJAN, and then I was a central bank intern last summer in DILIJAN Training and Research Center. So quickly, what we'll be talking about is firstly what attracts me as a student to DILIJAN Training and Research Center and the Global Forecasting School of the Central Bank of Armenia, and secondly, also what I find special and interesting in the dynamic learning environment that has been introduced at GFS or at CBA more broadly. So firstly, what attracts me as a student to DTRC and GFS? Well, when I was thinking firstly as a central bank, it's definitely the opportunity of applying the theoretical knowledge we gain as students at school, at university, into practice, and actually being up to date with the research that also is going on and we are doing in the monetary policy department. So we'll share probably my little private story. So when I was an economics student and UWC DILIJAN doing IBHL economics, we had often a chance to visit the symposia of the central bank, such as the symposia like this, and also see the debate actually on the real world economic problems in the professional fields. This was accompanied by the presentation that, for example, Governor Galstian or Douglas Laxton that came to our school and gave a presentation, for example, on FPAS Mark II. That's how I found out about the whole idea and the research that has been going on 1 year ago at that point, and inflation forecasting. So that actually inspired me to apply for an internship at the Central Bank of Armenia at the monetary policy department. So that was how my journey basically began. And that's what I value. And that's, I think, it's very important for us as students. And it's actually possible here at the Central Bank of Armenia is the fact that we are starting to researching going beyond the economic theory, obviously having a good foundation. And that's what our educational institutions are for. But also we started working on the real world problems. For example, when I joined the CBA, the Battle Force project as an intern, I, for example, gave presentation on the seminar on the issue and endogenous money creation and financial asset price bubble into US housing market. So I could actually see how the knowledge they gained is implemented in practice and how it can actually be useful in order to solve or at least attempt to solve and move forward to some extent the ideas that we are working on at the Central Bank of Armenia. So I think this quick discussion shows us that the cooperation between the central banks and the academia, that it's actually one of the topics of our session and discussion today, is crucial, not only on the scientific level, not only on the top level, obviously it is, and I think it will be mentioned in this session as well, but also at so-called, I mean, I can say the word bottom, so involving students, especially students, and making them familiar with our standards of work and actually what was going on. So that was provided to me as a UWC DILIJAN student. And I'm really glad that it's provided to also the American University of Armenia students through the Master of Macroeconomics conducted in cooperation with the DILIJAN Training and Research Center. I find it extremely valuable because it also makes us students within the, for example, the dynamic learning environment, interact with the professionals in with the field from the economics field, creating so-called mutual relationships. So we learn from them how to conduct economics, and maybe I hope so at least, or that's I hope the intention that on the other hand you can find out what is going on in the on the theory side and how we actually are learning, and maybe that can enhance both our learning and teaching methods at the GFS or at the CBA. So this relationships is actually a key element for development of human capital, and something we, I hope, really value at the Central Bank of Armenia and within the Global Forecasting School. But also the other factor that I want to stress that it attracts me to the DILIJAN Training and Research Center, and to the Global Forecasting School is work in the international environment. I think this is extremely valuable that we have professionals from all around the world. At the Global Forecasting School, we, for example, work with the former experts from IMF economists, but also experts from the other central banks, such as the National Bank of Georgia or the Reserve Bank of New Zealand. So this diverse environment gives us all new insights on the economic matters that are in the center of our attention, and also exchanging the experiences that's also going on within this symposium, especially valuable while implementing this innovative concepts such as the FPAS Mark II framework implementation. And the second part is what do I find special in the dynamic learning environment, and I think it relates to the bigger extent to Haik mentioned, and what is my role right now in the Central Bank of Armenia, in the monetary policy department, also with the Global Forecasting School. So first and foremost, the most attractive thing in the dynamic learning environment is the introduction of innovative training methods. So we do not study in a classical sense that we only read books and I don't know, sit exams whatsoever. Something that I'm used to. Obviously, we do read papers, but I will mention it towards the end of my presentation. But firstly, the introduction of innovative training methods such as games, simulations. For example, I mean, we talked this morning about the financial literacy game based on our FPAS Mark II papers, and we are preparing actually there's a great scope for improving our methods, our teaching and simultaneously learning methods. For example, using the artificial intelligence. So currently, for example, I'm working on evaluating and improving questions on FPAS Mark II framework that have been generated by the artificial intelligence. So this has multiple goals. For example, we can this way by developing these games and other simulations and any other training methods that are not conventional. We can firstly better reach to the professionals, but also at the same time to the general public. So I know that we've been discussing about the communication issues, and very important aspects what you're actually doing with it is popularizing our concepts, popularizing the research that we are conducting, not only obviously to the professional field, but also to the public, to the general public, because that's ultimately the people that we want to serve, and therefore we can contribute this way, at least to some extent, to resolve also some communication issues. But also the other goal is our definitely internal so-called needs. So we can make learning just more efficient by using these tools. And this will be useful for the GFS students who are learning and teaching at the same time, but also the university students or the high school students, such as for example, the American University of Armenia students, Central Bank of Armenia interns, etc., etc. And well, the international environments that we have at the Central Bank of Armenia, the presence of American University of Armenia students, the UWC DILIJAN students, actually gives us very important tools, because we can test those games that we developed and these simulations within different both national and social groups. We can test it with university students, professionals, any other people. And by doing so, we are getting the insight of how those people behave, what's their level of knowledge, what do we need to work on, and that helps us a huge insight on on the possible ways that we can implement in order to enhance our tools and develop them further, which is definitely crucial and essential, as Vache stressed before, that well, feedback as a habit. Therefore, we need to constantly improve our materials in order to actually achieve our goals. And the DILIJAN Training Research Center definitely provides us with all necessary resources. And lastly, what I want to mention is that following the dynamic learning environment principles at the Global Forecasting School, we prioritize the human capital. So firstly, we want to develop the critical thinking skills. We, as Doug and Vache many times mentioned before, we believe that the economic models are definitely useful tools, as also I'm referring to the Paul Samuelson's quote, but they have to be interpreted wisely based on the knowledge that we as economists have. Especially this is crucial within the FPAS Mark framework. Therefore, for example, that's what our plans are in the Global Forecasting School. We want to introduce a series of seminars devoted to analyzing 25 greatest papers of economics in all time, including, for example, the Milton Friedman's 1968 presidential address. So that will equip our students, our listeners, and everyone who decided to join us, the participants, with the set of critical thinking skills crucial at the Global Forecasting School, and obviously crucial for the economists in general in the modern world. So I guess this is the place where I will finish my short presentation. Thank you very much. I want to say that we will all appreciate any more ideas that we can implement to enhance our both learning and teaching processes. And I will pass the floor back to Haik right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you, and thank you especially that you highlighted not only the DILIJAN Training Center, but also DILIJAN city itself, because we have UWC colleges here, and which is also becoming a part of our dynamic learning environment in the training center, as you mentioned, and as if you don't know, Alex was also a student at the UWC. So, and that becomes a big part of our dynamic learning environment beyond the policy institution in our research department, and also beyond the American University. That is also part of this dynamic environment here that we will be talking about. Of course, this is kind of naturally. It would be now good to switch to Mr. Gabrielian, but before that, I wanted just to just have a very ask our communication specialist Yeva just to share her ideas a little bit about our GFS, because obviously she's kind of a newcomer in our team in that sense, in the GFS, and basically just to talk to share her ideas about how is her feeling about the GFS and joining the team at and then after that, we will go and listen from Mr. Gabrielian about more the challenges about policy making, the challenges between the challenge that we have in capacity development in policy institution, and how the academia can be involved in that. But before that, Yeva-Can, please, if you can share your ideas.
Thank you very much, Haik-Can. Hello, everyone. My name is Yeva Grigoryan, and I'm the PR specialist at the CBA. And I would like to share some thoughts on the FPAS communication and how we are dealing with the transformative approach to our communication strategy, because it plays a vital role in monetary policy communication, especially as soon as we kind of go into this FPAS Mark II. And basically we are we will start from our internal communications. We will enhance that, and we will start building, we are already building a huge collaboration with our monetary policy department, because the first thing that we understood is that we have to cooperate with them. We have to understand our economists' insights in order to be able to make those into comprehensive messages and kind of disseminate to different stakeholders, to financial market participants, and even to the general public that have their role in every day in our financial system. And moreover, we are trying to come up with a strategy of communicating the monetary policy, which will be a foundation to the effective communications for the new com hires that are going to come and work with us. And going into the com hires and young specialists, our call is to integrate the youngsters who can see how interesting it is to work in this field, to work in economics and central banking, and kind of have their value in what we are doing today. Because what we do is not only just disseminate information, but we are making the monetary policy understandable to all people, to our nation, to general public, not only the financial market participants and professionals, but to all people. And this is a huge role for us, and we are working hard for it, and we are calling everyone to come, like Alex and others who are interested and can see the big potential in this, to come work with us. And I'm really thrilled and excited to be in this transformative dynamic journey with the CBA, and let's see what comes next. Thanks a lot very much.
Thanks, Yeva. Thank you very much for sharing, especially, and also being more and more engaged into the communication challenges. And we are in the symposium, we have heard that the communication becomes the key challenge in our framework, and we will be working closely to solve all the issues that currently we are facing with. But now I would like to switch to our kind of final presenter, Mr. Gabrielian, who will be talking about the challenges that policy institutions might be having, like in recruiting people from the academia, and also how the academia can be helpful in that sense. Probably everyone knows who is Mr. Gabrielian, but I wanted to highlight that he has been a deputy governor at the Central Bank of Armenia. Then he was a minister of finance in Armenia, and in that sense, he knows better what are the key kind of challenges in policy institutions in terms of recruiting new talents and also developing the talents. And also, now currently he is the dean in the American University of Armenia, and now he knows better how to also try to solve those challenges in academic institution, basically to be part and to be the bridge and to create this bridge between policy institution and academic institution to support the policy making in countries like in emerging countries like Armenia. So now, Mr. Gabrielian, please, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, for inviting me. And I started to believe in old Indian tradition of reincarnation, because it appears that Solo didn't die, he reincarnated in DILIJAN, because every second reference was to Solo and how many Solos are going to be in your team. So it was a refreshing perspective. And the actual modeling, I'm sorry, we are in efficient building. If you don't move too much, the lights go off. So this is okay. Now, hopefully it is going to be a more light here. See, some economist has designed this. It's efficient. Now, looking at the perspective that you had, it's a very interesting one, especially the type of people you believe that are going to work in monetary policy department. I think they are going to dwarf Solo if they are going to do all the things that you expect them to do. And in this direction, when I'm thinking about, you are basically turning monetary policy department into an educational institution. And if I'm going to bring an analogy of this, the analogy is going to be between what usually within higher education institutions, academia is, social sciences, which economics is part of, and professional schools, where you usually have business administration, public administration sometimes, and say medical schools, law schools. They are not considered to be sciences. They are considered to be disciplines. And within these disciplines, you have multidisciplinary approach. And if I'm going to bring the analogy from, for example, a medical school, if someone is graduating a medical school, they are not yet a doctor. What they are going to do, they have still to have a residency in Armenian internatura or in Russian. After residency, when they have gone through different phases and stages and they have been exposed to the whole circle or cycle of care in the hospital, they are going to become people with license to operate as doctors. So from this perspective, if I'm looking, basically, this is an analogy, but the line of thinking that you are taking into this, you are actually making a pitch in the approach of teaching and learning that actually out of school, you are getting into a residency type of environment. When you go through cycles and there is a more structured cycles of development, and actually there is also a lifespan, if I understand correctly, it is imagined that people would work in the monetary policy department from 6 to 9 years, and they go through stages of development, and after the stages of development, they are going to go and operate on a different scale and level. This is something very much saying we are not content with current state of economics education. And economics education is not giving the broader worldview that a good economist or a policymaker should make and have. And they need a more rounded, comprehensive viewpoint, background, and have time to develop, have time to understand different aspects of policymaking and different impact levels. For example, if I'm going to talk about monetary policy communication, it is as much important for central bank to communicate not only with precise words and interest rate movements, but also with open market operations. There have been many instances in different countries, not only in Armenia or the United States, which is the most common one, when the policy statements are not congruent with open market operations. As a result, you may communicate in one aspect in a very precise, carefully given message, but in the other aspect, if especially in Armenia, we don't have a very well-developed financial education or literacy level among wider population, your main conduit is going to be the financial system. And financial system is not going to be, especially if you are dealing with dealers and this type of people, they are not as much following upon the carefully crafted, meticulously written policy statements of the central bank, but they are looking at what the market is doing and what they are communicated, what the operations are going to be, etc., etc. So this is another dimension, which is where monetary policy starts and where does it end. If you are very great in articulating and formulating, but you are not carrying out into implementation levels and knowing in detail about how actually the mechanism works, giving the messages, how effective you are going to be. This is bringing to another aspect of education, which is not only the residency one, but not comprehensive one, because in professional schools, I'm going yet back to analogy. In professional schools, you are not concentrating on one particular strength, but you are trying to get a more rounded view. You are talking about communication aspects. You are talking about organizational aspects. You are talking about financial constraints, etc., etc. So as a result, in my view, what FPAS Mark II is aiming at is having kind of a second level residency ideology for economists to grow into full-fledged economists that are going to be useful for policymaking. And in this regard, it is the second phase of their professional development and education. This is a really hard task, and it is really hard task because I'm not aware of many other examples of central banks doing it or turning economics into a professional discipline with that longer span of learning and actually qualifying them into that. It doesn't mean it's impossible. It doesn't mean it shouldn't be done, but it is a long and windy road ahead. What we are looking at and what we are trying to do as an educational institution to enhance this perspective. We are trying to give them as many tools, especially that they can be using for. And we are always saying that it's not only equations that you are going to do in precise manner, but you have to have a story of communicating these findings. Unless you are going to do that, and unless you are going to find a solution that is practically and politically relevant, and you are going to frame it in a way that is understandable to your counterparts or market participants, you may be very good in your analysis, but without presentation and getting to the topic and interested parties, you are not going to succeed. And this is a very important aspect of it, trying to use tools like artificial intelligence, trying to use tools like instantaneous information gathering, trying to understand that you are always dealing with imperfect information, because especially if in schools you are teaching to students, very often they come, especially if you are not talking about masters, you are talking about bachelor's degree, they have a preconceived notion of complete information and making judgment on that. So it is very important for us to convey to our students that you always deal with imperfect information. And it is education is a growth that is lifelong. And we are trying to instill not only particular knowledge, but abilities and skills of dealing with knowledge. It is very much alike the levels of certifications that you have outlined in GFS certification levels. And without usage of the knowledge, just checking that you have the contained information and you cannot apply it to particular cases is not good enough for us. So we are trying to incorporate this into our educational system. And every time when we are talking about student learning objectives, and for every course and class, we have student learning objectives. And when we are reviewing our procedures, our main target is whatever we have delivered. Is this good enough from student learning objectives perspective? This is our guideline. And one of the learning objectives is not only the ability to master the concepts, but applicability, to apply them. So in our processes, we regularly go this cycle of going over student learning objectives and understanding whether they are doing it. And they are able to also deliver solutions, propose solutions, argue for solutions, have a storyline for solutions. And this is very much aligned with the emphasis that you are doing. And again, I salute the more professionalization of the approach. When I say professionalization, I mean not that it was non-professional or professional before, I mean education-wise. Going from social science to professional school. That's the logic when I use word professionalization. Basically, you are embarking on this type of journey, and I would phrase it, you see as kind of a residency. The analogy with the medical world will be as a residency of becoming more complete an economist, which is a hard task because currently there is different pressure, and different pressure is people are trying to learn early, get micro-credentials, and move on. So we are trying currently to incorporate this micro-credentialing into educational process and give them the notion that whatever you are going to do, you are never done with education. It's a lifelong process. Remember the skills of gaining knowledge. And currently, with this deluge of information in current age, also to successfully forget certain things and relearn. This is something also very important. We are not very much succeeding with it, but we are trying. As I have a timer on, and it says that my time is up, I will surmise them. I would like to salute the professionalization drive of Central Bank of Armenia. It's a hard and arduous task ahead. And basically, your FPAS Mark 2.0, I think the further reincarnations of Mark 2.0, 0.5, 0.7, whatever, in the future will turn DILIJAN into Soloistan. And wherever you walk in the streets of Dilijan, you will meet another solo here, there, right, left. So, welcome to Soloistan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Gabrielian. And I really appreciate your sharing of really very good ideas. And I wanted to highlight that basically, and also not want to be kind of between you and lunch, but wanted to just highlight one thing that Mr. Gabrielian said, and as a clear message to probably to our staff, to central bankers, to policymakers, like from something from my experience. Actually, when I first joined the Central Bank of Armenia, like some many years ago, I was in the while working in the monetary policy department, I was thinking, what is my what can I do when I leave the central bank? I could clearly understand I cannot do anything when I leave the central bank, because nobody was really hiring macroeconomics. The only place I can do macroeconomics is only either in central bank or some other policy institutions like Ministry of Finance and so on. But now, like a few years ago in New York, while doing some kind of project with my colleague, actually I was interviewing some asset managers in the Wall Street. And whenever I was introducing myself that I have this much experience in the central banking, they were looking, wow. And once I asked these guys, he was from the Bank of America, covering the emerging countries, basically desk in Latin America and so on. I asked, why you guys are so kind of, why is your reaction is like, whoa, when you are hearing that I'm from the central bank? And he explained me that now currently in the financial market industry, the criteria or the knowledge that we are all seeking for is a guy who can understand the economic policy. And obviously, the people who have worked in the policy institutions like the Central Bank, Ministry of Finance, those are the guys who we can hire right away in our financial industries, because we want to have those guys in house. And that's basically the thing that I wanted to highlight: this education in the financial market that Mr. Gabrielian basically highlighted. And how can they understand our policies? Now the financial guy, they want to understand our policies. And in that sense, they want to hire these guys who can understand the policies. And this is another message to basically to the policy, to academic institutions like American University and the program, which is now currently in-house in the DILIJAN Training and Research Center, that concentrating on this, I would say soft skills, but you can understand that hard skills of understanding the art of the policy making. This makes your students and the academic world and this, in general, the education more outreaching there, like also in the financial markets and in many industries. That's the key things, and that's one thing that I wanted to highlight from some of the thoughts that Mr. Gabrielian basically has shared with us. Thank you very much, and I want to thank all the panelists in this session. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the Q&A. We have to rush for the lunch and then come back at 2 with our next session with our board members, the Central Bank of Armenia. And with that, I would like to thank all the panelists and wish you good luck. Thanks.
lucky enough to have a chance to witness this transition from baseline scenario kind of forecast to this new approach. And I will emphasize two kind of value added in this sense. First is a flexibility whenever you are sharing the risks and serving some kind of risk manager. So a kind of approach instead of very aware expert and etc., especially for a country like Armenia when there is a lot of uncertainty. It's also kind of helping you to share all of your thoughts with the financial agents and etc. The second, I will emphasize that in case of proper communication, it also could enhance the credibility. So far we gain a lot of credibility because if you will see the transactions of our development and our inflation targeting and how far we are from inflation targeting, you could see that Armenia is one of the best countries who are performing and very closely and efficiently its inflation targeting. So it gives us some credibility, but we also would like to continue the next steps and enhance our credibility in that sense. So if shortly these kind of two approaches, but I prepare also some kind of speech which I would like also to share with the audience, emphasizing some of the important points in that sense. So as we delve into our shift in monetary policy approach, it is important to recognize that how the predictability of our policy could impact it, and therefore also increase the efficiency of our monetary policy transmission mechanism. Over time, this shift should also increase our credibility of our monetary policy together with higher transparency. And saying transparency, we also would like to emphasize that we are not talking about central bank transparency, but we would like to emphasize decision-making of monetary policy, decision-making transparency. So giving the public and to our audience what we are feeling, what kind of challenges we approaching, and what kind of risks we are sharing. So in other words, moving away from baseline scenarios and adopting a case A, case B kind of approach, in which in the first case A, we are talking mainly about the scenarios when we are adopting some kind of hawkish kind of monetary approach, in which we are acting high market expectations, and in case of case B, we are acting kind of dovish kind of approach, in which we are more relaxed in that sense and going a bit lower rather than market expectations are. So this kind of risk sharing framework gives us a better to give a chance to be better prepared for different economic conditions, rather to provide one single path and guarantee the public that this is the reality and the monetary stance on which we should continue. So it shows also that we are not just focused on a singular forecast, but also actively managing a spectrum of risks. And as I told, also the predictability and transparency of this approach offers are key in making our monetary policy more effective. So we think that being more transparent, it also will mitigate some of our cost dealing with communication and also transfer all these risks and in some sense also be more effective. So to sum up, I would like to say that transition from baseline projection to a scenario-based approach marks a significant advancement in our monetary policy framework. It is not just about being ready for different economic scenarios, but also about strengthening the trust and confidence in our monetary policy through clear, predictable and transparent actions. And I also would like to thank all the panelists from yesterday. I heard and take Mr. Goodhart comments about communication. So without proper communication. Whatever we will do, it might be the case that despite we have very good intentions, but we will create some additional noise. So therefore, this is also one kind of challenge for me as a board member, that I should carefully, consider in order to fully implement this in a practice, and etc., etc. So at the end, I would like also to thank you for this opportunity to speak in this higher class audience and share some of the thoughts. So hopefully during the Q&A sessions, I will capture some of the points. But for the summing up all these issues, I would again share that risk management approach, especially for a country like Armenia, when there is even little kind of evidence could highly impact on our economy. There is no any certainty. So baseline kind of scenarios could be some kind of misleading to the financial agents. So therefore, case A and case B approaches gives us the monetary, or as the policymakers, more flexibility in that sense to share the thoughts that things can go in that direction, and also, but we are considering also this kind of risks. And at the end, as I mentioned, without any transparent and effective communication channel, if we will have effective and transparency and effective communication channel, I hope that we also will enhance our credibility, which also we get. But it's one thing to get, another thing to enhance it. So I hope that by FPAS Mark II, we will have also enhancement in our credibility as a central bank. So thanks for all. This is my part from my part.
Thank you. Let us now hear from Mr. Narek Azarev. Narek, you have been instrumental and one of the key figures in training our staff in FPAS Mark II. You collaborated with global forecasting schools, and then you had immense communication with our external advisors in trying to shape the educational content for FPAS Mark II. Would you share your thoughts with us?
Thank you, Governor Gaussian. First of all, it has been an enriching and great experience to work in the global forecasting, to collaborate with the global forecasting school, with a better policy project, and be part of the FPAS Mark II developments. My colleagues from aboard already highlighted a few key aspects, but I personally want to highlight the importance and the role of the external advisors, we had with us during this journey. The external advisors, including Ioannis Alikis, Hamid Farouk, Robert Ford, Larry Shembri, helped us a lot in not only looking at and absorbing the current economic theory, but also having the historical perspective and conceiving the historical background behind the modern macro theory. Better Policy Project has a YouTube channel there. The external advisors mentioned by me are sharing their experience about they are sharing their experience about the top 10 seminal or pivotal papers in their opinion, and these papers include masterpieces like Friedman's presidential address, Solo growth model. These are classic pillars of the modern macro, and in my opinion, it's their experience, their deep experience is very useful and credible in helping us to re-identify and reaffirm for us these masterpieces which form the mainstream of the modern macroeconomics. So we analyzed this the content of these papers, and one application, one way of applying the content of this paper is that we generated questions, and we used the content of these papers in our online learning game just mentioned by you, and also in the during the journey and found the formation of FPAS Mark II, and in the formation of the key ideas in the FPAS Mark II, this historical perspective is used with the help of our external advisors. And we are sure that adopting this approach will help us equip and train our staff and make them competitive, very competitive and ready to address the modern macro challenges that the world is facing. So we are sure they will be armed with and ready to challenge any to face any challenges during these uncertain and volatile times. So my special thanks again to the external advisors, including Ioannis Halikis, Hamid Farouk, Robert Ford, Larry Shembri. They helped us a lot, and I wanted in particular to touch this point, and I'll pass the word to you, and my colleagues will mention the other aspects.
Thank you very much. Mr. Saakyan, you have been also closely involved in this process. What are your insights?
Thank you, Mr. Galveston. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Today, I am excited to introduce an innovative onboarding system for new board members and staff at Central Bank of Armenia, designed to enhance economic and financial literacy more broadly. We have developed a beta version of dynamic learning game, initially focused on students of Global Forecasting School. This game is a crucial tool in educating about prudent risk management approach to monetary policy. The development of this game is a key priority for us as we seek to extend its scope to include more intricate and pertinent questions. For instance, we plan to cover, as Doug mentioned, the top 25 papers in economics that are essential for all economists working in central banks. We also aim to include technical aspects, such as creation of scenarios using open source software like Daniel Julian. Over time, we envision this dynamic learning game as a platform for enhancing basic economic and financial literacy. It will enable players to step into the role of even a policymaker using the state-of-art model aligned with three essential ingredients of policymaking. Where is the economy now? What is underlying forces, and what kind of tools should policymakers use in given specific assumption about the economic context? This initiative represents our commitment to not just equip our new members with the necessary tools and knowledge, but also to foster a deeper, more widespread understanding of economic and financial principles. In addition to this, I would also like to discuss the challenges of forecasting and why our approach brings potential benefits for especially decision-making of policy-making process. The key point is that when policymakers start thinking about scenarios that diverge from market expectation, either above or below the market rate, it leads to greater risk awareness. This approach also encourages the more careful monitoring of early signals of potential risks. But right now, I would like to focus on sector I believe is crucial, improving the economic and financial literacy, starting with understanding monetary policy in both academia and financial sector. The game should should be of interest of both audience and will need to be tailored accordingly. Our aim is to demystify monetary policy, making it accessible and comprehensible to a wide range of audience by making the game appealing and relevant to diverse groups. We aim to bridge the gaps between theoretical knowledge and practical application. Our objective with the game, and indeed with our entire training approach, is to create a dynamic and effective learning tool that goes beyond traditional methods. This game, which is still in development, aims to facilitate self-paced learning, allowing users to engage in complex policy decisions and frameworks at their own convenience and pace. It represents a significant step toward modernizing and enhancing our educational approach within the bank. These projects reflects our commitment to continual learning and development. By leveraging innovative technologies and methods, we aim to set a new standard in education and professional development in a financial sector. I look forward to sharing more about this game and its impact as it evolves and becomes an integral part of our learning ecosystem at the Central Bank of Armenia. Thank you for giving this opportunity for representing. Thanks, Mr. Gals.
Thank you very much. Mr. Naapetsan, you have heard what other board members have already mentioned. If you have any insights, and then you can share with us, that would be excellent. But one particular aspect that I'd like you to touch upon would be the human capital development. And how does this particular thing, which we're doing with FPAS Mark II framework, fits into our broader development agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. First of all, I would like also to thank Better Policy Project team, the team of our macroeconomic department, for this journey that we had these past 2 years. And this starting point would not be possible without this excellent level of cooperation that we had. And I think that we have to accept the challenge of Mr. Guthart. He mentioned yesterday about the communication. All of us have to accept that challenge and do our best to be the best of the best, not only in policy setting, but also in communication. Aligning with the points made by my colleague Artak Manukyan, I also believe that the most crucial element of our new framework is adopting a prudent risk management approach to our policy. In addition, with Narek Azaryan's emphasis on the importance of human capital development that you also mentioned, Mr. Governor. In the world that I envision for our framework, the focus is on cultivating an environment where our staff brings forth the best possible analysis. This foundation is essential for enabling policymakers to engage in open and thorough discussions about the potential risks facing our economy. Through this process, we aim to implement a prudent risk management approach effectively. I fully understand the limitations that come with relying solely on baseline projections. Such an approach can significantly constrain the level of transparency we can achieve. If policy considerations are interwoven with the baseline or even perceived to be, it becomes challenging to openly share the details of these projections. This is especially complex in a setting where a board comprised of individuals with varied perspectives, collaborates to shape the future economic outlook. Therefore, the critical challenge and priority for us is a human capital development. Building a team with exceptional expertise is fundamental to the success of any monetary policy framework, as it largely relies on informed judgment. Ensuring the sustainability and effectiveness of this approach is paramount, not just for the current team, but for the long-term future of the bank and macroeconomic department. So my hope and expectations are that this framework will foster a culture where informed analysis, diverse perspectives, and robust discussions pave the way for sound policy decisions, keeping us well equipped to navigate the evolving economic landscape. I'd like to stop here and
Thank you for your insights. Ms. Garamanya, now we're moving to dessert. So it's you, among ourselves, you are probably the most experienced one because you have lived two lives. One being a staff member at the Monetary Policy Department and experiencing transition from monetary targeting to inflation targeting with all the nitty-gritties that comes with it. And currently you are serving on our board, and you could have kind of another bird-eye view on what's going on here. So I'd like to ask you, having this dual advantage in a way, to share with us your experience, how this experience informs you in your decision making.
Thank you, Governor. It's my pleasure and privilege to be presented. And I'm very happy to embark on this journey of monetary policy formulation, from monetary targeting to inflation targeting in initial stages with exogenous interest rates, and then transformation to endogenous interest rates, and now transition to FPAS Mark II. And I would like to talk about a topic that has come up while discussing new framework, and this is the evolution in the respective roles among the staff and the board. As the governor said, that I have been in both sides, and I have a privilege and unique position. Also, Narek also has been in the forecasting team. I have a position to offer some insight. So I can imagine the story of the development of monetary policy frameworks at the central banks around the world for several decades. And we are currently taking advantage of the experience of advanced countries, developing countries, also the technical assistance from institutions like the IMF. And the journey that we had for last 15 years, other countries has embarked on for more than 30, 40 years. And when I was reading papers by Doug Laxton in early 2000s, I could hardly imagine that I will sit in the same hall with him, just and just speak to him, just raise my concerns, get best answers. So what I would like to say that we are very grateful of the chance that our staff is being developed exponentially, very fast, and this new role of our staff to take more active role in the construction of the monetary policy in this area is very appealing. However, I will speak shortly about this framework. It's a step towards more mature institution where there is a much more explicit separation between the staff, whose primary role is to do analysis, while it is the board's responsibility to do policy. When I was a member of the forecasting team, and Narek will remember also, when we were preparing a suggestion to board, and the board didn't buy our suggestion and the decision was other one, we as a forecasting team were very disappointed for ourselves because we didn't do our best to support some scenario to the board. Now the situation is changed, and it's very favorable for the staff to work hard, and it is harder for the board also. We have long periods of meetings on monetary policy, decision making. Everyone is speaking for the first round, second round, and we even think about the decision on monetary policy between these 2 days of our initial meeting and final meeting during the night. So, but it's very appealing. It's really very appealing. It's because of, as my colleagues were telling, it's because of good life-work balance. We know in advance what are we going to do, what when to have our rest, when to when to be out of comfort zone. So when I once was asked that since the staff are no longer involved in policy, does that mean they don't care about policy anymore? And the best answer to that question should clearly be no. The staff should still care about policy as with anyone affected by monetary policy in Armenia. However, the explicit mandate of the staff now is to provide the best possible analysis. Some might think this means the staff should offer a dispassionate perspective on monetary policy outlook. We believe the opposite is true. The staff should strive to offer passionate alternative perspectives, and this makes our life harder. Given that the future is fundamentally uncertain, this task should be consistent with the best possible analysis. And this is in the basis of FPAS Mark II, doing risk management. Regarding the credibility and some issues of communication, I think that we will have a big challenge of communication because it's new culture. For some people, it will make the outlook uncertain. As Charles Goodhart said, that the politicians will require for a single scenario, maybe financial markets would expect another scenario and so on. We have to work a lot on communication issues, which is directly connected with our credibility. There are many concepts of what central bank credibility means, but at the end, what really matters is that the bank can justify its policy option. For that, the central bank should communicate several scenarios to have this chance of adjusting to one of the scenarios which was communicated, not to the scenario which was implicit, not communicated. So this will create some decrease in credibility. And the communication between the staff and the board is very crucial. Maybe it's more important that the decision made by the board than the decision itself made by the board, because it's very important to understand each other, to communicate, and this collaboration is very crucial in this journey. So I like the sentence that we are writing in the last part of our press releases minutes. It's that our commitment to adjust policy in a manner that is consistent with achieving our objective. What does this say? That we can sometimes make mistakes, but we are actually committed to implementation of our policy and to have our objective in place. And this is most fundamental principle of FPAS Mark II and the inflation targeting regime. And I hope that this will give us opportunity to succeed in our mandate, continuously succeed in our mandate. And I am sure that this is the state of the art of the monetary policy now. This is where I would like to stop. Thank you very much, my colleagues, my staff, all the all the people that assisted us. Narek talked about them. Thank you for this journey.
And now the Oscar goes to Armen. I don't want to talk much, but everyone knows that Armen is a thought leader, and then he was the one who was at the beginning sitting at the foundations of creating this framework, and we're very grateful to him for that. That's why I'll give Armen a liberty to talk about whatever he finds appropriate.
Thanks very much. I think I was not at all a thought leader. I was merely following, but I think it's really important. This is a very important moment because it's really important to, sometimes when we think about something for too long or talk about something for too long, we always, Doug always tells me, don't be afraid of repeating stuff. That's okay. But it's important not to forget where we come from and why are we doing this, right? And I want to remind, as a central bankers, and especially in countries like Armenia, and especially in Armenia, the purpose of the central bank is very, very clear. And the purpose is, and this is, I think, basically in the mission of the Central Bank of Armenia. And in this very room several years ago, we were discussing what's the mission and the vision for the Central Bank of Armenia. It's a bit of a tricky topic because from one point of view, it's extremely simple. Central bankers everywhere more or less are doing the same thing. At the same time, you have to find your identity as a central bank. And after long discussions, what our main point was that our job is, to provide price and financial stability in this very uncertain environment. And so we basically emphasized that, Central Bank of Armenia has to do a bit more than probably most of the countries, central banks in many countries, because we live in a very uncertain environment. And this was before the war. This was before the wars, I should say, before a pandemic, right? And so this was basically the basic premise that we started, right? Because when we talk about monetary policy in this context, and our point was that we want to make sound macroeconomic management as the brand of Armenia. Why is this the case? Because obviously, when this is true, when we talk to international investors, everybody, and this, by the way, I want to say here that sound fiscal policy is an integral part in this framework, because you can forget about price stability if you don't have a sound fiscal policy. And I think in Armenia we're very, very lucky because Central Bank and Ministry of Finance are cooperating in a very good way. So we have a good sound macroeconomic policies and management. But the point is, when you talk to international investors, the very first thing they mention when they look, especially during the last several years, the number of shocks that Armenia has gone through, pandemic, war, another war, then we have Russia, Ukraine. So, and somehow you look at the stability in the country, both price stability, debt management, financial stability, we are sound. And everybody, I think, is very, very impressed. So I think this is where we come from, right? So we want to make sure that we want to, and when we were discussing this, and trying to, and I remember, we were drafting with Hike, what's like how we connect this very philosophical point to monetary policy. And after some thought, we come with a very non-creative idea. We said we just want to have the best framework in the world. This is our mission. And then we're talking to Doug. And I remember he looked at me and said, "Are you serious or no?" And I said, "Of course we are serious." And he said, "No. Are you really serious or no?" We said we're serious. And I said, "Okay, then let's think, what does it take? How do you make the best policy framework in the world?" And there we are, of course, not creative. So what we did, we say, okay, let's look what is the best now out there, and let's see what is missing. And if you think in these terms, this is what we have been doing yesterday and today, right? Where we're discussing FPAS. It gets technical. We use lots of words. In essence, what we are doing, we are trying to understand what are the good ingredients of good policy, and then understand what is missing. In this sense, I think it was quite apparent after the review of the frameworks in many countries, in Armenia as well, it was quite apparent during the last several years, one thing that everybody was missing is really dealing with uncertainty and communicating uncertainty and policy decisions in a good way. All the central banks in the world have been trapping themselves in this baseline world, and they have been basically tying their own hands, and not as a result, they haven't been agile enough to do the right thing. So I think so, and we should also remember here the contributions of David Archer from BIS, who we have the foundational paper by brothers Chan, Laxter, and Archer, where basically was 2020 paper, I think, basically it first outlaid this idea. Okay, so how do we communicate with the market this fundamental uncertainty, being extremely candid with them, right? Because again, as I mentioned yesterday, transparency is important, and it's really important because it has to reflect how do you actually make a decision. If you do not make a decision in this way in the central bank, meaning if you don't take into account the risks, by no means you should embrace FPAS Mark II, because it's not only about it. You should do it only if you really think about monetary policy in terms of the risk management. And we should also be very humble at the central bank, because if you look at our projections ourselves, we had some very terrible track record in Armenia as a central bank for our forecast during the last several years. And we of course had scenarios, but because we had to publish only one, in some cases it was correct, in some cases it was very wrong. But as we can see, it didn't mean that we weren't successful in terms of the maintaining price stability in the country, right? But at the same time, it unnecessarily damages the credibility. So I think in that sense, it became very apparent after several months that this is what really misses in the best of the best in the world. This is how you deal with uncertainty. How do you talk about scenarios? How are you really transparent, candid with the world? How are you doing your monetary policy in a structured way? And then, of course, it turned out again that we are not very creative, because 20 years ago, in 2005, Alan Greenspan has actually marked this. 2004, 2005, 2004. So Alan Greenspan actually talked about monetary policy as risk management as 20 years before. So then, it turned out that, again, from the lack of creativity or from our side, the point was actually to put to transform it from the idea, which sounds very interesting, to actual monetary policy making in the central bank. organizationally, communication-wise, this was the key challenge. And I think this was what we were doing during last 3 years. Again, and I think having a sound macro management policy in Armenia, basically being able to withstand the shocks, big shocks, should be really our brand. Now, we fully accept, nobody is naive. We fully accept that this is going to be very challenging, especially the communication part. But this is just a reality that everybody likes simple answers. That's true. Everybody wants simple answers. We want simple answers as well. Question is if there are simple answers or no, right? If there are no simple answers, should we provide this, sort of false confidence, giving simple answers? Is it democratically accountable? Is it the right way of doing things? I don't think so. And as I mentioned, life is a struggle. And I was a very experienced guy who once told me that what is the education is basically the equivalent of war in civil life. Education is basically a war. Every day if you want to educate yourself, you are going into a war. And this is why, if there are no simple answers, we have to struggle and we have to show our constituencies how to make a policy decision. And this is really important because when you provide a false sense of confidence to the market, and I think we have been especially cognizant of this when we're talking about the exchange rates, because exchange rate is the best analogy of this, what I can think. If exchange rate is stable, right, everybody relaxes, right? Because they think that everything is always going to be stable and nobody manages their risks. This is just one simple way of reflecting the same idea here. If we provide this false sense of security to the public, because we do not emphasize the policy uncertainty, but we basically underestimate the overall uncertainty, fundamental uncertainty in the market, we basically, kill the incentives for the market to manage their own risks. And I think this is the fundamental transformation that we want to achieve in society. We want them to manage their own risks, because let's face it, in our country, shocks are going to come. And we have to think about the shocks at this point, and everybody, companies, banks, financial system as a whole, and people have to be able to manage their risks. It's not our job to babysit them. It's important for us to give them structured way of thinking about this. So I think this is where this is basically what is this journey for me. It's a very fundamental one, and it's very important to remind ourselves where we come from. And I want to finish really with the basically to message to our staff, because staff has been, let's be frank, our staff has been struggling. It has been very, very difficult. It has been, things have been changing. Everything is very dynamic. There is lots of uncertainty. But if you want to be the best, guys, we have to accept. If you want to be the best, there is always uncertainty. There is no way. Everybody can do certain, things which are certain and easy. But uncertainty, is something we have to face. And my message to our staff is, our dream as a board is that our staff always wants to be the best in the world. We don't joke about this, right? And our message is where we will invest. We are ready to give you everything you need if you want to become the best in the world, if you want to become a thought leader on these issues in the world. But if you don't want to do that, then we cannot help you. This is the clear message that I want to give. I think so far, our staff, despite having all these roller coasters, I don't know how many videos did you make cumulatively. I think we can basically compete with Hollywood production now, because I receive 10 videos every day from our staff. And I know this is very difficult. I know this is very difficult, but I think this is really important for us, because it is very clear. If we want to do this, we have to, invest in ourselves. And again, education is a war. Every day when you want to educate yourself, you are in a war. And this is really, really important. So I hope, it's not going to be easy for sure, but I hope we are not going to kill ourselves.
Let me grim the picture even more. There are many definitions of leadership. And one definition that I like is about change, but to produce change in a way and at the pace that system can absorb. Otherwise, you'll be killed. And that story goes back to Socrates, okay? Socrates was asking questions to Athenians, and he was asking very unpleasant questions that nobody wants to listen to. And that's why he was executed. And then, if we go metaphysical, one of his bright students named Plato wrote a masterpiece which was called Republic. And in that work, he's got a part which is about cave. And it's not reality, it's a metaphor. So prisoners are in the cave, in the darkness, and there is almost a small light coming out from somewhere. So it's a metaphor for us not knowing anything. And the reflection that they were seeing on the wall were not the right type of reflections. It was like different things. And one of the prisoners escaped the cave and he got out to the sun. And that's where the knowledge is. And he got enlightened. And then he decided to go back to the cave and tell the others that what you see on the wall, that's not the reality. Reality is out there. So our mission, in a way, when I hear this baseline all the time, so we're out there, or we think we're out there, exposed to the sun. Now we won't go back to the cave and tell everyone else that there is a sun there. There is something different rather than baseline. That won't be easy. Hopefully, we wouldn't end up like Socrates. But that's the mission that's the mission that we're embarking. And with such a wonderful crowd around, I'm sure that we're going to do that. We'll succeed. So because we have luxury of some extra minutes, I offer to open up for the Q&A for 10-15 minutes. And we want to hear questions from the audience. Otherwise, it becomes a group thinking. If there are no questions, are there any questions in the audience? Please.
Thank you for all the innovative ideas. I really love what you are doing. I really love the idea that you are putting Armenia to be the first in the world. Thank you for all of that. I really love the idea that actually whenever I discuss this issue, whatever you are doing with Mark II, is that everybody is just saying we don't understand what they are doing. And that's very different from saying that it's wrong what they are doing. So hopefully you will manage to explain them what you are doing, and it will really be the best thing over there, and everybody will love it. So we're on a really good way of getting over there. So thank you for coming up with something that is just ununderstandable, not just wrong in the thinking.
Gurgen, question should end with a question mark.
So now the question goes over there. No, that was the thank you part over there. So the question is now, I'm just going to come back to communication because I'm just thinking about all the polarized Armenian media and all the Armenian people's media illiteracy. You have been discussing economic illiteracy, financial, but actually media illiteracy is much higher in Armenia. And we are just going to face that. You will have different scenarios. And then what is going to get to the public is the worst scenario. Because people, all the naysayers, all the journalists who want the sensation is just going to pick something negative, and that's what's going to get to the people. And having that the most of macroeconomic aggregates are kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy by itself. We believe the recession comes. We believe inflation comes. Isn't it that we are going to risk with people? Can we just hope? Is it a hope on your side, or you have really a strategy of fighting that really naysayers taking only the negative of your scenarios and bringing it to people?
I think we do have a very solid strategy in place. It doesn't necessarily mean that there won't be any obstacles on the way. As you described, I can even make it darker, so I can bring you several examples that would probably frighten us from doing anything. But I think we decided that we are in the service of our people, and creating this false assurance that we are the expert forecasters and the world will go the way we forecast is probably, from my perspective, more negative and more problematic than trying to communicate with people the way and the things we think. That would be, from my perspective, more appropriate. And we do have strategy in place. I've already mentioned that in July we will start with a series of seminars, which would include media as well, but not only media. So there is a strategy for media, there is a strategy for financial markets and professional participants. There is a strategy for general public. Hopefully we'll succeed, but even if we don't, I think that's the right way to go. So we need to make our best to make that happen. And because you provoke it, now we have a question from Vace Gabrielian.
So, if I understand correctly, I have to provoke as well. That was the leading part. Question is the following. Assume that you are going to go to war with yourself once more in order to learn. What is your metric to understand whether this Mark II is doing better than Mark I? Is it understandable?
I wanted to say that now Ms. Aramanya will answer your question so that we...
You are playing dirty.
No, but I think it's an excellent question, because in general, there is in general for monetary policy frameworks, there is some standard metrics, of course, which is important to look at how anchored are inflation expectations, the volatility of inflation, these kind of things, right? But I think in this particular case, one of the key things that I personally would look at is really the level of the communication that we have with the both financial markets and sophistication of the conversation with public at large, including journalists. For example, one of these transformations that we probably had, and I personally, wasn't thinking this is so important, but I wasn't thinking this is, and the lights are off. Sorry. But for example, when you talk to international investors, right? The discussion is really, you always see this kind of discussion, and we saw the transformation there for sure, right? When as a central bank and as a country, when we're discussing, if I compare the last 10, 15 years, from where to where we got in terms of the discussion, I think this was really, really important. And so my metric would really be if it's not that central bank is the only one which basically pushes the information to the public financial markets, but we now also receive a very valuable information from the financial markets and public at large. For me, that would be the important sort of metrics to look at if the conversation becomes more sophisticated.
Can I just ask the further question? Are you planning to systematically gather that type of data in order to prove it in Popperian fashion? So imagine that it's an experiment and you are proving data before, you are collecting data before, you are collecting data after, and you can show a difference in the things that you are measuring. In that case, it will be very effective and it's very persuasive. Do you plan on information gathering in order to prove this point?
I think it's a very good question. One of the things that we want to do, and the board has, I think, has made decision on this, is basically we are going to have on top of the press conferences that we are having, which are fairly non-technical. We are going to have basically discussions with the markets and professionals. And I think it's a very good idea, as you mentioned, to somehow come up with a metric and measure it. The problem with the measurement is, of course, it's very hard to monetary policy effectiveness. How do you measure it? It's very, very different. It's very, very difficult. It's always, if inflation expectations jump around, the Doug was showing the charts today after the shocks. But that is really, something which is true for any framework. But I think we can think about, coming up with these kind of measures, and after our technical meetings with analysts and after our discussions, maybe try to find a way to do it. But I don't think there is a simple answer where you can basically say if one framework is better than the other. It's very, very difficult.
Probably I'll add to what Doug showed with the Bank of England chart. There was a dependent Bank of England and became independent with 1997 chart, and there was a drop in risk premium. We wouldn't expect something like this, or personally, I don't expect something like this. It will be much more incremental and it will take much more time. But I think what we're investing in is a long term, and then we'll have a very high quality outcome out of here.
I don't argue. I was just asking, not that I have answers and I'm trying to get those answers out of you. I'm just saying it will be very important to incorporate measurement into the process so that you also track that thing, what you are getting at, whether it's discrepancy in the signals, whether how they are perceiving it, whether it's the action in the financial market, etc. So it's about better designed experiment, because this is a switch to a new policy, and in order to show that the new policy is working, you have to have metrics in order to show effectiveness of it.
Alexander, and then I think we have Yuri. Is it a comment or question? Alex, you go first, and then we'll read what Yuri has.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this exciting, actually very interesting panel. But my question is more technical one about the FPAS Mark II approach, because yesterday in the session with Charles Goodhart, for example, he stressed the fact that markets are often not an objective. The market expectation is not the objective forecast. There are some fallacies. For example, markets expect the interest rate generally to be to the policy rate path to be lower than, for example, the central bank. So my question is, if that's the case, are we still limited to having one scenario above the market expectations and one scenario below the market expectations? Or is our mechanism very rigid? Or shall we, for example, adjust it according to situations that we had, I don't know, more scenarios? So both scenarios will be relatively dovish or hawkish ones. Like what are the reasons for adopting our framework, and in which situations can be changed if it can? Thank you.
That's a good question, but again, let us go back to see how was this, how did we come up with this case A and case B. The fundamental objective, if you take from what I said, was how do you design the simplest possible system, which will talk about uncertainty in a systemic way, right? And we want to have a simplest possible system, right? And it means that, the design of the, for example, like Athanasio or Fanides yesterday was saying, for example, in case of the simple rule, right? He was proposing that in his idea, simple rule is something which is very useful because it always prompts policymakers to explain. It's not because simple rules are, necessarily the best or optimal in any sense, whatever it means, optimal, but because it prompts policymakers to explain why are they deviating from this. So I think the logic is very, very similar. So you want to make sure that you always discuss both sides of the scenarios. You want always to make you think, even if you think it's not very probable. You want to have a discussion of more inflationary and less inflationary scenarios. So that's why it's just the simplest way of making the policymakers designing these scenarios. So even if you think, for example, right now in Armenia, inflation is minus 0.6%. And it looks like the inflation expectations have been going down, right? But in this framework, and our board discussions have been showing this, it makes you think what if inflation actually, what would be the scenario that you might actually have a higher inflation? So it basically makes you think about this issue. So if you think about it in that way, so this is just the simplest way of prompting to have these alternative views. I think this is the key things. You are right that dynamically you can have other types of scenarios. For example, we showed during the for example in the case of the March of 2023, when we had in the US there was a big worry that might be a systemic financial crisis. At that point of view, you might want to have a scenario or talk about a scenario which is not a simple case A or case B, but a scenario where you can actually have a probability of financial crisis, right? In case of if you're at the Fed 2023 March, you probably are thinking about the scenario where you weigh inflation around the financial stability reason. So you're absolutely right. There might be situations where you will have a different types of scenarios, but I think the way we think about it is basically this is just the simplest way of prompting the policymakers to consider different sides of the story. And I don't know if you were here. I think you were here, but the thing with the baseline, the problem is that I had a challenge for the people in the room, and I look forward to receiving their answers. But the question is, how do you define the baseline? What's the definition of a baseline forecast, right? Because for sure, all the lines have a zero probability of happening. It's just a mathematical truth. So the question, what is a baseline? Best answer I got, I told you today, is that what makes it a baseline is just the fact that we publish it. There is no other thing that I can think of having a baseline, right? So in that sense, market expectations is just a useful communication tool around which you basically discuss your stories, right? Whereas if you publish a baseline because you publish it, it actually has much more weight in it as a sort of your baseline expectation. I think this is the key thing. For example, Athanasios Orphanides said, instead of market expectations, take a simple rule and do it around it. So I think these are important discussions to have.
Thank you. That fully covers my question. So thank you.
Before turning to you, may we answer to Yuri because he's got a question. And if I read it correctly, the question is, it is very general, he said, about the communication, and the question is, what area of communications is the CV priority? It's like either we talk to general public and we explain why did we increase the interest rates, or we talk to international investors and telling where we see the risks for financial stability. In other words, where do you start? I'll probably try to take that one, and then if other board members or colleagues wants to add, please feel free. because I'll be telling the narrative. I think the major difference from now on would be, and the major challenge would be to tell the narrative in a way that it encapsulates case A and case B's with associated risks. So we need to masterfully tell the story, aiming at general public, trying to explain the dynamics and trying to explain where did we see the risks and why the decision was made. Did it answer your question, Yuri? And then, of course, on the backside, we will have financial market participants, professionals, academia, and so on and so forth. But the face interaction will be with general public. And during the press conference, for me, it will be hell of a job to try to explain the board dynamics, taking into account case A and case B scenarios with risks, and try to explain why the decision was made and how are we steering off from that dark corners that can there be.
I totally agree. In terms of the priorities, if we get very specific, we basically have two priorities. One new thing which we're going to do is one thing that I mentioned. We are going to have basically online meetings with the technical, which is going to be available live to the technical experts of the banks, because in our banks we also see that there is a in financial markets at large we see there is a problem in terms of having more sound sort of risk management in terms of the future. They have to, I think, we have to have a good discussion to listen to them and they, understanding our framework. But I think one thing which was in the table yesterday, I think Yuri had also in his presentation, by absolutely, having a general public, being open to general public is a priority for us. And it's not because, it's just very fashionable. It's because we actually have a very good experience of that again during 2020 and afterwards. We saw these very important. We had big shocks. We're living in big shocks, in Armenia, usually when you have a shock, exchange rate moves around. You usually observe, deposit outflows and these kind of things, and everybody tries to, to understand what's going on, right? And I think, starting from October, November of 2020, we started very directly communicating with general public, and we clearly saw the effects on the behavior of the people, both in the financial markets, in the banks, and general public as a whole. So I think for us, this is going to be one of the key priorities. Talking in a simpler terms, relating it to their real life, and explaining these narratives in an important way. So these are the two priorities: meetings with technical analysts and trying to be more, simpler in our communication and the narratives.
So this is a bit of a response to Garrigan, as well as Vace. So about 34 years ago, New Zealand, I'm going to explain where inflation targeting actually came from. It wasn't that we developed some empirical evidence about how to run monetary policy better. It was the exact opposite, actually. What happened is a lot of parliamentary democracies like New Zealand, Canada, we messed up monetary policy. We messed up a lot of other things, structural policies, everything. And New Zealand, they started to reform everything, labor market policies, structural market policies. And they went to the Central Bank and said, what are you guys responsible for? And they said, inflation. And they said, well, you don't seem to be doing a very good job. Inflation has been moving around, 10, 20%, these massive cycles. Why don't you start by making your objectives clearer? So they came up with a numerical objective without having any real idea about how they were going to achieve that. At that time, there was incredible skepticism, Garrigan. I mean, incredible skepticism. When Canada did it second, we went to the G7 meetings, and there was a consensus among all the G7 saying it's okay for New Zealand to do this. You know, it's an experiment, but the idea that a responsible G7 country would do something so outrageous to try to tell people that they're going to control inflation when they really have no idea how the economy works and so on. This view was at the IMF as well. This was the view. And then what happened? Basically, we had a bunch of advanced economies like the United Kingdom and so on that were thrown off the ERM. And it's not because they decided on the basis of empirical evidence to go to inflation target. There was nothing else. There was no other game in town. Everything else had failed. Now, what was amusing is that after a bunch of advanced economies did that, then the new skepticism that came was that the emerging market economies now were too vulnerable because of the types of economies that they were managing, or because they lacked the intellectual capacity to be able to develop a framework like this. And what happens? The Asian financial crisis happens, and a bunch of emerging market economies get thrown into the inflation targeting world. Why? Well, because there's fixed exchange rates aren't working. So this Vache, at that point, there was no empirical evidence at that point. There wasn't a consensus that this was still the right thing to do. But I think today, when we look back at the experiences of those inflation targeting countries, we would say that when we look at the evidence of all of them as a group, there's no question that things were better. So from my perspective, Gergen, and I don't know if this is very comforting for you, but these changes going from Mark I to Mark II, they seem pretty minor relative to the changes that we made when basically we had absolutely nothing. I would describe the approach that New Zealand did was, if there's a will, there's a way. You know, there are lots of problems that are going to have to solve along the way, but we have to try to do the right thing. You know, the idea that we don't try to do the right thing. Now, Vache's right. We do have to think of better metrics and I think one thing that we are doing that we have learned is to have periodic reviews. And so the plan here is that every year we will adjust the framework, we'll update it. April, we're planning on doing an evaluation every year. And so I think even though we might not know, Vache, the exact metrics that's going to allow us to learn faster, we at least are committed to you know, setting up a schedule where we do either self or external evaluation. So I don't know if that was comforting at all, but the evidence is that it's always worked better than what we feared. Okay, so that has been the evidence up to this point.
If I can comment.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing that when we switched to inflation targeting in 2006, it wasn't that it was much better and it was much better thought out, etc. It was the former system failing and we had to switch to new one. And as a Bank of Canada governor was saying, we didn't abandon the aggregates abandoned us, etc. So I'm not arguing why to move to FPAS Mark II. I'm just asking for the completeness of the policy change you should have a wider comprehensive evaluation framework, and it should encompass some metrics of efficiency. And there is no one single metric, as the Goodhart principle would say. If you start to measure only one thing, it starts to impact whatever you are measuring. So my question was about a wider and longer policy cycle and evaluation perspective on it, and I was trying to get there. Because, for example, IMF came up with a new model, and they are going to tout this new model to everyone, and we are going to have increased competition within this regard. Even with visiting IMF teams, even with others, people in the constituencies, in the conferences, etc., etc. It was just about being more complete on that exercise.
Yeah, so my question is actually the scenarios actually. So when you decide the policy in specific meetings, then you try to explain your decision considering the case A with risks and the case B with risks. Then people might assume that there is a kind of combination of the case A and case B, then that combination might be a kind of baseline. So one of board members, when they try to decide their own decisions, they are considering the case A with risks and the case B with risks, or they also, that's just for discussion, then they have their own many scenarios, then they think about they attach each risks to each their own scenarios. But finally, when they try to decide their own decision, they should assume the future path of the economic variables together with the consistent their own paths. So the people might think that they should have some kind of baseline, and when you try to explain your monetary policy decision, but you just publish that case A and case B with risks, then people think, well, when do you decide this? Then you have some kind of combination of those things. Then this should be is kind of baseline. So it's for me, it's really tricky to explain both things. Yeah, that's my question. So another one is that, so when you publicize case and case B, then there is some discussions among members on the board. Then you publicize the attribution of which members consider which risk specific case. So you have planned to publicize everything so during the discussion.
Starting from your second question, we are now finalizing, and we will be publishing our communication strategy in that particular, in terms of transparency and accountability, and what kind of individual accountability and what kind of specifics in terms of the board members' views is going to be published, individual views. This is not public yet. We'll make it public, but this is certainly one of the options on the table, and this is really, really important. But coming from the first case as well, first question is very, very similar, right? Because again, when we think about this framework, we think about this not because I invite you to read 2005 Alan Greenspan's speech on this, because I want to emphasize here we think this is a good way of doing things, because we think when you make a decision in an uncertain environment, this is the real way that you are making a decision, right? It's not because we want to be fancy, right? And the example that I wanted to bring is very clear. For example, think about 2022, February 24th. Russia-Ukraine thing started, right? And Russia is Armenia's one of the biggest trading partners of Armenia. EU is also one of the biggest trading partners of Armenia. We have lots of people who live in Russia. They send lots of remittances, so it's lots of interconnectedness. And in the beginning of March, if I'm not mistaken, we'll have to make a policy decision. So several week after the biggest geopolitical shock, in I don't know how long, you have to make a policy decision, and this is not somewhere very far from you. This is basically the most possibly difficult place for you. And literally, we had 2 discussions within the board. One of the discussions was that it's going to be very, very bad for us, because it was obvious that sanctions are going to be biting big time. Russia is going to be decelerating big time. They are very big trading partners. So one scenario was basically we are going to have around 1.6% growth. So basically drawing down 5, I think we had 5.6 before that as a forecast, and then one was to basically bring it down to 1.6%. And there was a second view, was a minority view within the board. I cannot name names, but there was a second view which was ignored at the end of the day. But there was a second view which basically was saying, no, this is actually going to be a very positive, at least in a short run, in terms of the growth of Armenia, because lots of these sanctions and lots of these flows are going to make Armenia more important trade location, right? And at that point we're thinking about that scenario, that part of the board asked the staff to do that scenario as well, right? And that scenario was, I think, we had around 40% export growth in that scenario, around 10% growth, and the board said, nah, this is nobody's gonna believe this. Okay, so we published a baseline where we had 1.6%. That year we had 12.6% growth. Now, in that decision, right, how do you make a decision in that kind of an environment where uncertainty is a very, very big uncertainty, right? Again, we don't want to just overcomplicate our own lives. It's just there are situations where there is very, very big uncertainty. In Armenia, this is what I was talking about. We had after 2020 had many situations like this, right? When you have this kind of a situation, right, you basically have to consider scenarios, right? So you are coming from the opposite. You are trying to minimize your possible regrets if you do the policy, wrong policy options. This is the key, difference. And then you basically say, yes, there is a possibility that, I will have in countries like Armenia, after this kind of shocks, there is a possibility that I'll have low inflation for some time. But at the same time, I know that, in our case, credibility loss can be very, very big. And once inflation expectations go up, it's very hard to bring them down. So I'm a bit more afraid in countries like Armenia. This is just an example of the experiment. In this kind of environment, right, I want to be very careful about this, right? And so even though I agree this is a bit confusing and can be difficult, but I don't feel shy in terms of communicating this story, because this is true. This is how we made these decisions, right? And so I don't know, why it should be impossible to communicate, because that is true. Think about the same situation that we have been in Armenia for the last several months. Exactly similar situation, very similar situation. Our inflation, if you look at our headline inflation, it's very low. It's lower it has been around 0 for a while. If you look at the services inflation or non-trade sticky price inflation that Doug was talking about yesterday, that hasn't been that low. It has been, much stickier. And we had a very high growth. Now, in this sense, if we were to follow, Orphanides' simple rule, we would probably cut the interest rate. We would slash the interest rate big time, very quickly, right? But if you think about the risk management, you say, okay, if I look at the details And this is true for the US as well. If I look at the details, in Armenia, wage growth is very high. If you look at the growth numbers, output gap is probably somewhere positive. If I look at the non-trade sticky prices, they are very sticky. They're still, relevant. So yes, I see that the inflationary risks are less, but I still see this possibility, this scenario that can play out. So that prompts me to make this particular decision, and the board can basically very simply, discuss this. And we communicated this last time. For example, last time, in the board, when there were two basically competing views, not the competing views, but basically two factors which proved to be very, important for decision. One part was exactly as I mentioned, looking at the high growth numbers, being worried about that the excess demand is still there, wage growth is there, non-trade sticky prices are higher. But there was another very sound argument in the growth, and they say, if I look at the immigration numbers, we have lots of immigrants from India now who are working, they're putting downward pressures on the wages. So this is actually going to be very deflationary, right? Each individual board member, and in Armenia, it's very important to keep in mind, parliament, where is individual responsibility of board members? It's their duty to make this decision, right? But each individual board member, should make the case if he thinks this part of the risk, or is more relevant, highly probable, or can be more costly if they get it wrong, and have to explain this kind of situation. So again, when I bring this example in real life, the point is that when situation is really uncertain, this is how you really make decisions. So in some sense, the situation reverses. You don't want to make the right choice. You just want to make sure you avoid the very wrong choices, right? Because for sure you are going to have a wrong choice. It's very difficult to predict. It's very uncertain, right? So you want to make sure that this, damage is controlled. So it's confusing, but it's confusing because it's difficult in real life to make a policy and to make these decisions. I think this is my bottom line to this. I'm sorry, it was a short question and a long answer.
Yuri.
I had a follow-up question about when it was said that you saw actually that with improved communications to the public, a change in behavior. And I was wondering what statistics did you see change? Was there a change in spending expectations, or what change did you see?
In that particular example, we basically, one thing which we track is basically over time when we look at the what happens when the shock hits. And usually we look at the micro data in terms of deposit outflows from the banking system, and this example was very, very clear. So over time, shocks got bigger. When you look at the behavior of depositors in the banking system, it seems like the reaction that we see from them, and we have been communicating candidly. We weren't telling the perfect world story that everything is under control. We're basically going out and saying, these are the risks, and these are the things that we did to control these risks. And we clearly saw, this particular, indicator to move. So I think this is for deposit outflows, and looking at micro data, this was the key indication that we saw, to be very specific. And also conversions from Armenian dram to dollars, because dollarization is a big thing in Armenia as well. That also, Governor reminded me. Yeah.
Thank you. That's very interesting.
Just one thing to add. So before even 2020, I think when Armenian dram exchange rate against dollars moved by 1-2%, there was the entire panic in the system. And then we introduced somehow this framework, and then we start communicating it properly. And from my perspective now, with much bigger fluctuations, there is no panic. People start to understand somehow, or I want to believe that, but that's what we see in the behavior.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Any other questions? If no, we're breaking up and then we're coming back at 5 p.m. Yerevan time. 5:30, I'm sorry, 5:30, excuse me.
After 2 hours. After 2 hours.
After 2 hours. Oh, hey.
Guelph, yeah.
Yeah, I just misheard you. Yeah, I know where Guelph is. Yeah.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Or good evening. Not sure where you are. Bob, where are you? I'm Bob Ford. So I don't know if we ever actually met, Bob. I
No,
thought
I think we know.
I've heard about you and read about you so many times through years, but I don't think we've actually met. So this is really nice. I got a chance to meet you. I hear lots of good things about you from all of your former colleagues.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
Oh, that's absolutely
as opposed to all the bad things.
Oh, yeah.
You save those up. Yeah, I've known Bob for a long time, but unfortunately, I don't think we ever actually worked at the same place at the same time.
I think we overlapped at the Bank of Canada for a little bit, but
maybe just a little. Yeah, maybe we did.
No, back in the 80s.
When did you leave the Bank of Canada? I arrived in 1985. Anyway. Yeah, so then Bob played this game of ping pong going back and forth between the IMF and the OECD, whoever would give him the most money, which worked out very well for him.
Worked for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. And now he's in. He was just telling me he's. I guess you're retired, are you, Bob? And he's in.
Oh yes.
He's in Guelph.
I retired about 7 years ago.
Oh wow. And besides unsuccessfully avoiding phone calls from Doug, what have you been doing?
Well, my view is I'm retired and therefore I'm doing absolutely nothing. To me, that's what retirement's all about. I'm just hanging out, going to the pub, stuff like that.
That sounds like a good use of time.
That's it. What can we join you? Where can we join? Sounds good.
So Don, you made it into the office this morning.
Yeah, I caught up, came a little earlier just to make sure that there was no surprises, and decided I should clean up my office a little bit since it's going to be in my backdrop.
Yeah, I'm in my home office, which just has a green wall behind me. Yeah. So
I was just hedging a bit against tech problems. Sometimes going through the bank system from home, you get some surprises. So I decided to come in. And we have policy meetings like at 11 o'clock. So it's that I have to be here for. So that's the other reason. But
we have the same issues. We have nice software, but the security stuff on it makes it bulky.
Yeah.
And so it can go badly on you. So I got on here early, and had it not worked, I would have had to switch to my personal laptop instead of this board laptop that I have here. But
I could. Sorry, it's funny because I couldn't even register for this workshop. The security here would just not let me out. Go on the website. I kept getting this big yellow screen that says the Bank of Canada policy prohibits you from. I'm like, okay, great. That's why I hear you, Bob. I guess you guys have those same issues, right? Yeah.
They're getting better. There's nothing like this has been going on for years and years, but the pandemic, of course, required us to hold all our meetings online. Yeah. And so suddenly all of these incredibly important security considerations somehow vanished. So there's nothing like important people putting their foot down to make people resolve problems.
Yeah, now these security issues are slowly creeping back in. Eh? That's the things that were perfectly fine during the pandemic now are they're no-nos again. That's
now our problems are different because they opened up Amazon HQ2 in Alexandria, actually, just across the river, and they're just sucking up tech people like crazy, right? And so we're just all our tech people are vanishing or the ones you have are like, you have to explain the tech to them because they don't get it. So it's like, oh God. So maybe this is preparation for my retirement. I have to be more or less self-contained on tech now. Because if I ask somebody for something, there's, who knows when they'll come back? You never know. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's one thing around here, actually, I think that probably influenced the back to work policy. You know how it's like here, right? They like to have one policy for the whole place.
Yeah.
And our IT people have a lot of leverage. They could easily go work just about anywhere they want and stay at home, right? So that it's interesting how that kind of the need to retain a lot of flexibility to keep that part of the operation happy, it spills over onto the rest of us.
Oh, yeah, I can see how that would work. Yeah. I mean, you're choosing people who work for the bank who are in IT are doing it for a different set of preferences than somebody who would work for some firm in Canada.
Yeah, for sure.
So you got to give them a nice life since you're not going to pay them.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And I guess we're probably doing some of that too. That's in the background. I don't even know about it, but
yeah.
But what the thing was, in this case, it was totally forecastable. Right? We know Amazon HQ2 is coming here. We knew exactly what it was going to do, but the bureaucratic processes were such that we had to show the blood on the floor of all these people leaving before we could actually make some of the adjustments to pay and benefits that would actually retain, the people who weren't good enough to get offers from Amazon.
Yeah, you have to try and fail before you can move on to plan B.
Exactly right. We don't do that here, being the kind of answer you get.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where's my jacket? I gotta put a jacket on. Hang on.
So how's the bank doing these days? It's been a long time since I've been there. I don't think I know anybody there anymore. It's been so long.
No, things. I think things
I know
are,
one of your.
things are pretty good.
I know what's her name? One of your deputy governors, Sharon Kaczynski.
Sharon. Yeah.
I know her.
You know her? Okay.
I mean, just barely. She was actually some sort of summer intern in the 80s.
That's right.
That worked for me, and that's how I know her. And then every 10 years or so, I run across her.
Yeah. Okay, that makes total sense.
She's
I'm
another,
at the very end. She's at the very beginning.
She's another person who I've known for years, and I've never worked in the same place because she was an intern at the bank, as Bob was saying, and then she got married, and she and her husband she went to the board, but they left for Kansas City because the board wouldn't hire her husband, and so they moved to the Kansas City Fed. And right after they left, I arrived at the board of governors.
Board, okay.
And then she moved eventually back to the Bank of Canada. So I used to see her just about every year at conferences, but we were never in the same place. It's kind of funny.
Hey, do you guys know, are we sharing screens? Because yesterday I got the impression that somebody was flipping slides.
Oh, I was told I would be able to control my own slides. So I guess.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. That's
because
good. Okay.
I'd asked them about this because they're also behind schedule now because they asked me to pare my slides down. I pared them down some, and then I was worried that I wasn't going to be able to. I still have too many slides, so I was worried they were going to control when I changed my slides. But I asked them, and they said, "You're fine."
So this sounds like Bob Tello.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome. I can't see you, but okay, now I can. Don, and Dr. Bob, and France. We're about to get started here. So welcome to the the third session before the end, the session before Larry Summers will be here. I'd like to introduce Bob Tetlow to begin with. Bob is the guy, just to tell a bit of a personal story in terms of the development of FPAS Mark I. There were three key people involved in that at the Bank of Canada. One is not here. His name is David Rose. He was about to take over the research department, and as part of that arrangement, I was managing the quarterly projection process at the time. He asked me whether or not I would manage a project to develop a new framework for thinking about monetary policy. And he said that I could choose one person in the Bank of Canada. And I responded instantly that it would be Bob Tetlow. They were quite surprised about that because Bob and I had not agreed upon one single thing up until that point. I then went and invited Bob to my office and asked him if he would be interested in joining me on this adventure, and he agreed instantly as well. I think, Bob, it's fair to say that we never disagreed once in public after that until I was until at a seminar after I was leaving the Bank of Canada. And then we went right back to our old regime of disagreeing about everything. So I went off to the research department of the IMF, and Bob went to the Fed, and he's going to be talking a lot about his research that he did while at the Fed. So Bob, thank you so much for being here. The other character, Don, he's in this story too. He walked into my office while we were doing this project and said that he wanted to be a part of it. And of course, he ended up effectively taking it over after Bob and I left. There was some other characters involved, like Ben Hunt and Tiff Macklem, who's currently the governor. He was sort of the intellectual leader in terms of thinking about the analytical framework and so on. So in addition to those guys, which are both Bank of Canada, ex-Bank of Canada, or current Bank of Canada, we also have Bob Ford, another guy that was at the Bank of Canada, who very important.
Looking suspicious.
What's that?
It's looking suspicious. Too many guys.
Well, I'm being totally upfront, and of course, Bob was one of my key mentors, developing me as an economist. Along with David Rose, of course, Bob Tetlow, who was a key collaborator, and so on. So, in addition to the Canadians, we also have France Salmon from the Central Bank of Colombia. His experience is really interesting, okay, because we've been through COVID, and there's this idea that maybe the advanced economy central banks had kind of lost their experience dealing with stagflationary kinds of shocks. Well, in Colombia, they have these things called weather shocks. So they still have a lot of experience dealing with those kinds of shocks. So, France, what I'm going to do is start with the Canadians. Well, two of the Canadians, and then I'll turn to you. So I'll start with Bob Tetlow and then Don Coletti, and then I'll turn to you, France. And you talked about maybe those really interesting experiences, and then Bob Ford. He can kind of try to wrap it all up with his views about his experiences working with us, providing comments sometimes on a weekly basis through this journey of developing Mark II. I've asked them all to provide some comments on Mark II, but also to draw upon obviously their research and so on. So Bob Tetlow, you get to kick it off. We're hoping that that you stick to 10 minutes. If you go over a little bit, we won't. Nothing will happen to you that's bad. But please try to stick it in 10 minutes, and then we'll have some follow-up questions and so on. Okay, so please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation, Doug. So let me bring up my PowerPoint here. So I need to share, right? Where's the share button? Where is the share button? Where is the share button?
If you pass your cursor, Bob, it should show up at the bottom.
Yeah, there it is. Right.
Be a bar somewhere on your screen at the bottom on the right.
Yeah. I got it now. I don't know why I missed it the first time. Okay. Okay. Can you see that?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Okay. Can you see that? Do you see my slides?
No.
No.
If you'd like, we can pull up the slides on our end.
No, I just got to.
There we go. It's coming.
Looking good.
Very good. All right. So if
There we go.
You can see the whole screen now. Good.
Yep. Good job. Yep.
Okay. Sorry for the delay. Thanks very much for the invitation. First, let me. So I'm a senior advisor in the Division of Monetary Affairs at the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System in Washington, D.C. And the first thing I have to do is call your attention to two lines, the small lines at the very bottom. There's a disclaimer that says that everything in these slides and everything I'm going to say are my opinions and views and have nothing to do with the Board of Governors, the Federal Reserve, the Federal Open Market Committee, the members of the staff, or anybody else, just me. That's it. That's all there is. So you are warned. Okay, so I've been asked to talk about FPAS Mark II and on also to talk about objective functions for monetary policy. And since this project is mostly about risk management and the conduct of monetary policy, that's the objective functions that I'm going to spend some time talking about. So this is how I'm going to split up my 10 minutes. I'm going to talk for a couple minutes about, not very long at all, about FPAS Mark II, just make some high-level observations. Then I'm going to talk about two aspects of preference functions. Start off with the standard linear quadratic control problem and discuss what that means. You probably all know that. That's probably all going to be review. That's going to allow me to make the transition to talk about multiple model Bayesian optimization for policy. And that's going to set up a benchmark for discussing risk-sensitive preferences, which is the part that I think fits into, that at least speaks to what the Central Bank of Armenia are up to. And I'm going to try and do that all in the next 9 minutes. So let's see how this goes. Okay, so on FPAS, prudent risk management. First, let me say that I wouldn't say I had the time to give as much attention to all the materials I was given as I would have liked. Because there's a lot to like there. I can see where all this is going. A lot of this sounds pretty familiar, to be honest, because this is Doug and people at Central Bank of Armenia and the various advisors that have popped in and out of this system for years are building on lots of expertise built up over many years. So in particular, I like the putting risk and uncertainty at the center of the analysis that goes on here. That is, you can think of that as working hard to make sure that there's not overemphasis on a baseline scenario, saying this is our forecast, this is what's going to happen, take it on board. That's all you need to know. I do think that that's a step in the right direction. As I understand it from the document, there's no baseline projection in what FPAS Mark II is doing. I like to hear something from Doug and company about the argument for that, because I think it makes things harder to communicate to the public, but we can talk about that. I also like that there is not a lot of stress in this document on collecting data on uncertainty and saying this gives us the stock of knowledge we need to respond to uncertainty. So there's a large and growing literature now on uncertainty shocks and measuring uncertainty from financial market data, especially, and then you feed those into models and say what it does. I certainly wouldn't say that literature is useless, but if you're doing monetary policy, I'm not sure that that's particularly powerful for a central bank. And finally, I like the idea of ruling out dark corners, that there are places in the models space, the forecast space, where you just want to stay away from, and that should be a priority in your policy making, even if some notion of optimality suggests that that might be where the best place is. It's just cliffs in the lost space out there. There are some operational issues that the documents talked about that I thought were worthy of musing about. And one of them is there's a lengthy section in the book, which is a draft, I admit, that talks about how you collect how you decide what these scenarios are. That would be the center of the FPAS Mark II system. I think the creation of scenarios and the associated collection of models used to create those scenarios is easily the biggest issue in any kind of system like this. Partly because there's a lot of overhead associated, especially if you have multiple models, and partly because you have to make careful decisions about what to include in the set of models and what to exclude, and it's never obvious how you do that. There's always going to be a shadow price for whatever you choose to do. I think the document usefully mentions least regrets as a way to operationalize the choice between policies based on these scenarios. That reminded me of a literature in decision theory called min-max regret, which is used with discrete choices. It's hard to operationalize min-max regret even in an environment where there's only, say, 2 choices, and as soon as the choices are no longer discrete and are more than 2, it can get ugly. So I was kind of curious about how that would become operationally useful. And also in those scenarios, there was written up something about there was a case A and a case B, and a case A is like optimistic and a case B is pessimistic. That conveys the image of symmetry around there, because the baseline forecast, if there was one, would be somewhere in the middle of those. If you created an optimistic and pessimistic scenario using the same model, it would just be saying, oh, the optimistic scenario policy has to be tighter and the pessimistic scenario policy has to be easier rather. That can be helpful at the margin, but I don't think the thing that really is a concern, that the scenario that one should really be interested in are shocks that hinder the monetary transmission mechanism, because that says you have to apply monetary policy in a smaller or a larger dose than would otherwise be the case, and that would then feed into financial stability risk, for example. So coming back now, so there's some deeper questions then that we're not going to have time to talk through here. One relates to that baseline scenario question, and how it is that the governor, say, the Central Bank of Armenia, or any other person of distinction in that place, how they would communicate what the plans are for monetary policy without the use of a baseline scenario. Off the top of my head, I can't see how that would work, but I've never been to Armenia, so who knows. And the last thing is, this literature broadly always sort of brushes aside the fact that the central bank is itself a part of the data generating process. And part of what the central bank is trying to do with the communications and with the policy itself is guide skeptical or misinformed private agents towards the rational expectations equilibrium. And that's always got to be somewhere in there. Okay, so linear quadratic Gaussian control. This is what, if a central bank does do stuff about policy and uncertainty or optimal policy, I'm not sure how many central banks actually do it, but when they do it, it's almost always linear quadratic Gaussian control. And what's the reason for that? Well, linear models and quadratic preferences and Gaussian disturbances mean certain equivalence holds. And that's a really nice feature for working with models, because you don't have to worry about the distributions of outcomes. It's also the case that the separation theorem holds then. And the nice thing about that is you can apply policy on top of any forecast you want. You can create a forecast with one model and apply policy on top of that forecast if you like. And that's all perfectly acceptable, because the computation of the states of the economy through common filtering or what have you is separable from the computation of control. It's also pretty simple to compute because of that, and relatively easy to explain. The certain equivalence in quadratic preferences means that you can explain it to a large degree of a large number of people. The big disadvantage, of course, is that the risk just disappears into constant terms in the model. So if you want to handle risk in that environment, you can't do it directly except insofar as you have fan charts. So at the board, we do some of this. We do lots of other stuff too, and so this is a standard quadratic loss function. And what you see here is what we do with us. This is the recursive representation. So this thing in the middle is our sort of our typical loss function. You see that I've normalized everything around target variables here. So you see pi is inflation, U is the unemployment rate, and what we do at the Fed, we have to do maximum employment. And so we interpret that as a measure of the natural rate of unemployment, U star. And so this U is the deviation of unemployment from U star. And then we have this third term for the change in the federal funds rate, our policy instrument. That's the third thing that we put into this optimization problem. You see there on the right, there's an E. So there's an expectation of the same problem one period ahead. So it's a multi-period problem solved usually under rational expectations. This is a picture of what our optimal control simulations look like from our stuff. This dates back to January 2017. 2017 is the latest year that this material is in the public domain. The thing I want to point out to you here is we start off, this black line is a baseline scenario. And we say we construct a forecast judgmentally with the aid of an arbitrary policy and produces these results, unemployments and so forth. And then people in my division, monetary affairs, comes in and says, all right, if we wanted to do the optimal policy instead of this arbitrary policy, what would it look like? And we produce these lines that say, here's the optimal policy if you have the preferences I just showed you with those lambdas equal to 1. That's one of those lines. Then here's, the other lines are for when we have different weights in those loss functions. It tells you what how those things go. So that's optimal control. This is other things we do. We use just simple policy rules instead of optimal control and then do shocks around them. So this is the baseline policy rule and scenario. So this is closer to what I was being doing in FPAS Mark II, I guess. And then we produced, as I mentioned about linear quadratic Gaussian control, the one aspect of uncertainty you can bring into the analysis other than scenarios is that you can compute fan charts, and that's what you're seeing there. All right, Bayesian approaches. As you probably know, Bayesian approaches work off probability density functions. That's this equation down at the bottom. There's a probability density for some set of variables xt plus 1. And they're functions of the data up to period t, the policy, and the model. And then the key question, as I alluded at the top, is what model are you going to use for this exercise? Because model uncertainty, in my view at least, is always the key consideration. So one way of handling this is to use multiple models and then aggregate everything up. And you can do them independently, or you can do them collectively and choose a policy that's optimal in some sense of that word for a weighted average of these models. That's called Bayesian model averaging. There's other ways of doing this that don't involve using econometric means for aggregating across these models. But these are just, in terms of expected values, these just end up being simple additions of the means the mean forecast of these models, and it's just a question of how you weight those. But the variances are a different story. If you want to collect the variances of a collection of models, you end up with this extra term here because the means of these forecasts vary from forecast to forecast, and so you get this extra term that reflects the variances around a collection of means. And this thing is always positive, and it can get pretty large. So that's one of the reasons why forecasting with multiple models in the Bayesian environment can give you wide dispersion, and you can end up with unsatisfactory big surprises. So if you were, so there's a big literature on how modeling, averaging models is good for forecasting, but you end up with a lot of disappointments because you add a lot of variability into it as well. Alternative preferences. So now we're stepping into the area where we're going to look at different loss functions for modeling uncertainty. I'm going to do two here. This is one called a line X utility, which means linear exponential. So that's the loss function at the top. There's a parameter alpha there that reflects the curvature of the preferences for aversion for uncertainty. This little literature goes back to forecasting and portfolio analysis. The GT plus 1 at the bottom is the forecast of the variable X, which I'm going to, for this purpose, I'm going to represent here as just pi. I'm going to shrink it to pi to make things clear. And what you see here is the forecast that this is the object that you're going to minimize. This is the thing on the right-hand side of the loss function. So G is, you see the log of the expectation of the exponent of alpha pi t plus 1. That's a little confusing. That's a curve function of pi, and it's got alpha in there. That's alpha is positive and usually greater than 1. So this is going to be a biased estimate of inflation. And here's second line shows you what that bias ends up being. You put in the expected value. This is usually just the sample mean, but it need not be, of inflation. And then there's a function of expected future variance of inflation. So in this loss function, you combat the variability of inflation. This fits the story that central bankers tell all the time about we have to fight, increases in inflation, volatility in inflation, because we don't want it to get embedded in expectations. Or an alternative story you hear is if inflation is moving around a lot, it becomes more salient, and then people pay more attention to it, and then that's the reason why we get into expectations and then make things harder for you to bring inflation down. And so this is a loss function that captures aspects of that. This is what the function looks like. The blue dotted line is a quadratic loss function, very familiar. You see this red line here. It shows what it looks like when alpha is positive. It skews this distribution to the right. The symmetry of the blue line is exactly why second moments don't come into the quadratic problem. The asymmetry of the red line is why they do. Finally, I'm not keeping track of time, so someone can start yelling at me if I'm going way over here. There is a growing literature on robust control and ambiguity aversion in monetary policy control and control more generally. Some of this literature originates from engineering and was pioneered by Tom Sargent and Lars Hansen. Some of it is an axiomatic theory that comes up from people in Philadelphia at Penn and elsewhere. And I'm not going to skip this thing about Ellsworth paradox, but it just says that people really are adverse to uncertainty in a way that's more profound than they are about risk, that they really hate uncertainties that they don't understand. So okay, I'll spin a minute. Look at this thing on the left. This is the light blue circle is an urn, and it's a gambling problem. You're going to pick a ball from the urn, predict the color, you get $1. If you don't predict the color, you get 0. You ask people in experiments what they're willing to pay for that. There's 2 blue balls or black balls, 2 red balls. They say, if they say 50 cents for that gamble, it means they're risk neutral. If they say less than 50 cents, it means they're risk averse, and so on. The one on the right is, I tell the people in the experiment that there is red balls and black balls, and the red balls and black balls are in equal proportions, but there are also a proportion of balls in there that I'm not going to tell you what color they are. They're just red and black, but I'm not going to tell you what their proportions are. If you're a expected utility maximizer, these are the same problem. You shouldn't care about this. But experiments and theory have shown that people hate this ambiguous decision on the right. They really like to avoid uncertainties they don't understand. And that's the foundation, in some sense, for theories about ambiguity aversion. So at the top here is how the Bayesian solves a problem about choice with multiple models. They weight them by the probabilities, as I said before, in this loss function. The ambiguity averse problem is the one at the bottom. It looks the same, but the weighting just ends up being different because the ambiguity averse decision maker keys off the model that does the most damage to their optimization. Because they're unwilling to assess probabilities for the individual models, they key off the one that's going to hurt them the most. And this is the thing that fits into the avoiding dark corners. Because you want to pick a policy that says, okay, I might have to sacrifice some performance in quadratic criteria, but I want to make sure that I don't get too close to that bifurcation point that pushes me into a hellish outcome. And that's what this is all about. That worst case can move around. For the United States, I will conjecture without proof that was, inflation getting out of control last year, the year before. We want to take steps to make sure that we don't cross the point where that happens, and we're willing to pay a price to do that if it comes to that. But, a year from now, if inflation is back where we hope it's going to be, then that worst case will be something else, and that would call for a different policy. All right, so I am basically done. FPAS Mark II looks like a really great project. I can see that it is in great shape to put Central Bank of Armenia on a good path for a sensible, prudent, and successful monetary policy. I think there are a few issues to work out operationally, most of them having to do with guidance of private sector and expectations formation and the lot. And I do think, as I was trying to indicate with the geeky part, that there are some tools out there that could be useful for helping people think through how to model uncertainty. Thank you very much. Sorry for going over time out.
No problem, Bob. So there's a few very practical questions there that, for example, the base case. I'm going to hopefully pass that one to the governor because the logic of getting rid of the base case for a country like Armenia is, in my mind, much stronger than advanced economies most of the time. But we'll just put that on hold for the moment. So Don Coletti, who is at the Bank of Canada, an advisor to the governor, and so he will go next, please.
Great. Thank you very much, Doug. Here, I'm going to try to share my screen. Hopefully that's going to work. Yep. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Great. Thanks. Thank you very much. Hello. And especially thank you for the invitation to be part of this symposium. Before I jump into my talk, I'll make it clear that the views expressed here are my own and not to be attributed to the Bank of Canada. So I see FPAS Mark II as a very important evolution. It puts in place a risk management approach to monetary policy making that aims to achieve 3 important objectives relative to Mark I, all of which I think are really important and good ideas. First, elevate attention to uncertainty in policy making to avoid costly dark corners. Second, to shift the focus of policymakers away from optimizing the policy path for the most likely scenario to a path that ensures policy agility. And third, to remove self-imposed restrictions on sharp adjustments of the policy stance when needed. About your work, I'm going to say about the nicest thing one can probably ever say about somebody else's work is that it's having a really important influence on my own thinking. And you can see that in my paper on the design of the 4th generation of Bank of Canada projection and policy analysis models. And if you're interested in that, you can get more on that on the paper through the link that's in the slide. So at the same time, I want to be clear that how the Bank of Canada will end up using this new suite of models to better support risk management is still an issue to be decided. So our project, this 4th generation of models, we call our project Next Gen. So it's a 3-year project. It's about a third of the way through. At its core is a new Canadian workhorse model, which follows Fabio Canova's practical DSG modeling philosophy. So the work that we're doing to design the new core model strongly reflects our desire to improve our understanding of inflation dynamics, and in particular, the supply side of the economy, an area that we think tends to be underdeveloped in most of the macro models. But even a shiny new model only gets you so far. Similar to the FPAS Mark II effort, Next Gen is also about better supporting risk management. And to do that, we are going to build some variants of the workhorse model. So you can think about these variants as being exactly the same as the baseline model with one twist. Those variants, those twists are going to be focused mostly on exploring the key behavioral assumptions related to inflation determination. So for example, there'll be versions of the model that look at alternative theories of how firms set prices, and there'll be versions of the model that consider alternative ways to model expectations, including a version with endogenous policy credibility, which I will talk about in a little bit. So the plan also features a suite of other models which are designed to tackle issues that we think are just too complex to be included in the workhorse model or its variants. So one example is a model that focuses on the transition to a net zero carbon economy. So let me jump into one of these topics by considering asymmetry and state-dependent pricing. So as I said, one of the key areas that we're going to look at is alternative theories of how firms set prices. And some of these theories actually imply some very important nonlinearities. So I'll take you through one example. So here we have on the left, we have some data from the Business Outlook survey that we do of Canadian firms. And if you look on the chart on the left, you can see that in late 2021 and the first half of 2022, pass-through from costs to prices in Canada was stronger and more widespread than before the pandemic. And then interestingly, in late 22 and in 2023, costs actually fell by more than prices. So you have the opposite coming through. So this is consistent with the idea that firms are more able to pass cost increases to consumers in high inflation environments. And so there are many different ways of capturing that in a model, but one way of doing that is by introducing strategic complementarities and price settings. So in this version or this variant of the baseline model, firms increase prices sharply when marginal costs increase, but do not cut prices as much when marginal cost falls. So the resulting state-dependent pass-through is shown on the chart on the right, where you can see that the response of inflation to shock depends very much on the level of inflation. So this characterization of firm pricing behavior is just one possibility. We're exploring other theories that can have different macro implications. And some of them, as I said before, part some important nonlinearities. Now, another key variant is the variant that addresses the issues of how expectations are formed. So again, we have multiple theories for how expectations are formed, and we have multiple models that each employs these different expectations. But I'm going to focus on one particular version of that here, and where this variant in expectations leads to endogenous policy credibility. So how you model inflation expectations are really important, and particularly if you want to talk about the possibility of wage price spirals. So let me provide you a little bit of background on the model behind the scene here. So in the standard model, the degree of agent rationality and policy credibility is static. The probability of a wage price spiral when agents are fully rational is captured on this chart by the red line. Okay, but when inflation remains high for an extended period, it is possible that inflation expectations can become it's possible that high inflation itself can become embedded in inflation expectations. So to consider that possibility, we developed this variant model, and the variant model is exactly the same as the baseline model, except the fact that it adds a second group of agents who have adaptive expectations. So in the simulations, some of these agents' beliefs can turn out to be extrapolative in the right set of circumstances. Okay. So in this model, it's important to note that agents can switch their behavior from either having rational or adaptive expectations, and that's based on the relative forecasting errors of the two approaches. So when the share of model consistent agents declines, you can think of that as a situation where credibility wanes and monetary policy becomes less effective. So adding this mechanism to the model increases the probability of a wage price spiral. So in the chart, you can see the shaded blue area, and that shows the model implied risk of a wage price spiral under the heterogeneous expectations model. So for comparison, during the post-pandemic inflation outburst, the risk of the wage price spiral in the heterogeneous agent model, which is shown in the blue shaded area, jumps up to about 80% at the peak. And that's compared with only like a 15% probability that comes from the baseline rational expectations model. So in this next slide, what I do here is I build upon the same models that were used to generate the previous slide, and I show you the outcomes of a couple of scenarios. So panel A shows the policy interest rate coming from a scenario based on the rational expectations model, and that's the one in orange. But it also shows an interest rate path coming from the endogenous credibility scenario that we run, and that's in red. So the yellow area here shows the interest rate path that balances the risks across two alternatives for a given probability associated with the relative probability associated with the models. So it's really interesting to note that the yellow area here is well above the midpoint of the red and orange lines, despite the fact that there's only a 25 to 30% probability on the endogenous credibility scenario behind that yellow area. So that outcome reflects the costliness of allowing inflation expectations to drift away from target. So panel B gives you a little more insight on that. The y-axis on panel B shows that the size of the insurance premium required to guard against the possibility of unanchored inflation expectations. You can see that it rises non-linearly as the probability associated with the endogenous credibility scenario increases. So at the beginning, when there's a very, very low probability, on the endogenous credibility scenario, there's not much need to take out insurance. However, as that probability increases, the insurance that's required to guard against unanchored inflation expectations grows very quickly. So in my last slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about an alternative approach to frame the policy discussions and for communicating with the public. So I want to be really clear here that the views I'm going to express here are my own, and this is not something that the bank has decided upon at all. This is just my thinking through things and having some options for how to set policy in the face of uncertainty. So I'll have to start by saying that I share many of Charles Goodhart's concerns about how difficult it would be for a central bank like the Bank of Canada to walk away completely from a baseline view. So I've been thinking about a Bayesian approach that preserves the idea of a baseline forecast, albeit a modified one, and it is going to be different in an important way from the traditional baseline forecast. But in a way that all this would actually keep much of the key benefits offered and identified by the folks that have created FPAS 2. So the idea here is that, excuse me, is that policy discussions and public communications could be centered around a baseline narrative, but that the forecast itself would be conditioned upon a policy path that balances risks across the alternative scenarios. So I'll briefly summarize that idea on this in the bottom row of the table. On the right-hand side, I list some of the key elements of this approach, but to make it clear, let me walk you through an example. And I'm going to use the situation in 2021 and 2022, when inflation began to rise unexpectedly. So the baseline narrative at the time was that the rise in inflation would be temporary. Monetary policy highly credible. It wouldn't be necessary to aggressively increase interest rates. Now, an alternative scenario, one that was based on the endogenous credibility model, would suggest that maybe rates have to rise more aggressively than the baseline narrative to prevent inflation expectations from coming unhinged. Now, following my approach, as I said, using the narrative from the baseline, but setting the policy path equal to a path that minimizes risk across multiple scenarios, that would have some really important advantages. And let me work my way through it. Which actually help address the key objectives that were laid out by the FPAS 2 builders and creators. So first, by building and discussing the alternative scenario publicly, the central bank acknowledges that dark corners exist and need to be avoided. So that's important. Second, by putting some weight on the alternative scenario and the policy path embedded in the baseline forecast, including the current policy setting, the central bank is showing that it takes this idea of managing risk seriously, and it's putting its money where its mouth is. Third, by updating the scenarios as well as reassessing the probability of the alternative scenarios over time, the central bank creates the option to change course on interest rates if needed. Now, in the real world in 2022, inflation continued to surprise on the upside. As a result, the balanced interest rate path, which conditions the base case, would have become more aggressive. Now, this would happen for two reasons. First, the policy response would get more aggressive in the endogenous credibility model as the higher realized inflation, as inflation realized to be higher than expected. Second, with certainly correlated errors, inflation errors in the baseline, the policymaker would start increasing the weight that she places on the endogenous credibility scenario. So these updates would happen through time as time moves ahead and the forecast and the monetary policy reports get updated. And the policy path will get increasingly aggressive until the moment that inflation finally begins to turn. So that's what I've been thinking about another way to do this. But as I said, this approach is still a work in progress, and it has its shortcomings too. So I'd just like to wrap up by congratulating the team at the Central Bank of Armenia. I think your work is already having influence beyond your borders, and that's always a good sign. So I look forward to following your progress, and thank you for including me today.
Thank you, Don. That was excellent. So now we have Franz Haumann from the Central Bank of Colombia. And I think there's some very important lessons that advanced economy central banks should learn from countries like Colombia, like India, that have these weather shocks. But Franz is going to talk about some other issues as well. Franz, please.
Thank you, Doug. Thanks for the invitation. It seems that someone is already sharing the screen. So yeah, there you go. I'm going to try to share the screen. Okay. Well, before starting my presentation, I would make the disclaimer pretty similar to what the others central banks officials have done. This is just my personal view on the issues of FPAS and prudent risk management that we have been discussing, and I'm going to share a little bit some key points on the Colombian experience. Again, these are my views and not the central banks or the boards. And once again, thanks for the invitation. There are 3 points that I would like to talk about today about the Colombian experience. One is the one that Doug has already mentioned, which is how we integrate this supply and weather-related shocks in our FPAS. A second one, but related, is how we try to incorporate in our process alternative narratives that other market participants or analysts may have, and how we exploit that information based on surveys. And there is a third point related to what someone has already presented, is how to build alternative scenarios from predictive densities, which is our central approach to manage risk and to communicate also risk to the markets. A final point, if you would like to discuss, we can also talk about models and the suite of models that we have in Colombia. It's pretty similar to what Dan Coleris from the Bank of Canada already showed. The approach is kind of similar. We have two core models. We have variants over either of the 2 models, and then we have satellite models for more complex questions. Yeah, let's start with the weather, which is what Doug asked me to talk about. Well, the Colombian economy has been, it's a small open economy, and it's susceptible to many shocks, and one of those shocks is the supply shocks, in particular those attributable to El Niño southern oscillation called ENSO. But these shocks actually coexist with diverse shocks that buffet typically small open economies, and all the shocks at once may end up affecting inflation expectations and, of course, the monetary policy response. So a key point for us is to accurately distinguish the contribution of each of these shocks, and that's important not only for building the forecast, but also to build a narrative about the monetary policy discussion. That's key, and that's part of the I think that's the main important challenge that we need to distinguish. So to talk about a little bit about the importance of the phenomenon, and this is an experience that I would like to share. When I started more than 20 years ago, when building models here at the Central Bank in Colombia, and we used to go to forums, and when we let people know that in our models we had the lack of rain the droughts in our monetary policy models, people used to laugh and make fun of us. But the reason was very simple. Why we had this shock? Why this type of shocks in our model, or a suite of models now, our model back then. And the reason was that, yes, as it is standard, and it was kind of difficult to understand in other countries, especially in developed countries, is that weather affects an important part of the goods basket in the economy. Not only food, but also transportation, in energy generation costs, etc. And so these shocks, despite that, in principle, one would think that these are relative prices shocks and that relative prices should take care of those. And that's in principle true. The problem was that in Colombia was a country, or is a country, or actually was a country with very high inflation rates by current standards. But it was a country in which inflation was very high for decades and for very long periods. So markets developed mechanisms to protect against high inflation, because for some reason they didn't see the guarantee from the state as a whole that there was a commitment to a lower inflation. That was back before inflation targeting. So we have all these mechanisms of indexation, wage indexation to the minimum wage indexation to the previous CPI, and many contracts, some loan contracts, rent contracts, housing contracts, etc. Many of those are indexed to the overall CPI. So whenever a supply shock hits in the right moment, that increases the part of the basket, but also increases the full CPI, and you're so unlucky that it hits by the end of the year, so that inflation at the end of the year accelerates. That shock in particular gets embedded nearly automatically in the rest of the basket, making monetary policy much more difficult. And those mechanisms prevail today because they are already embedded in laws, and laws are difficult to change. And despite the fact that we have had periods of lower and stable inflation, actually indexation helps to sustain those low inflation periods. When you have these kind of shocks that are large and have important impacts, it may affect monetary policy. So that's something that is difficult to understand for developed countries. And as Dan said, credibility or endogenous credibility becomes a key issue. We can talk about that also. We have some models similar to those, but that's the key point of why one would like to have these kind of shocks. Looking at the correlations, as I mentioned, it's pretty clear that ENSO fluctuations and inflation in particular, the expectations are important. We have different approaches, but one can summarize like empirical approaches to try to disentangle the contribution of these shocks. We can do it through a P bar. I'm not gonna stop in the details because I don't have much time. But I would like to make the point that I would like to address here is that in our semi-structural model, we can address these issues. And in particular, it's key, the issue of credibility that I just discussed. So the advantage, of course, of having a semi-structural or a structural model where we have this kind of shocks is that we can isolate, or at least as a first step, the contribution of these shocks. We can put a shock to weather, see how it impacts food inflation, regulated inflation, and in these models that they have relative prices playing around, you can sort of like measure what, or at least quantify what would be the impact on monetary policy. These are basis points. So we can do shock decompositions, as I mentioned. These models allow the decomposition of shocks to assess the different contributions and so on. Let me talk briefly for a few minutes, for a couple of minutes that I have left, to talk about how we integrate alternative narratives in our framework. At least I'm going to give you a glance about it. Essentially, what we do here is we have surveys for inflation performed to analysts. They a bunch of analysts, 30, 35, 40, whatever. You have all these analysts, they have inflation expectations, interest rate expectations, and growth expectations, GDP growth expectations. Since these analysts are usually the same, and they provide paths for these expectations, we sort of like try to inform that information. We pass that information through a model, and we sort of kind like assess what are the stories of these numbers that would have arise from or derived from an invariant interpreter or a model. So we filter that information through a single model, which may not be the true model for each analyst, but we think that it captures or may capture the core macro relationships that a given analyst may have in his or her head. So we can, so essentially we can have a distribution of I think yeah, there you go. We can have a distribution of shocks to see what these shocks dominate or over a particular situation. In particular, during the COVID, we sort of like keep track of this tool to see what were the stories behind where there were more supply shocks who were dominating or demand shocks that were dominating. So this is a useful tool to sort of like provide kind of like robustness and to consider alternative narratives from different analysts in our internal discussions. So there is a paper coming. It's referenced in the slides where all these things are documented and this idea is documented. And finally, regarding scenario building and risk, we do it through predictive densities. I'm not going to explain that, but the key point in the way we use these predictive densities is our models are small open economy models. So we lay out the risk in terms of the distribution of this shock, variables that are exogenous to the small open economies, or even if you have local variables like food prices, we have shocks to the Phillips curve of those of the formation of those prices in particular. so we can put shocks to food or to regulated prices, which are local, but we lay out the risk in terms of from exogenous variables into endogenous variables like inflation and gross domestic product or other endogenous variables. And what is useful for us, at least, is that because we build this distribution of risk based on the Bayesian predictive densities, we can make like clear statements about the balance of risk in terms of the exogenous variables and what they represent to our endogenous forecast of inflation growth and monetary policy when communicating to the public. Those were the points that I wanted to discuss so far. So I'm giving back to you the floor, Doug. And once again, thanks for inviting me to be part of this meeting. Not to mention, I almost forgot, is that the work that you're doing there at the Central Bank of Armenia has also been quite influential for us. Actually, by the way, in the last forecasting round of the last year, we presented essentially like two cases, one in which we have a model in which there were no endogenous credibility costs, and one case in which there were endogenous credibility costs, and we presented these two cases to the Board of Governors, and this has been and has proven to be, a useful approach, at least to discuss key issues related to monetary policy here in Colombia. So go ahead, keep the good work at the Central Bank of Armenia. You're having an influence even on the other side of the ocean. So thanks a lot.
Franz, just to set the record straight, I was not one of those guys that laughed at your weather shocks 20 years ago.
You were not. Okay.
I just smiled. Okay, so because I thought it was very novel and obviously very real and so on. Okay, so I just wanted to set that record straight. So Bob, before you begin, I just want to say a few remarks. First of all, Don, it looks like you got the convex Phillips curve at endogenous credibility, which is very similar to what we're doing, but with a slightly different formulation. That is because we obviously have a lot fewer resources than you do. But there is one thing that I want to get to, and that is what did Charles Goodhart actually say yesterday? Because what I heard in his presentation is that in some situations it just doesn't make sense to think about a base case. That was point number one that seemed to be pretty strong. And then point number two was that there's communication challenges with base case. But there was also another seminar where Charles Goodhart, along with Bob Ford, where they agreed on something. And it's very much related to the question that Armen Nerbekian, Armen is the deputy governor at the Central Bank of Armenia, and he asked Charles Goodhart to define what the base case actually is. Okay, and what was interesting, because in that earlier seminar with Charles Goodhart, I thought Bob Ford and Charles Goodhart agreed that we did need to define in an intelligible way what the base case was. And what I proposed, which I still propose, at least for the Central Bank of Armenia and central banks like the Central Bank of Armenia, where we don't have, you know, well-developed financial markets, and we don't have options markets and things like that, is that we survey commercial banks. We already survey them, and we ask them a very specific and intelligible question. Can you tell us, can you give us the most likely scenario that is priced in financial markets today, along with a full scenario? In other words, a list of variables that we need to be able to tell the macro story, and of course with a narrative. And I thought, Bob, that you, not Bob Tetlow, but Bob Ford, I thought that you liked that idea and you agreed with Charles Goodhart, and I was really, really happy with that. But maybe Bob, you could not Bob Tetlow, but Bob, maybe you could respond to that to sort of clarify what your thinking is about the baseline before we get into the whole issue about why the baseline simply isn't appropriate for countries like Armenia.
Okay.
That was Bob Ford, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me. Again, I've been doing this for some time now, as you know. So I think my views in general will not be very, I hope they won't be very surprising to most of the audience here, because most of these things we've discussed in the past more than once, at least in general terms. I mean, FPAS 2, I think of it, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but from the far distance of Southern Ontario, I think of it as three aspects, all of which you can think of one building on the other. First is your training program. You have this intensive training program. Let's call it a boot camp for all your internal. You bring in these guys, these young economists, and you train them up, and I think this is great and also innovative. I don't know of any other central bank that when they hire all their intake guys, junior intake guys, they put them through many weeks long boot camp to make sure they're up to snuff. And maybe that's the difference between different countries. I mean, after all, the Fed or the Bank of Canada has access to all these well-educated guys coming out of university. In some sense, the universities do it for them for free. And maybe Armenia doesn't have that access to that sort of human capital as much, and so has to fill it in. Anyway, it's a good idea, and it seems to be working out. The seminars I've heard from your staff and stuff like that are pretty high quality. And that's good. The next leg of the tripod, if you like, is internal staff work in preparation for, to inform monetary policymakers internally. And of course, the training provides the basis for this internal staff work. And sort of some of what we talked about today so far in this seminar has been that kind of thing. I mean, it's obviously very important. The decision makers have to know what's going on. You have to understand it's the staff's job, in some sense, to tell them. Just a couple of points. I agree with Don that the supply side has been underappreciated in some sense, and especially for a country like Armenia, it would be. We tend to, as macroeconomists, certainly macroeconomists in my generation, we're long trained to view almost everything through demand shocks. And so all this stuff about countercyclical fiscal, all is based on demand shock stuff. I was particularly struck by this during the COVID thing, which I think was just almost a pure supply shock. We had this big drop in output and employment, and then and then suddenly the vaccines came along, and we had a big offsetting increase in that. But certainly in the press and among commentators, and I think even among a lot of policymakers, certainly on the fiscal side, I don't want to speak for the monetary side, it was interpreted largely in demand terms. I mean, fiscal policy got everybody started spending money because we needed to offset this stop in thing. I think that was a mistake, a policy mistake, but, or at least was, I think they should have considered more the supply side aspects of that, the fact that a whole bunch of the economies were closed down by this, and then they opened up again, and that was that. That said, I'm not so keen on optimal control, to be honest. It's a very obvious thing to do for a policymaker. A policymaker has this economy in front of them, and they've got a tool, and it's a very natural way of thinking about the monetary policy problem. You adjust the tool, you see what happens, and you do it so that you get the optimal or least risk or some sort of. Bob Tetlow went through a excellent discussion of various ways you can handle what you want to do here, and there's a long tradition of it in macro, going back at least to Phillips, back in the very old days. His hydraulic model and all that kind of stuff was just that, right? Seeing the macroeconomy as some sort of mechanical device that you're pushing levers on. On the other hand, it runs into what I think is has been underrated problems raised by guys like Lucas and Charles Goodhart, that implicitly or implicitly, a lot of what, this is the language that was used in the old days, a lot of what you assume in your optimal control problem is structural, turns out to be not so structural after all. In a way, the stuff that Don talked about credibility is trying to get at that, I would say, and so is pretty good. And the third tripod here is the public communication of the actual monetary policy decision. I'm leaving out the actual monetary policy decision here because that's up to the Bank of Armenia policy makers to decide on that. I have no advice. But this public communication is a big part of FPAS, and I find it striking, and this has been consistent for a long time in my involvement here, that a lot of outside guys, almost all of whom come from the Bank of Canada, it turns out, have homed in on this baseline issue. Larry Shembri homed in on it. I homed in on it. Both Don and Bob mentioned it. And it's sort of, in some sense, the most surprising thing about, and innovative or unusual, depending on your point of view, thing about this framework. So I guess my view on this, maybe I should restate my view since that's not so sure maybe what it is, but is that, well, sort of internally, you have to, I think the staff has to come up with some position on where they think the economy is going to inform monetary policy makers. That's a different decision of whether you want to publish it. I think, I don't think the problems of publishing it are as big as some other people think. I don't think markets in general are sort of fooled by this extra uncertainty and stuff like that. Newspaper reporters are, but because they look at the table and they just read out the numbers and go home, right? So that's, and there's no way around that, except just not publishing the numbers, of course. That's one way around it. But I don't think that's so important. I think that more sophisticated guys, like guys in the academics or people in the financial markets, they understand what's going on. They produce their own forecasts all the time. They know what it's all about. I think that, to me, the biggest reason for not publishing, there's lots of reasons for publishing it. I think, it is a good way of trying to summarize to the public what the monetary policy decision is actually based on. And I think that's important. Now, your strategy is to get around this by using words, and that might work. It'd be interesting to see how well that works. works. I think the reason for having my best reason for not publishing a baseline is that in terms of the policy decision itself, there isn't any such thing. That the policymakers disagree. There's no one baseline. Policymakers all in the backs of their mind have their own baseline. And so publishing a baseline as though it's shared by all policymakers is a bit disingenuous, a bit misleading in that case, right? And so maybe, you don't want to mislead people that way. Now that raises the issue, however, of what to do about those differing opinions, right? I mean, how much should the central bank allow these differing opinions to get out, and how much prominence should they give to differing opinions among the group of policymakers? In the old days, it wasn't a problem because the governor there was only one policymaker. It was the governor. How many different opinions could there be? Nowadays, though, it's much more common to have policy committees and things like that. So different opinions. And there seems to be different practices between banks. I mean, the Bank of England, and I think the Bank of England and the Fed does pretty well at this, in the sense that it seems that members of the Monetary Policy Committee or the Federal Markets Committee have quite a lot of freedom to speak out and say what they want to say. And if they disagree, they disagree, and it's up to everybody in the economy to try and figure out what that means, and that's transparency. I think they could do better. I mean, the dot plots, for example, and the Fed dot plots are unnecessarily obscure. I know they're an effort to do this. And so if you're not going to have a baseline, the question is, in the case of I think you should think hard at Bank of Armenia how you're going to handle differences of opinion among you can cover them up and just issue one sort of somehow compromise view, right? I don't think that's very good. I spent a lot of time in bureaucratic organizations like the OECD and the IMF writing up exactly that sort of document, and they are inevitably obscure and mushy-mouthed, and because they've got to be worded in such a way that everybody can agree, which means they don't tell you anything. They tell you very little, almost by design, right? So I'm not too sure that's a good way to go. I'm not sure that's a very transparent way of going. I don't really have an answer, but I'll leave you with that conundrum to solve yourself. I think probably every central bank has to solve it their own way, depending on the local situation, how their pronouncements are viewed in their own local markets, like financial markets, for example, and so on. I think the local guys are probably the best, certainly better than me, the best positioned to develop a good communication strategy. I'll leave it there.
Okay, so excellent, everyone. I just want to respond a little bit to Bob Tetlow, not to be confused about the base case, because it was a common theme. Don mentioned it as well. So in Armenia, okay, we have massive amounts of uncertainty. Okay, and in a lot of cases, the kind of good hard argument, it just simply doesn't make any sense. But in Armenia as well, we also have an institutional framework where we have a board where everybody is individually accountable, and I think that second part is really, really important. So that's going to be my really, really quick answer to that question. Bob, Tetlow, Don, Franz, did you have any? Franz, you might have some views about this too, but Bob Tetlow first, maybe you could just take the first crack. I think what you mean by optimal control, what we use it for is drawing lines. But do you, given the objective function that you have, I don't think of it as optimal policy, but we use optimal control too, but we just use it for drawing pretty lines. And it's more robust when we're thinking about creating scenarios where we have non-linearities at play. That's how I think of what we're using the tool for. But Bob Ford's remarks were more about thinking about it from an optimal policy kind of perspective. Bob?
Sure. So thanks, Bob Ford, for the really great summary comments across presentations here. And you made a couple of useful points that in the short presentation time that I had that I couldn't touch on, which is exactly what you would use optimal control for, as Doug was just saying, and making the distinction between public and internal use. So, and I'm a big fan of this public disclosure myself, but as Bob Ford was alluding to, it's really going to depend a lot on the environment you're in. It's going to depend on the structure of your committee. If you have a large committee that with a lot of dispersion of views, then you have to at least come up with an agreement about how it is you're going to communicate those views, even though there's going to be disagreement, ambiguity, and a dispersion in those views. It's also going to be different depending on the voting structure on there, because, you know, if you think of a median voter model, that's what's going to drive policy. But if depending on how you set up the voting or just the dynamics, the personal dynamics within a committee, who the median voter is could be shifting over time, which makes continuity of the policies difficult in those circumstances. So I agree with Bob Ford about that. In my own thinking about optimal control is it's mostly for the staff to communicate ideas to policymakers, and what they choose to do with it, whether they put it out in public or just keep it for themselves, is up to them. I still think more public disclosure is better than less. I also don't think optimal control should be ever used all on its own. So I showed you two pages, one with optimal control and one with simple policy rules around different scenarios. So the one of them was, here's a baseline scenario, here's what different characterizations of optimal control say you might want to do. And the other one moved away from the baseline scenarios, did shocks, and said, hey, here's what the baseline policy rule would say how you respond to shocks. So you think of that as a 2x2 grid, right? There's scenarios on one side, there's policy preferences on the other, and those are two of those corners of that 2x2 grid. And then you can do the off corners where you look at how optimal control feeds into the scenarios, how the optimal control says you should respond to particular scenarios. And all that is just with one model. You can expand that so that there are more models. Obviously, that's a lot of resources. So I would not go and suggest that every central bank or the Central Bank of Armenia in particular would do all of that stuff. But one of the things a page I didn't show you is we also do policy scenarios involving simple policy rules. And this is where I think the real advantage of optimal control used alongside those simple rules can be really useful. Because sometimes you have a scenario, whether it's your baseline scenario or some alternative, and optimal control says do this. And the simple policy rule that just has output or inflation and some persistence in it will show you about the same thing. And that's telling you optimal control keys off of everything you have in your model and in your forecast construction, and squeezes every ounce of optimality out of that particular situation. So it really loads up on knowledge. A simple policy rule is much more standoffish on knowledge. It says we're going to do something sensible but systematic. And when those scenarios tell you the same thing, you can take more confidence in the general thrust of those scenarios as a collection than you would if optimal control was saying, do something, out there in this case. But the simple rule is saying, we would suggest something a little more conservative, just to take an example. So I regard these things as particularly useful when used together. And typically, when you have the apparatus to run optimal control, you certainly have the apparatus to run simple policy rules too, because you just need, simple hill climbing algorithms and extended path rational expectations simulation. So that's not particularly onerous. I had a couple more things I could say, but I think that's probably enough. Thanks.
Doug, if I could, oops, if I could have a second to jump in there.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I just want to pile on a couple things there. So I agree very much with this idea that what the right thing to do here with these questions very much depends on your particular circumstance. And you were all discussing basically what happens in committees where they're independent policymakers that have competing views, and that's one of the difficulties of producing a baseline out of that sort of governance structure. So, Mike, in our case, the Bank of Canada, things are done on a consensus basis. So, actually, how it operates is the policymakers first come to a consensus on what the key narrative is for the baseline, and then they come to a consensus on policy. So, in our world, it's a little bit more kind of the governance structure is a little bit better lined up with the idea of having a baseline scenario than it would be, say, in other institutions where you've got this. You're trying very hard to bring in more independence across policymakers. The other point I would just make on the points that Bob Patello was just making about the policy rules. One thing that we found quite interesting in doing our work when we were looking at policies that were coming out of this baseline linear rational expectations model, and then looking at the policies that were coming out of the model for endogenous credibility. One of the very interesting things there is that, of course, if you impose the same format on the policy rule, like a simple Taylor rule, parameterize it, and then just kind of force that same rule to run through both models, it really does a disservice, because that simple policy rule may do well in the linear rational expectations model, but does horribly in the model with endogenous credibility. So in that kind of world there, it's really nice to have the flexibility to be able to consider not just the simple policy rules, but a more fully optimal approach for policy, and it does give you some important insights. So, thanks.
Okay, I think we.
Doug, I just wanted to point out that little thing regarding the institutional arrangement. In Colombia, we have a board of 7 members, 5 full-time board members, the governor, and the Minister of Finance. We have a process in which internally, meaning the staff, agrees on this central scenario, the most likely scenario. We agree that or communicate that and interact with the 6 members of the central bank, the 5 of the board, and the governor. And in the process, there is room for asking for alternative scenarios. So, but those alternative scenarios are reached by consensus. So we go work on the alternative scenarios, 1, 2, at times maybe 3. That's strange, but usually it is 2 alternative scenarios, and we present the result to the board, and then later to the Minister of Finance too. To the public, there is a clear distinction, as Bob Tetlow mentioned, that the staff of the bank owns the forecast, and we sort of like make it public. We make nearly full disclosure of all the elements of the forecast. When I said nearly all the elements, is that we don't publish like the interest rate path in that forecast, but we make public references. The chief economist makes public references to the forecast in comparison to what is implied in the either financial market measures of the path for policy, or the analysts' expectations. So so the market has a feeling about what's kind of like the direction of the board, the staff forecast where it's going. So the key point is that the institutional arrangement is it's important, and the property rights of the forecast are is important. So essentially that's our one point here that I just wanted to mention.
Okay, thank you. That was a wonderful panel. Please join me in thanking them for their contributions. At this point, Governor Gelstian will take over and introduce Larry Summer.
All right. First of all, thank you all for the previous panel. It was terrific. Thank you. Do we have Larry Summers joined? Okay, let's wait for a couple of minutes before they join. Good morning.
Good morning.
Great to see you. How are you?
I am very well, my friend. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you very much. So let us start. Hello, everyone, again. It is my distinct privilege today to introduce our final keynote session for this symposium, featuring an individual who has served as an important inspiration for us at the Central Bank of Armenia on this journey to develop a prudent risk management approach to price stability. This individual, of course, is Larry Summers, who doesn't need any introduction, so I will only say a few words. So Larry Summers is a Charles W. Eliot Professor, University Professor, and the President Emeritus of Harvard University, and Wheel Director of Mozaffar Rahmani Center for Business and Government at the Kennedy School. During the past 3 decades, he has served in a series of senior policy positions in Washington, D.C., including the 71st Secretary of Treasury for President Clinton, Director of the National Economic Council for President Obama, and Vice President of Development Economics and Chief Economist of the World Bank. Larry, I'd like to express my thanks for inspiring us over the past several years to reflect deeply on what constitutes a sensible and prudent approach to monetary policy amid heightened uncertainty and significant risk. In particular, we are grateful for the feedback you provided us back in July, which have helped guide our development and journey since then. Later in this session, my colleagues Armen Nurbekyan and Douglas Luxton will respond to 2 questions that you asked us in July, which related. One was about open economic considerations in the new framework, and the second one was how a scenario-based approach might have worked in a period where downside risks were more serious, such as global financial crisis and after recovery period after that. Before handing it over to you, I'd like to very briefly provide a bit of context for our audience about our novel framework for a prudent risk management approach of monetary policy, which we refer as FPAS Mark II. The framework represents an attempt to address in a structured and systematic way what we believe to be the greatest policy imperative of our time, appropriately dealing with the elevated role of risk and uncertainty in policymaking. This is achieved in 2 ways. First, instead of trying to develop expert forecasts of the most likely future, we transparently focus on understanding and communicating the key sources of risk and uncertainty moving forward. And the second, we pay particular attention to uncertainties, particularly for those non-linearities that could push economy into dark corners of price or macroeconomic instability. To turn to the substance of our discussions, as you have noted extensively in your interviews and writings, the COVID crisis and its aftermath have placed enormous stress on existing central bank frameworks in terms of both analytics and communication. If you have read our main framework paper or our forthcoming framework book, you may have noticed that your voice features prominently in it. First, we were heavily inspired by the language you used in the past interview for Barron's, where you stated that forward guidance is the vast majority of time folly. We interpreted that as a challenge. We see the folly in forward guidance as being interlinked with a reliance on a single baseline forecast. The other issue, of course, is the often uncritical reliance on linear models to produce these baselines. We also adopted the notion of adversarial collaboration within our own institutional framework. So our framework typically includes two illustrative case scenarios that build the best argument for why policy path should be higher than what is currently priced in the financial market. And we call it this case A, and the opposite case for why the policy rate should be lower than the market expectations, which is called case B. Finally, we provide an example in the paper and the book on how the new framework would engage the transitory versus persistent inflation debate of 2021. We argue that using a scenario-based approach could have perhaps allowed advanced economy central banks to have more quickly responded to inflationary forces and minimized some of the adverse impacts of welfare and credibility. Larry, I would like now to give the floor to you and provide you with an open-ended opportunity to reflect on the recent experience of past several years. And in your view, how have these recent experiences changed how central banks should conduct and communicate monetary policy?
Let me thank you very much for including me in this symposium. Express my gratitude to you for the chance to provide you some input as you worked on this important document. Share a strong sense that the work you do is immensely important for your country, because sound, well-financed money and finance cannot make a country rich, but mismanaged finance can make a country poor. And so in some ways, it is the lot of central bankers to be like anesthesiologists. When I go for my surgery, there's no such thing as a great administration of anesthesia. But if the anesthesiologist becomes highly prominent, it's not probably because something good has happened, but it's because of something unfortunate that has happened. Nonetheless, the development of better anesthesiological practice contributes greatly to the preservation of human health. And in the same way, more robust, more reliable central bank frameworks seem to me to be very important. I'm also very much aware of the dangerous part of the world in which you live, and your ability to step apart from the immediate and political to do so serious a piece of work seems to me to be something that is highly commendable. And it is my hope that both the substance of your framework will generate substantial discussion with other central banks in other places, and that the seriousness and the thoughtfulness of the process you undertook will be a model as other countries set their approach going forward. I am struck as a general theme by an epistemological point, which is that all of us, in thinking about macroeconomic policy, need to operate with enormous humility. There are different words for it. One can think in terms of unknown unknowns. One can think about shock uncertainty, parameter uncertainty, model uncertainty as all being elements of the system. One can think in terms of Frank Knight's celebrated distinction between risk and uncertainty. All of it is one can think of Nassim Taleb and many others' emphasis on factales and the non-normality of distributions. All of it is in common service of the broad idea of epistemic humility. We don't know, and we don't fully know all that we don't know. This is brought home to me by one of the many mistakes I have made in life. I remember being of the view in the 1980s that the liquidity trap was some kind of historical curiosity of primary interest to economic historians and without future relevance. And then Japan happened. And then the financial crisis and the zero lower bound happened. I remember being of the view in the aftermath of the Clinton administration that high inflation was like smallpox, a disease that had been eradicated in major countries. And that proved to be wrong. So I think the broad challenge, and I'm really very impressed by the ways in which your central bank has reacted, is on several levels. That there is a desire on the one hand to be analytic and rigorous and statistical and econometric and formal in one's approach, but that doing all of those things drives very much towards choosing a model, manipulating that model, and operating that model. And yet, no model is capable of capturing an inherently unstable world. And indeed, there is the extra aspect that some would call recursion, that some would call reflexivity, that represents a profound difference between economic and physical systems. It is the essence of the celebrated Lucas critique. The laws of gravity are unaffected by the work of engineers. The laws of economics are affected by economic policies, economic policy choices, and how they influence how they influence the behavior and the formation of expectations. And so it is the challenge, it seems to me, to respond to those realities and yet not throw oneself back simply on the idea that there will be wise people who will scratch their beards and then say what is to be done, because no model or framework can work. And so I think of the task that you have been engaged in as recognizing this profound need for humility, while at the same time still having method, framework, and formality. From that perspective, I'm impressed by three aspects of your work as I understand it that correspond with things that I have always tried to do as a decision maker, though I think you have brought a degree of formality to the exercise that goes beyond things that I have ever been able to do. I think that you are very right and important in your emphasis on scenario planning. We don't know. We don't know what is going to happen. We don't even know what the distribution of possible outcomes are. The systematic use of multiple scenarios and the desire to formulate policies that are robust against all scenarios seems to me to be something that is very important. It is not the same thing as the point about tails, but it is related to the point about tails. And it is, of course, connected to wisdom about private sector financial practice. There is the old story about the guy who has a strategy. He goes to the casino with $10,000 and he plays until he either has $11,000 or has $0. And he reports back to his wife that he has used his strategy 5 times, and each time he has won $1,000. And he concludes that he has a foolproof strategy for making $1,000, that he has empirical evidence of a Sharpe ratio of infinity, and that he now needs to go 10x on this strategy and increase the frequency with which he plays. That illustrates the danger of failing to recognize nonlinearities, of failing to recognize a full range of possible scenarios. So I think your emphasis on scenario planning is something that I would very much salute. A second aspect of your framework that I would very much salute is the adversarial aspect, the attempt to probe possible error. There are many decisions that have the character of decisions as typically portrayed in decision analysis textbooks. Should I choose option A or should I choose option B? Should I undergo surgery? Should I not undergo surgery? Should we go to war? Should we not go to war? Should we initiate this program? Should we not initiate this program? But there are also many, many decisions in life that are best characterized as exercises in calibration. Where should we set a policy interest rate? How much money should we devote to R&D spending or some other worthy cause? How long should we allow ourselves to prepare a given report? In all of these cases, one is seeking to optimize a variable that, broadly speaking, is continuous. It is one of the most fundamental theorems of the calculus that at a maximum, the first derivative is 0, or that at the top of a hill, whichever way you turn, you go down. That means that if the arguments for moving up are stronger than the arguments for moving down, you are not at a maximum. And so attempting to pose both the considerations for more and for less, for higher, for lower, and to verify that they seem to be in equipoise as best one can make a judgment, seems to me to be very much something that is appropriate and is a valuable contribution to the policy process. The third thing I would say is, and I think that your movement is a constructive one, is that one needs to be very careful to protect one's credibility in an uncertain world by not pretending to know more than one actually can. Of course, one needs to make and refine the best judgments that one possibly can. But those judgments will be inherently flawed. And therefore, one needs to not express oneself with excessive confidence in their favor. My wisecrack over time has been that central bankers used to, but in too many cases, no longer understand what the oracles of Delphi understood, that if you are seen as omniscient and omnipotent, but are in fact human and somewhat clueless, it is best to keep your pronouncements vague, oracular, and unfalsifiable. And that may be going too far, but it is, I think, capturing some wisdom that is potentially quite important. Or to put it at its most cynical, forward guidance fails. The market doesn't believe it when you give it, and you feel bound by it down the road. And so it inhibits flexibility without enhancing credibility. That may be an overstatement in a variety of contexts, but it is, I think, a useful caution. I would just conclude by describing an exercise that I have found useful in organizations of which I am a part, which is to focus on working history back from the future. I like to ask organizations of which I'm a part 2 questions. If we look back from 5 years from now, and we are regretting our collective failure, what is the most plausible way in which that will have happened? If we look back from 5 years from now, and we are celebrating extraordinary success beyond which anyone had hoped that we would achieve, what is the most plausible scenario by which that had happened? And that tends to force thinking about both the dark and the bright corners, the extreme end of the tails of distribution. And I think, therefore, ironically, has the effect of both increasing prudence and increasing creativity. And is, I think, a useful exercise for committees, fallible humans. And so those are some reflections on your framework. And again, I look forward to a bit of conversation, and I'm grateful for the chance to have been included in your deliberations, including today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I have just one small follow-up question on that? Do you think that the developed countries' central banks used whatever you just described during this last couple of years? And do you think that our framework could be useful for them in thinking about the problems?
I think that they have, I think, had a bit of a tendency to be overly slavish to single internal models and consensus forecasts. I something I got very right, I think it's fair to say, is the degree of inflation that the United States suffered in the aftermath of the massive fiscal stimulus and COVID several years ago. I think that central banks would have done a better job if they had perceived that risk in a more salient way. And I think if they had engaged in more adversarial process and they had put more emphasis on a multiplicity of scenarios that considered how their base case views would be wrong, I think they would have been less prone to make that kind of error. I think in a similar way, with respect to financial stability, the linear mechanical character of stress testing has tended to impart an excessive bias towards optimism with respect to the risk of financial crisis. So I think the ideas that you're introducing and the types of approaches you're recommending are useful in those regards.
Thank you very much, Larry. So probably I'll ask colleagues from the bank to answer those two questions that you raised in July, and then we move from there. Doug?
Okay, so you asked a very difficult question. One was with respect to financial stability. And of course, we can't do the kind of analysis in a linear world where we would just look at an alternative policy and do the counterfactual. We have to think a lot more about what did we actually know at the time. So I'm going to go back and replay history. And it's going to be motivated by a little bit of your remarks now, because my story is going to start once the global financial crisis was full blown, say mid 2009. Okay, but what I'm going to assume is that the Fed adopted flexible inflation targeting in 1990, had achieved about the same level of credibility that some of the other flexible inflation targeting central banks had developed at that time. But importantly, was a dual mandate as explained in the statement of long-run objectives every year, that they understand the natural rate hypothesis. Maybe you disagree, I do, but it is a framework. So I'm going to assume in 2009 that it was unnecessary to do as much. We call it unconventional forward guidance. You call it forward guidance. You created the word in some sense, but also large-scale asset purchases. So when you did that type of unconventional forward guidance, you were trying to tell the market that you were going to keep the policy rate low for a very long time. At the time, the expected path of the policy rate, when the unemployment rate was plus 10%, inflation was below. There wasn't a numerical target, but I assumed that there was, because flexible inflation targeting would have started in 1990. And so everybody would have known that maybe the inflation target was 2%. So people would have known that the central bank was a dual mandate central bank, that with double-digit unemployment rate, everybody would have known that the expected path of the policy rate was going to be much lower than what they actually thought at the time in 2009, thus not requiring quite so aggressive movement in trying to shift long-term interest rates down by compressing term premium. Okay, so and I'll just characterize that maybe we could have avoided some of it, not all of it. I will commend them for fighting to get rid of unemployment, because I'm the policymaker that cares about that as well as financial stability. And so I'd say that that would have been better because it might have resulted in less underpricing of interest rate risk. The problem with the forward guidance is that it's not time consistent. That type of forward guidance of promising that you're going to keep the interest rate low for a long time, if successful, there's going to come a day where interest rates have to rise. So there's that argument. But in addition to that argument, if you do drive real interest rates down, that can result in excessive movements in asset prices. Very, like, our standard theories suggest that low real interest rates make asset prices go up. Following that sort of policy during COVID, we had an over $37 trillion, like, just humongous increase in the value of household wealth as measured by the Fed, to like 2 times 2019 GDP. So that would be sort of one way to respond in an historical context, trying to answer the question that you just posed about what I might regret by not saying those words potentially before it actually happened. I could argue the same thing before the global financial crisis, but it would be slightly different. I wouldn't use the argument about monetary policy, conventional monetary policy. I think that was totally okay. I think it was a lack of basically supervising the financial system. I think actually focusing on monetary policy and interest rates was a distraction, because if you focus on a tool like that, it means that you take your focus on the real tools that would have been required to deal with the global financial crisis, what we know now as macroprudential instruments. But that would be my quick answer.
If I may jump in, Governor, thanks very much for the remarks. I want to ask a question, which was the partly based on the feedback that we got from Charles Coulthard yesterday. And it seems a very simple question, but it seems that the answers are very difficult. Part of the framework that we are working on, as you rightly mentioned, is emphasizing the risks and scenarios. And so it seems like the biggest communication challenge for us is going to be moving away from the baseline, because it looks like the markets, especially in the developing countries, they want to have some simple answers to difficult questions, like what they want. They expect central banks to give some kind of a clarity. So my question to you would be, how would you define a baseline forecast? What's the definition of the baseline forecast?
Sure, I understand the question. Could you state it a little bit? Could you state it a little bit differently?
Sir, but actually describing the uncertainty around it and basically trying to give a more nuanced and complicated answer. And Charles Coulthard yesterday was mentioning, even if you do it, there is always going to be some kind of a baseline that market expects you to give. There's always going to be some specific magic line that everybody wants to be aligned around. So my question to you is, do you think it's actually possible to fight that tendency of the expectation to give you that expect forecaster view from the central bank, or no? Or this is a wishful thinking? At some point we have to give some specifics.
I think I think that you raise a fair point, but I think that people become habituated to the regime they're in. And I think one can wean people to making more of their own judgment and looking less to central banks for guidance. I do think there will be a tendency to try to simplify things and try to collapse any multiple scenario presentation into a single scenario. I do think there will be very much that tendency, but I think the kinds of steps that are being proposed here are useful in resisting this.
If I may, a follow-up question. When we were discussing this also with John Taylor, one of the things which came up was, in some sense, if you have a baseline forecast, that keeps you accountable because there is something that your followers and observers can basically look at and question your views, in a retrospective way. And so the question come up, if you if isn't the, producing multiple scenarios is actually diluting your responsibility, isn't basically just a discretion. So do you think it is more discretion? Does it basically move the central bank towards more discretion if you have multiple scenarios and no baseline?
Probably, and I think where John Taylor and I disagree, though we have many points in common. I think John is more of a believer in the dangers of discretion and less of a worrier about unknown unknowns. And I think that I believe one has to accept more of the costs of discretion, try to contain them in other ways through the nature of the process by which discretion is being exercised, and place and accept some of those costs of discretion because of the danger that when you try to circumscribe discretion with rules, you will be surprised by things you didn't anticipate when the rules were set. And that leads you into the rules driving you into unfortunate error. But I think that this is very much a matter of balance. And I think that what is attractive about your framework is that I think it has been more thoughtful about the aspect that was pointed up. I think that the first generation of inflation targeting frameworks were motivated out of a period when there had been huge dynamic consistency problems that had driven very high inflation, and there had not been major structural shocks to the system. And so you had frameworks that emphasized circumscribing discretion and relying on rules. After we have been through the financial crisis, the zero lower bound problems, and COVID, I think we have had decades of relatively low inflation. The dynamic consistency problems loom smaller, and the unknown unknowns problems loom larger, and therefore some adjustment towards accepting more of the problems of discretion in return for more of the ability to respond to radical uncertainty seems to me to be warranted.
If I may just, it will be a luxury not to ask you that question. So what do you expect for US economy for 2024? And probably not even only economy, but also political developments in US.
I am as worried about the politics of my country as I have been at any point in my lifetime. Things that I took for granted can no longer be taken for granted in terms of the legitimate acceptance of US election results, in terms of the orderly succession of power, in terms of respect of the authority of lawful institutions. And so I am alarmed by the future politics of my country in a way that I have not been and I have never expected to be, and in a way that simply reminds me of the point that I have been emphasizing about radical uncertainty as a feature of the world in which we live. And it's certainly my hope that political insulation of central banking is one of the features of our system that I hope will remain robust come what may. I do not think the principal risks to the US economy, to the US, lie in the area of conventional macroeconomics at this point. My personal instincts are to be a bit less optimistic that inflation is durably under control than consensus views have it. But I think of that as a small issue compared to the broad politics. My instincts are that we have not fully adjusted in terms of our budget expectations to a new reality. And that's just a feature of the situation. I think our long run deficit picture is more ominous than is generally supposed.
So I wanted to get your feedback question. Obviously, you used to be very much concerned about the effective lower bound. Olivier Blanchard still is. You seem to have differences. Well, you do have differences in views about the effects of fiscal policy on, say, the global real interest rate. That's one area where we model. I used to be at the IMF, and so we model that kind of thing. That kind of logic, okay, plus like the effective lower bound being concerned with it, kind of takes me into a corridor theory where we're at the effective lower bound. We have to use these unconventional policies that gives rise to asset price increases. And then, of course, now we're concerned about raising interest rates because that could potentially, I mean, in some countries, Italy, for example, the threshold at which they would hit problems because of high debt, that threshold has fallen because their debt is higher than, say, during the European debt crisis. But following the logic of a lot of your ideas, if we just thought about it as uncertainty, Olivier could be right, or you could be right, and capture that kind of takes you into this kind of corridor where we might kind of a cycle. We're worried about raising interest rates, and of course, we're also worried about the effect of lower bound. But do you have any thoughts about that, about how you would think about that kind of problem?
No, I think I find your notion of a corridor to be perceptive. I find the idea that we may need to rely on other stabilization policy tools beside interest rates to be an important one. If the zero lower bound is a problem, and if there at a certain point become issues of fiscal dominance, if interest rates rise too much. That's why I've been interested in the area of what I would call intermediate term discretionary fiscal policy, which goes to a variety of kinds of questions involving the timing of public procurement, the timing of infrastructure investment. I do think that it is right to recognize that the neutral real interest rate might be, as I'm inclined to think it is, in the neighborhood of 1.5% to 2% presently, but it could be zero, as Olivier suggests, and or very low, as Olivier suggests, and it could also, for a variety of reasons, prove to increase. I think that the approach of regret minimization around a variety of possibilities with diffuse prior distributions on important parameters is, I think, an important part of the analytical modeling in which central banks should be engaged.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Larry. It's much appreciated that you take time to talk to us today. We'll be continuing whatever we started a couple of years ago, and I hope we can refer back to you with all the progress that we'll be making on the way, because we would love to be engaged with you and then share our developments with you and get your feedback, if that's possible.
I would very much look forward to that, and I congratulate you on an impressive intellectual exercise. I don't know whether a transcript of this session has been prepared or will be prepared, but if it was, I would be very interested in seeing it so that I can further reflect on it.
Thank you very much. We'll do that definitely. We'll send it to you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. You have a great day.
Great to be with you. Bye-bye.
Likewise. Bye-bye.
So now we're turning to a wrap-up session. What did we learn from this exercise? I think Bob, Bob Tetlow is still here as well. Fantastic. So this would be great, Bob Ford, since you were asked this question. Why don't you wrap up? What did you learn from the last 2 days? And then Bob Tetlow, please join in as well. I'm very happy that you stayed, but Bob Ford, please.
Well, I really can't. I really can't, because due to timing, the hours, and this is the only session I've actually been to. So, so I can tell you what I told you about half an hour ago. Sorry.
I'm kind of in the same position. I didn't see the discussion yesterday by Goodhart, and I haven't seen your previous discussions with Larry Summers. Certainly everything Larry said is he's very good at what he does, of course. None of that really surprised me. I think it's interesting that we heard a bunch of stuff about what I call min-max regret, which is the way of choosing between scenarios, models, what have you, if you're going to pick a policy based on those scenarios, which you can look up. Chuck Mansky is a big proponent of this. You can look up some of his work on that and how you would operationalize that. Every application of that I've seen has been applied to discrete things, like Chuck is big on vaccine choices and medical applications, for example, where do you apply the medicine or not? Do you pass the vaccine through to public use or not? And you can see easily how you would do that in discrete choice environments. I'm not completely sure how one would do it in continuous environments. Maybe your use of scenarios would allow you to do that, but there's a big literature, pretty sizable literature on that you could look at to help you formalize that. One of the things that I came up in through these discussions that I thought was kind of interesting, I mentioned it very briefly, is the distinction between scenarios, which you might construct with a model that adding shocks or exogenous changes in exogenous variables to them, and models. And then the reason there can be a big difference between those is if you're just adding shocks and exogenous variables, then in almost all cases, monetary policy is still going to work the same way as it did under your baseline scenario, if you have a baseline scenario. So it's just a matter of you just offset the shock the best you can and so forth. If you're worried about risk where you might have a wrong model, or that your model has been disturbed by the shock you're interested in, like it blocks a transmission channel, that's a big different thing. And I think that's when you have the resources to implement that sort of thing, I think that's a really good way to look at things. And so, like I've talked to Don Coletti, who's no longer here. And I know, Doug, you're kind of a fan of this too. You build models that aren't DSGE models where the cross equation restrictions are so tight that you can't do anything with them. But you have models where you can construct them modularly. You can swap out one wage price block and stick in another wage price block, or the same thing with the financial structure and so forth, so that you can do risk analysis on the model and not just scenarios if you have the resources to do that. So that wasn't what you asked for, but that's what you got.
Thank you, Bob, for stepping in there at the last moment. So I'm going to turn now to Armin. Armin is the Deputy Governor here, so please.
Thanks very much. Well, reflecting on the last, basically yesterday's and today's session, I think there is a clear consensus that everybody likes, to talk about more scenarios. I don't think there is any disagreement. I think everybody agrees that things that we have been taking given, like, for example, credibility of advanced central banks. So many of these things have changed. And I think in that sense, I heard no disagreement. Everybody agreed that, we need to have a structured way of talking about and communicating about the uncertainty, multiple scenarios. So I think that was very loud and clear. That's number one, which gives us some hope. Second thing, which is also very loud and clear, there's lots of how should I say, pessimism about actual ability to get away from the baseline. So I think communication challenge has been underlined by many speakers. Operationally, it's going to be difficult. I think we also agree to that. And it was a bit of a glimmer of hope that Larry Summers just said people get used to stuff, so you may as well try, and they'll get used to it. So there was a bit of a optimism at the end of the session, because yesterday Charles Goodhart was very pessimistic on that. But I still believe but I want here to go back to the sort of basics, because what I think is really important is not really our communication with the market is really a derivative of how do we make the decisions. I think that is the important thing. How do we make the decisions? Is this if the decisions are really, and I think Bob Ford has been talking about this. He talked about this a bit today, but I think also during the seminars. So I think if you don't make a decision using the risk-based approach, you absolutely don't need to have a communication based on these multiple scenarios. But if you are, as a central bank, making the decision in real life, considering these different risk scenarios, then it's probably your duty to convince and to explain to the market how are you actually going to how are you making the decision. So I think that this is basically the basic truth that I can start thinking about this issue. So I think we are going to try anyways to do this, and but it's not going to be easy. So I think these are the two things which were very clear. The third part was also importance of the nonlinearities. I think this is also related to the first point. I think everybody mentioned that nonlinearities are really, really important. But I think there was a recognition that we want to work on these models, want to think about this, but we certainly don't want to get carried away, with these very complicated techniques and forget about the purpose of the policy. So I think this is probably the third thing that I would emphasize, and I hope this was a fair description the last couple of days. Thanks very much, Doug.
I would like to say something that in all the time that I've worked with central banks, actually developing a new framework and managing the existing production process, it's a very difficult thing. It's a difficult thing for the policymakers. It's also a very difficult thing for the staff. And so there's always got to be somebody managing that process. His name is Haik Betsian. And so he has been the person who's the head of the macro directorate, which includes the monetary policy department and the statistics department and the research department here at the DILIJAN Training and Research Center, I might add. And so I'm going to ask Haik basically to have the last word.
Okay, thank you very much, Doug. And first of all, I would start with telling that this is really an exciting moment because for a few things. Because when 1.5 years ago or 2 years ago, when we 2 years ago when we started this process, actually we entered into this, there were only a few believers that we will anyhow succeed. There were few supporters of obviously, but there are many skeptics. People were skeptical, and that's really good because that was the good part of all the development, because they raised many issues, they raised many challenges that we had to face, and that was the way how we develop it, rather than kind of developing it and then sharing it with people and asking for some comments on the way. Basically every week we were working with our supporters, with our external advisors, with our board, with our internal staff, with global engagement with many people like Larry Summers, John Taylor, and many others, right? And getting comments all the time and improving and going on. That really makes this framework a dynamically developed one. And we want to continue that process. That's why we declare today is not the end, although we officially today call it as a launch of the framework at the Central Bank of Armenia, but we continue to think about the development of that. And obviously all the comments, all the discussion during the symposiums that we got, and Armen mentioned that we will continue on developing on those issues, trying to improve it further and further. And that's the idea. We call it still a dynamic framework, at the next year, this time, we will again celebrate our new achievements, basically in trying to incorporate all these comments or these developments into another version of the framework, which is kind of dynamically evolving, and again declare another round for the development already for the future years. But and finally, I want to basically, if you allow, okay, I'm not allowed, but a few numbers. I'm not allowed to share my screen, but a few numbers with regard to symposium. The second kind of title of this symposium we used to call it Echoes of Alan Greenspan 20 years later, because exactly 20 years ago, Alan Greenspan in Jackson Hole basically introduced, in a sense, in a publicly manner, introduced this kind of risk management approach, basically described it in a talk about the monetary policy under uncertainty. And now here today, we are basically in this symposium, we are basically already discussing how it can be implemented in practice, in a framework, in a central bank. So, and then in that sense, it's really kind of, it's really these numbers 20 years later, this really makes it sense. But I want also to declare some numbers. Like when we're looking at the Jackson Hole, and it was in my presentation, unfortunately. Okay, if I can share, this is really nice. I just looked at the Jackson Hole, a kind of web page, and we can see that there are participants from 37 countries explored something about inflation. Obviously, inflation was a key problem for 2023 and before, and that was the kind of the number that like this symposium attracted. Obviously, this is a kind of a more closed club, but if you have similar thing for our symposium, we have participants registered from 99 countries, almost 100 countries. And in a map, we can see from which part of the world. It's not only in the region, but we have basically we covered all the countries in the world. And that's not only just declaring the numbers, but I also want to me why this is so, why we have attracting this part, because actually a few things. We are open to the criticism. We are here discussing, although we are at the verge of launching our new framework, but we still discussing and seeking for criticism, seeking for input from different parts, from different people, from different advisors, from different experts and professionals, and we are declaring that we are open to developing further. We are not kind of just only protecting our ideas, but we are open to the development and to getting the criticism. And the second thing probably is, which is important, which is also kind of part of all those initiatives, and in this particular symposium as well, is that we are also trying to engage with small countries, which the issues of which are not very much discussed in many kind of high-level symposiums or the conferences. And we want to also address and tackle the issues of very small countries, vulnerable countries, in terms of from the perspective of the macroeconomic stability and in monetary policy. So those are the things that I wanted to highlight, and thank to all our advisors, supporters, people who stand with us, we discuss with us on this, and finally our team that really worked hard over the course of these 2 years and to make this basically dream come true. And thank you all of you, and that was the thing that I wanted to share at the end. Thanks a lot.
Before closing, if you allow me, I'd like to thank all the participants, especially people who made this symposium a reality. It will be a Laxton family, including Jared, who keeps sending me whatever I need at every time during day and night. Jared, thank you very much. I'd like to thank Central Bank team for all the commitment, for all the drive and belief that we have in the future. I'd like to thank Bob Ford and other friends and mentors who are still with us, bearing our whatever we produce. So and then all the participants, as Heike mentioned, from almost 100 countries around the world. And I want to assure you that this is just the beginning. So I believe that when Jackson Hole started, it was not. So the future is bright, so let's keep it on. Thank you very much.
Right, but uncertain.